Okay, welcome everybody to our long-term or annual plan and long-term plan committee meeting of today, the 4th of March. Yes, just before we have the karakia, just to remind you to let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. We'll have morning tea at 10:25 and lunch at 12:30. And as is normal practice, we'll be live streaming this meeting. So will we all please stand now for the karakia? Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori ora. Thank you, everybody. Do we have any apologies? Okay, there do not seem to be any apologies. Do we have any conflict of interest declarations?
Can I raise one?
Yes, you may need to turn your microphone on.
I've taken advice on this, and it's around that I know there's an amendment coming on the airport seawall, so I've taken advice on that, and because I've absented myself from anything related to the runway extension when we have discussions at the airport board, the advice I've had is that I'm okay to do this, but I just thought I'd like to note that, okay?
Thank you, Mayor Foster. Now to the confirmation of minutes. So I move the motion that the Annual Plan Long-Term Plan Committee approves the minutes of this committee meeting held on the 18th of February 2021, which have been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Day. I now put that motion, which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour, please press 1, and those against, press 2. Malcolm? Oh, head that way. That sometimes works. Okay. All right. That's carried, and we'll note that Councillor Sparrow was in favour?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Must be.
Continuing on, we have no items not on the agenda. But we do have quite a bit of public participation. We have extended the time for our public participation to 90 minutes, but we have also required organisations to stick to 5 minutes just so that we get the most possible input from our public participation. So we will now begin, and I'd like to invite Predator-Free Wellington, James Wilcox, Peter Crisp, and Denise Church up to the table. Now, at the podium. Yes, thank you, Denise.
Thank you.
And of course, under our distancing requirements, we're probably only going to be able to have one up. Yeah, thank you.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. I'm Denise Church. I'm delighted to be here today on behalf of the Predator-Free Wellington Board with my colleagues Celia and James, who are well known to you, to bring a proposal for the long-term plan. This is a major opportunity, substantially funded by central government, to accelerate the rollout of Predator-Free Wellington. Matching local input from all the Predator-Free Wellington partners, including the City Council, is vital. Predator-Free Wellington's a world-first model that we can all be proud of, and it's a good news story that's poised to go to the next level. The City Council's support has been absolutely vital in getting us to this point, and I'd like to acknowledge the hard work of a number of the City Council staff in support of this, and of course your interest. This slide up here shows the strength of backyard trapping efforts around Wellington, and predator-free action happens in businesses, backyards and all through our community. And of course it's going to be increasingly visible to all of Wellington's households in the 5 phases of the rollout of Predator-Free Wellington. Next slide, please. This is a unique opportunity created by 2 things coming together. First is the proven experience from Miramar, the first phase of Predator-Free Wellington, and second, of course, is the substantial COVID-related investment from central government. And these things coming together present a one-off opportunity to deliver massive benefit for Wellington, and I think there couldn't be a more appropriate time to invest in biodiversity, jobs and strong communities. Many of you already know about Miramar's achievements, where over 3,000 people gave permission for traps in their backyards, a huge expression of trust. And eradication is already delivering rich rewards in terms of community strength, in terms, of course, of the return of biodiversity and mental health benefits and more. So we know how to make predator eradication work. And by the way, those communities in Miramar are not stopping. They're turning their gaze to the next items, such as weeds and wasps. Next slide, please. So Wellingtonians are already deeply engaged, 50 suburban groups, 94% support in our communities for eradication, 80% want to be involved or already are. So our opportunity now is for an accelerated, continuous rollout of predator eradication across the 5 phases of the project, which you can see illustrated up on the screen there. And what that will lead to is eradication in 7 years instead of 10, with a number of benefits. Residents are going to see much earlier rewards with the return of biodiversity. It's a much more efficient rollout. It's better impact for the dollars going in. Meaningful, high-value jobs get created, and there'll be reduced risk of predators returning to threaten the success of the program. And of course, Predator-Free Wellington, through that continuous accelerated rollout, will fully leverage the available national funding. Next slide, please. So the wider impacts, we're well aware that there are many pressures on the City Council's resources. We believe, however, that this accelerated rollout represents very high return on investment. I've already mentioned the immediate benefit, creating the first large urban area to be predator-free. It delivers on Wellington City's plans to make this a world-leading city where talent wants to live. And the pandemic has shown us that people want to be part of strong communities doing meaningful things together. Thirdly, we create breakthrough science and power up a world-leading research and development program for urban predator eradication. The know-how generated allows Wellington to function as a beacon for others. And of course, there is a risk if we didn't seize this opportunity, it could well be another urban area, Waiheke, Taranaki, Hawke's Bay, that claims that leading achievement. Thank you. The next slide. So it is a budget now that's built on deep experience. We have a large-scale investment from central government's Predator-Free 2050 funding, precisely because we have a proven program that is recognised as nationally and internationally significant. There's generous funding on offer from the Next Foundation, local matching funding from Wellington City and also Greater Wellington will secure this investment and the benefits of acceleration. And so at risk is almost $4 million from those national sources if we don't achieve that matched funding. And so the accelerated program needs that combination. And of course, an acceleration benefit for the city is that rapid eradication will help avoid or reduce ongoing investments by the city in suppressing predator numbers. Next slide, please.
Denise, just sorry, but we are keeping quite a tight time frame, so if you could wrap up, please.
And so to wrap up, 15% is the level of contribution that would be given by the city to the overall program and a total budget of $23 million. This is about investing to create a legacy. We're seeking in the long-term plan an increase in funding from $250,000 per year to $500,000 per year for 5 years from 2022-23. This is all about leverage. It's an opportunity for step change. And the next slide, please. In the strength of our biodiversity and of our communities, we hope that you will be able to support this. This is a fantastic opportunity for Wellington to grasp. We're very happy to answer any questions as a follow-up.
I'm really sorry, but we won't have time for questions, but thank you very much for your presentation. So next up, we have the Public Libraries of New Zealand, Hilary Beaton, and may I welcome you to the podium. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou kua hui hui mai nei. Greetings to you all. My name is Hilary Beaton. I'm the Executive Director of Public Libraries of New Zealand. Thank you for providing this opportunity for me to be here today. It actually feels like coming home. I also plan to be mercifully short. You've heard a lot about the library. Public Libraries of New Zealand is the professional association of public library managers. That is, people like yourselves, besieged by challenges and making difficult decisions. Our vision is literacy for all, for life. We support our members through the development of consistently excellent public library services for all New Zealanders. And today I'm representing all public libraries, not just the Wellington Central. Now, you can read about PLNZ and our work in the National Strategic Framework, which I think has been distributed, yes. And I'm proud to say this framework has had international recognition and was recently adopted by a library network in Victoria, Australia. Go New Zealand. You may have made a decision, but I am here today to explain why you should change that decision. Leadership, legacy, literacy. Leadership. Decisions made in the capital city have consequences for the whole country. Now, I know this because on the day the news of the council's recent decision regarding the fate of Wellington Central, and before it hit the media, I had library managers ringing me. We have a very powerful network. And they were saying, oh my God, this will create a copycat situation all around the country. Our councils will say to us, if it's good enough for Wellington, it's good enough for here. People look to Wellington for leadership, for guidance, for certainty. This is the capital city. Decisions here have consequences for the whole country. Legacy, I mean, how do you want to be remembered? As the council will only fix the sewage pipes? Now look, I do understand that. I don't want to see sewage flowing down the streets either, but cleaning up that mess is not the only job of council. A world-class library sends a powerful message. We believe in this city's potential. We are building a link for our community to access a brighter future. It is a salute to the democratic process, an investment in the next generation of Wellingtonians. And truly, I don't think a plaque on a sewerage pipe is the same as an enduring legacy of a public library. I know I'm being facetious. Sewerage is important too. Now, literacy. It's not just about the ability to read and write. It is the ability to decode political, social, economic, technological, and environmental systems. To unlock these codes, you need to access trusted information, a place where hate speech and freedom of speech are clearly defined and understood, where difficult questions can be explored without recrimination, religion, language, sexuality, gender, race, culture. You know, there are actually cultures around the world that believe lying is more heinous than murder, because lying unravels the whole fabric of society. And you only have to look at the recent Brexit debate and the US elections to see how people have difficulty in discerning fact from fiction. Britain and the US are countries that have reduced libraries' resources through cutbacks and closures and commercialised spaces or privatised library networks. In the process, democracy is being eroded. Free and equitable access to trusted information, like that provided by public libraries, is critical for healthy debate. So I'll say it again. Literacy is not just about reading and writing. It's also about the ability to decode systems of disinformation, and that is becoming more and more important. Now, I know that I only listed 3 things.
Hilary, with respect, you will need to wrap up shortly.
Loneliness distorts reality. It drives people to very dark places. It makes them tunnel visioned and susceptible to erroneous belief. It feeds anger, exposes vulnerability, and drives destructive behaviour towards oneself or others, or worse, to the brink of despair. Online odium, fear-mongering, trolling, suicide, and mass murders. Now, my last words are simply these. The UK broadcaster, journalist and author James O'Brien has written a book called How Not to Be Wrong. I've just read it. He's described as the social conscious of Britain today, and he says, why have a mind if you can't change it?
Thank you, Hilary. I think we might need to wrap up that.
So I'm here today to ask you, please change your minds. Mate mato ka ora ai tatou, kia ora rawa atu. Good luck
Thank
with it
you.
all.
Thank you very much. So we're moving on now to Gen Zero. We've got Aaron Whitefoot and Maddie McPhee. And just to remind people that I know 5 minutes goes really quickly, but if you do have spare time left over, there usually are questions.
Kia ora koutou. Ata Marie. And so Generation Zero is here to urge the Wellington City Council to remove the loan, the $75 million loan to the airport from the budget, and to take a clear stance that Wellington City is committed to its climate obligations. So I'm not going to go into details about why climate action is urgent, because you already know that. You've already voted to declare a climate emergency. We're sitting in an ambulance, the sirens are on, the lights are blaring. So I'm not going to go into details about what we need to do next, because you've already written down that we're going to reach zero carbon, net carbon by 2050. We already have this plan. So I'm just here to point out, we're just here to point out what climate action is, or more specifically, what climate action isn't. Now, providing cheap loans to fossil fuel industries is more or less the exact opposite of climate action. So we need to remove this loan from the budget. It's not only completely inconsistent with Wellington City Council's previous declarations and goals, but it's a betrayal of the 92% of Wellingtonians who said that they wanted climate action no matter what. So about 11% of Wellington's emissions come from air flights, but even more alarming is the trajectory that the emissions from flights are taking. So in the last couple of decades, emissions from a sector increased 45% in Wellington. Now the goal of the airport is to continue on this trajectory, and that's completely inconsistent with Wellington's goals. We're never going to meet our climate objectives if we continue to support this unsustainable trajectory of more flights.
Yeah, we've seen the catastrophic effects of kicking the can down the road generation after generation. You will have noticed some beautiful unexpected fountains in the street lately, that our water network is showing us how desperately we can't afford to just keep putting things off to the next generation. Every dollar we put into fossil fuels now is just so much more money that the next generations are going to have to try and pull out of it and rebuild. And we just think this money could be so much better spent on climate solutions, like fully funding the Te Atakura plan that you know, why make it if you're not going to do it? And fully funding the full cycle waste plan and not the proposed reduced option that there's been murmurings about. So yes, we think this money could be much better put into climate solutions rather than kicking the problem down the road yet again.
Happy to take questions.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think I had a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Anyway, there we go. Thank you. Can I just check, is the natural extension of your position that we shouldn't have an airport in Wellington, or is your objection that the council's providing a loan for protection of the seawalls, or the extension? What is? Yeah, I'm just interested.
So there's a big difference between investing in growing infrastructure and just not, and and taking it away. So right now, we've got to move back. We've got a lot of steps, big steps to take forward. And by supporting the airport, we're taking a big step backwards. So we're not saying demolish the airport tomorrow. We're saying cheap loans to the airport to grow and grow just means in the future we're going to have to spend more money on divestment. And future councils are going to have an even bigger job to undo all that investment that we've put into the airport.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thanks. So many questions. I guess just to build on what Councillor Fitzsimons said, we're also underwriting the WOW month, I think it is, which encourages thousands and thousands of people to travel from parts of New Zealand and usually internationally to Wellington, which has a massive carbon footprint. Is it your position then that we should shut down all of these sorts of opportunities that our retailers and our businesses are asking for us in order to reduce the carbon footprint?
We think that we should be providing options for those people other than flying, like interregional rail, like you say, for the foreseeable future. It will just be our domestic market that will be travelling here. And I think so many people feel they have no choice but to fly to do these things. But if there were other more feasible options for them, I think that's really what we're after at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. That's brought us nicely to the end of your time. Thank you for your kōrero. We now have the International Climate Safe Travel Society, Tom Binion. So welcome, Tom.
Me te tepu tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Tom Binion, and I've got some slides, but only a few, I think.
We may just take...
Let me just introduce myself. Wellington lawyer, member of this institute, former, because of the COVID cuts, former part-time lecturer at Victoria University. One of my former students is sitting at your council table. The Climate Safe Travel Institute took a group of university students up to Auckland in 2018, had a mediation with the Auckland International Airport about their runway extension. And we've got a mediated result out of that. There's research coming out of that. So we've been involved in airport extensions and expansions before. Just the couple of key points I want to make today is, and I was hoping my slide would show this, the next slide, third slide actually, next one, after that. Thanks.
There's a clicker on the...
Yes, there is too. I wanted to show you this. It's my understanding that your draft 10-year plan had the airport runway extension down as item 1083. It now appears in this budget as 1083 airport seawalls. If that is the case, and this is how you are doing business, it is deceitful. It breaches all of the standards of good consultation. So I just bring that to your attention. I'm also making the point that if this is the way you do your climate assessments, that you make one of your most fundamental investments that affect climate change in the next 10 years in this manner, in this deceitful manner, then I think you've got a problem with process. Coming to the next slide. Oh, that's me too, isn't it? I can do that again. Where do I point? Right. So here's the 3,200 days. Oops. Here's the 3,200 days that you have until 2030. Now, by 2030, as you'll know, because you've committed to net zero by 2050, you need a 45% reduction at least. That's the same sentence as there in the SR15 report. And you're going to start funding the airport extension close to the end of those 3,200 days. Seems crazy. This is a report 2009. My personal involvement here was simply in 2009 going, listen, off the planes, it's a climate emergency, right? The response from the airport at that time, or from Air New Zealand, was our focus is firmly on utilising science and technology. We believe calls for people to radically change their lifestyles and withdraw from the use of modern technology is unlikely to be successful. Well, what's happened? That's how it started. Here's how it's going. So Airbus is saying, listen, we just sold 863 planes. There's 740 million tonnes of emissions there. And Airbus is saying, listen, we'll get you your first carbon zero aircraft in 2035. You can't meet these deadlines with technology. But look what also has happened. Here's Air New Zealand, Mr. Luxon, soon to be, leader of the National Party or something, saying, listen, what we want to do as Air New Zealand, we know biofuels are no good, they've made that statement, we want to make this Switzerland, not Cancun. We want to cut down the numbers of people coming here. This is your biggest user of your airport, right? So that's what's changed, not the technology. What is also changing is this, which is your tourism report from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. Simon Upton, right, the guy who puts through the RMA in 1991. National Party guy, solid business guy, Mr. Luxon. Perhaps they'll make a great duo later on. But what he's saying is, listen, taxes around the world for climate taxes are happening for airports. That's what's going up. So the change is tax for air travel, and airlines saying we're going to concentrate on smaller numbers. So what you've got a problem here. If you're going to fund the airport, you're going to have a problem with climate justice, because what you're starting to do is in the middle of the city, you're creating a wealth enclave for those that can afford it, while the rest of the country is working hard on lower emissions. And believe me, if you take a night bus to Auckland, you already know that communities of colour out there are the low carbon people. They're the low carbon society that's operating right now. They need support. That's where we need to be going, not on a trajectory that says you'll have a wealth centre in the middle of Wellington for people who want to travel by air in 2030. Thanks very much.
Tom, that's excellent timing, but unfortunately we don't have time for questions, but thank you very much. Very interesting. We now welcome Guardians of the Bays, Tim Jones, to the podium. Thank you, Tim.
Kia ora koutou. So my name's Tim Jones. I'm here to represent Guardians of the Bays, which is an incorporated society formed in 2013 that represents over 500 concerned individuals. We were formed to oppose Wellington Airport's runway extension plans, and we continue to oppose them, along with Wellington Airport's current plans to expand its land area and take more land away from the eastern suburbs. Many of our members live in the eastern suburbs, but by no means all of them. Now, we were pleased to hear the Mayor say in 2019 that he was opposed to Wellington City Council funding an airport runway extension. And we've been encouraged by various other councillors assuring us that no money for an airport runway extension would be included in the draft long-term plan. So, when we discover that this does not appear to be the case, and following on from the previous submitters, council officials appear to have disguised the runway extension funding as an
Point of order. I'm sorry. I don't think it's appropriate even for public participants to accuse our officers of disguising their intent.
I withdraw that in that case.
Thank you, Tim. Carry on.
I've unmuted. Is that what you're looking for?
We're extremely unhappy both at the broken promises and that the idea that WCC has yet again been taken for a ride by Wellington International Airport Limited. Let me remind you why a runway extension is a really bad idea. First and foremost, we are in a climate and ecological emergency, as Wellington City Council recognised in 2019. Wellington Airport is responsible for around 20% of the city's emissions, and its relentless appetite for car parking fees means that it's responsible for a proportion of land transport emissions. Yet Wellington Airport still wants to almost double its passenger numbers. COVID appears to have only delayed their ambition to do that by 2040. In a climate emergency, that's insane. There is no short or medium-term prospect of commercial aviation becoming sustainable. More flights and bigger planes mean more emissions, which makes it even harder for Wellington to meet the emissions reduction goals that this council has agreed and which Guardians of the Bay supports. But a runway extension would also be very bad for the local environment and would lead to massive increases in noise and construction traffic, both near the airport and throughout Wellington. A runway extension is a bad idea anyway. It is utterly unacceptable in a climate emergency. Wellington City Council should have no part in funding it, however the funding is described in the long-term plan. It's time that Wellington City Council stopped giving more money to the airport to expand or to extend its runway. At Guardians of the Bays, we say enough. Please take that $75 million out of the long-term plan and instead focus on the part of your job, which is to regulate the airport and stop it swallowing up more of the city, more of the air, more of the land and the sea. A final point. Wellington International Airport Limited is represented on the Te Aotearoa Steering Committee. The airport company has shown that what they care about is expanding, extending and increasing their emissions. We suggest that they do not have a place on a group that is supposed to be focused on reducing the city's emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have time for a quick question. Councillor Rush.
Thanks very much, Tim. Yeah, very, very quickly. You mentioned about the airport's interest in expanding. That's to respond to market demand. So is that a signal perhaps that people of New Zealand want to continue flying?
What I would say is that the airport has a bunch of projections that it has relied on for many years that are pre-COVID, pre-climate emergency and do not respond to the current situation.
Thank you, Tim. That was very interesting and fitted quite well into your 5 minutes, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'd like to now invite up to the podium, no-fly zone, Benoit Pett. Thank you.
Morena, everyone. I am Benoit Pett from No-Fly Zone and the eastern suburbs. Making a submission against the runway extension, also known as a seawall. I'd like to start by saying how crazy it is in March 2021, in a climate emergency, to still be talking about a runway extension. So I'd like to start by saying that as a business, it is not surprising the airport is trying to push for an extension, but they wouldn't want to spend so much money in the like of a few $100 million without the hope to make up for that money and have a return on investment. More money for the airport means more planes coming in and out, means more emissions. Runway extension, more emissions. So in the first 2.0 implementation plan, we learned three things. The first one is that 92% of Wellingtonians want a reduction on emission, want action on climate change, no matter what. That's in there. That's a council report. Okay? We also learned that if we enroll the 28 actions that are listed in the report, we will still fail to deliver the reduction emissions that are being set in the report. So we want 43% reduction by 2030. This report only achieved 14%. The third thing we are learning in this report is that the airport is actually in the too hard basket. That's page 20. Just too hard. So what it says basically is that if we allow these runway extensions, the already extremely hard and deceiving outcomes that this report can potentially deliver will be even more jeopardized. Therefore, if we want to satisfy the desire of 92% of Wellingtonians, there is obviously no question that, I mean, it's very obvious what has to be done. On the eastern side, I'd like to talk about a little bit of the adverse effects that we're experiencing. I mean, Wellington is one of the very few cities in the world where the airport is right in the middle of it. It's historical, accepted. There's also a reason. The reason is because living next to an airport has a significant adverse effect for the nearby suburbs, whether it's land grab, whether it's air pollution, whether it's traffic. And the runway extension or the expansion south, or east, sorry, is only going to exacerbate that. So as a community, we are exhausted to be constantly under the pressure of this neighbor who claim to be good, but in its act only demonstrate days after day that actually have no interest in being the so-said good neighbor. It's exhausting that we're not getting the support we need and we demand from this council to fight the expansion. I think it's important that before we allow for any growth of the airport, we need to suddenly put a cap on the adverse effects it's putting on the community, on the suburbs, whether again it's noise, whether it's air pollution and traffic. Once we've managed the adverse effect, once we've created a framework to contain them, then perhaps we can look at an expansion. So what are we asking for? We're asking for two things. The plain and simple removal of any support, financial or operational, that is given to the runway extension and, as a matter of fact, to any expansion until such time flying is sustainable. We also ask that an inquiry is being made internally to understand how a runway extension has been renamed a seawall. This is important. It's taken a lot of time out of considerous time, out of the public, to understand why. What was the seawall story? And it's only because we've been digging and spending a lot of time to understand what was behind that we figured it was actually the runway extension, just with a different name. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Ben. Just briefly, I wonder if you could talk about the impact on the local community in Lyall Bay or Miramar suburbs of an extra airport extension.
Yeah. Well, it's very briefly. There's been a decade-long fight led by my predecessor to have noise control burnt into the district plan, and the reason being that the airport was just before the district plan actually contained limits on the aircraft noise. We're actually running tests of planes, plane engines in the middle of the night, and thanks to that hard work that was done in the past, there has been some constraint around this framework. The impact on noise, it's significantly impacting health, the well-being of the people who live in the vicinity, and it's not like a marginal, distant noise. I mean, as you know, taking off and landing is actually extremely noisy activity. Taxiing is extremely noisy as well. So noise, and obviously for the community of today and the community of tomorrow, we are obviously interested to ensure that there's no more pollution and support for climate change.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry we've run out of time. And Councillor Rush, I gave the opportunity to Councillor O'Neill because you had quite a few questions. Right, so we're moving on now. Thank you, Benoit. We're moving on now to Bernard Hickey. Is Bernard here? Oh, on Zoom. Welcome, Bernard. Bernard is speaking on behalf of Bernard Hickey's Journalism Limited. You have 5 minutes, and you need to, if you want questions, you need to actually leave a little bit of time within that 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou katoa, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this. I'm speaking to you from Waikato University, where I'm just in the middle of listening to a speech by the Reserve Bank Governor, Adrian Orr, talking about how many bonds he is buying, government bonds and local government bonds. And I wanted to make some points about council debt limits in the context of how the environment has changed for interest rates, for inflation, and for the outlook for council borrowing. Because I understand there is a 225% limit on revenue to debt, which is one of the factors restraining or being factored into decisions being made in this long-term plan. Now, currently, I still don't understand why the Wellington Council has a 225% limit. I've been told by others at the local government funding agency that this is a hangover from previous limits adopted many years ago. Actually, the LGFA has recently reset the limit at 300%. And that's because interest rates are lower, New Zealand's credit quality is better. And it turns out there's an awful lot of people right around the world and in New Zealand who want to buy these council bonds. I want to try and explain today why that is and try and shake some of those fears that some people have about councils borrowing money to fix the infrastructure for their people and their businesses, and try and perhaps push back at those who are saying that the debt is the main concern and is something we should all worry about to the point of cutting services or selling assets. So I just wanted to show you, and hopefully you'll be able to see this, or I can share it with you. Let me just flick this up now. This is a chart I am going to share with you now. I hope you can see all that. That is a chart showing what's happened to interest rates for local government bonds in the last year. You can see they've dropped from around about 1.5% to more like 0.5% in the last year. And you can see a spike there around the beginning of March. That is where COVID-19 struck and the global bond markets went into a bit of a meltdown. Immediately, central banks all around the world jumped in and bought government bonds to calm those markets down and then to push interest rates lower. So the Reserve Bank here in New Zealand has been buying government bonds and local government bonds for most of the last year. In fact, when you look at how much has been issued, the local government funding agency has issued $2 billion worth of council bonds. The Reserve Bank has actually bought 1.75 billion of those. The Reserve Bank has promised to buy $100 billion worth of government and council bonds, and it is barely halfway through its borrowing program. It repeated again last week and again this morning that it plans to continue to complete that program to keep interest rates low. What does that mean for you? It means there is enormous demand for your bonds at very low interest rates, not just here, but all around the world. And I wanted to show you just how much. This is the chart, if you look at the blue lines in particular, which shows you the scale of the bond buying. Some people call it money printing, quantitative easing around the world in terms of percentage points of GDP. So since the onset of COVID, America has printed and bought nearly 8% of GDP, Switzerland and New Zealand right up there. Effectively, central banks need governments, central and local, to spend money, to borrow money, to help them solve their issues. Now, I just wanted to show you again the scale of it. Central banks have, in the last 7 or 8 months, bought nearly $7 trillion worth of bonds. And that, for me, is part of the reason why interest rates are so low and are likely to stay low. I just also wanted to frame this particular issue as a problem created for councils by the central government and by ratepayers and taxpayers generally, who have come to worry about debts, put limit on debt, and in effect have starved this country of infrastructure investment. However,
Bernard, I just need to remind you that you're actually nearly out of time, so could you please wrap it up quite quickly?
Sure. Essentially, the central government unleashed a huge amount of migration, which councils have to pay a huge amount for but don't get the benefits. And the government and LGFA should be allowing you to borrow more, and councils should look to borrow more, at least up to that 300% debt limit.
Okay, thank you, and apologies, but we are out of time. But thank you very much.
Thanks for that,
Bernard. Okay. Right, we now have Sue Boyd. Sue, welcome to the podium.
Hello, I'm a member of Extinction Rebellion, Te Whanganui Atara, and I'm speaking about this $75 million loan to the Wellington International Airport Limited. We did a zombie protest at Wellington Airport 2 years ago against this zombie runway extension, and here we are again. The runway extension is deeply unpopular with many groups of Wellingtonians. It's also deeply inappropriate in that we are currently in a climate emergency. Wellington Airport seemed to shelve it, but it pops out now with this huge budget for seawall strengthening, which, as Tom Benyon pointed out, is the same budget item code as the runway extension. A Wellington Airport staffer on their open day said, once you've done the seawall, you might as well go on to the runway extension. Clever, not clever. Wellington Airport's expansion plans are based on a doubling of passengers from 2019 to 2040. But it seems very likely that COVID won't be gone till 2025 at the earliest, and then air travel will be crushed by emission cuts and charges. There is no such thing as sustainable aircraft fuel for long-haul flights. Some have said hydrogen, but it will take 2/3 of New Zealand's electricity output to make hydrogen to power New Zealand's domestic aviation only, and we'll need all our renewable power for necessities. Some say SAF, which is the airline industry's wonder fuel, sustainable airline fuel. It is 50% fossil fuel, so not sustainable, and 50% biofuel, which requires destroying forests or taking over food production areas, so not sustainable. Yes, carbon prices are due to rise to the point where aviation powered by fossil fuel or SAF will become untenable. Wellington Airport may continue to operate as an airport for short-range electric flights, but their expansion plans will be a big waste of money for an operation of that small size. You heard it here first. The real solution for international travel will be sailing passenger ships. Now, Wellington City Council, I do believe you have far more pressing needs for this $75 million, like the cycleways and the drains and the library. Get onto it. Any questions are welcome.
All right, I think we did have one from Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Sue. So our briefing is that the money, if ever is spent, is on to strengthen seawalls which protect the road and stormwater network in and around Lyell Bay and the parts of the Miramar Peninsula. So what do you just say to those people who will be affected by the lack of a stable seawall?
Well, the runway extension budget was $300 million, and this seawall strengthening is $75 million. Maybe we've had rampant inflation in the meantime, but it really seems like this is a large chunk of the runway extension budget and probably more than is needed for strengthening seawalls. But let's face it, we're going to have an ongoing challenge with rising sea levels and eroding roads, the road out to the airport and such like. So we're going to have to spend a bit of money on that. Not necessarily, though, to spend it on runway extensions.
Yeah, thanks.
Are there any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. You've been very clear, and thank you. We will move on to the Living Wage Wellington. I think we have Marlon.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name's Gina Lockyer. I am the chair of the Living Wage National Governance Board, and I just want to acknowledge you councillors today that it is a big day, so thank you very much for having 5 minutes for us to give feedback on a small but mighty amendment. I'm here today with Te Mana Okanga, TEU, NZUSA, ETU, VUSA, Students for Living Wage, PSA, and of course our faith, community and union groups that can't be with us here today. Councillors, last time we visited you, we discussed including the living wage in the Council's procurement strategy, and we were pleased to hear that you voted unanimously in support. It was great news, and it shows a council that follows through on its commitments and is really leading the way in Aotearoa. But I'd also like you to cast your mind back to before you were elected this term. At the Living Wage Election Forum at St Peter's on Willis in 2019, you were asked, will you commit to developing a plan to adopt the living wage in all council venues and projects? And will you commit to working with Living Wage Wellington to create a living wage city? And that's why we're here today, councillors. We support Councillor Matthews' amendment to the long-term plan, which is include an additional $300,000 per annum to the grants fund for the specific allocation by the committee to enable non-council events organisers in Wellington City to apply to be living wage events. This amendment is a great step forward towards the commitments many of you made at that forum. The Living Wage supports this amendment for the following reasons. The amendment is another way for you as council to show leadership, to follow through on your commitments and to work towards becoming a living wage city. Should this fund become a reality, it's a way for event organisers to be introduced to the living wage and the experience of hiring workers and contractors on this wage. An opportunity to apply for a grant to top up wages is one way to remove a barrier to paying the living wage. This will give organisers of events the courage to dip their toes in with some backing and see what's possible. And in our movement, we've learned that when employers or organisers or businesses take that first step, it always tends to stick. This grant, of course, will also mean more money in the pockets of skilled Wellingtonians who make our events possible, often those in precarious or part-time work. Lots of different people will benefit from this, from those who set the stage or set a gallery, the ones behind the scenes at our recreation or sports events, and the people that keep us safe at festivals and gatherings. You'll know that many of these workers and contractors have been affected by COVID-19, so the chance to work at a living wage rate will serve in their recovery and Wellington's recovery. It will also show what their important work is really worth for the next 10 years. Wellingtonians who organise events in our communities, they want to do something positive for Wellingtonians, and being able to pay a living wage will really be able them to do this with integrity. Now, we understand that there will be criteria developed alongside this fund, and we're happy to work alongside you with the fine print. But getting the amendment added to the long-term plan is a great start. As per the council website, the grants are available for community groups and projects to help make our city a better place. This amendment fulfills this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if we have any questions or not. I didn't think I saw any hands. But so thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you. So moving on, we've got core conversations with Jane O'Shea and Peter Smeaton. Welcome.
Hi. I want to talk about consistency. In a representative democracy, candidates form their platform and people vote on that. And I went to lots and lots of where you talked about and got answered questions about what your platform was. And then I have seen you vote against it. Representative democracy cannot work when you have a change inside your mind. It only happens when you stick to the platform that you were voted for. It's a huge disappointment that so many of you are gone against the platform that you put yourself forward on. Talking about consistency again, I came to when you declared a climate change emergency. You voted for it. Only one person didn't. And you said that you were going to look at all your decisions through a climate change lens. You're not doing that. You're making decisions outside of that. Putting money towards supporting an extension to an airport. Cutting money from cycleways. This is not consistent with a climate change emergency. You didn't declare a climate change worry or a climate change concern. You declared a climate change emergency, which means you do everything you can. The next thing I want to talk about is this idea of perpetual growth. To extend an airport means that you've bought into the myth of perpetual growth. We all know it can't exist. It can't go on. So you put forward a business case on what you know in the past. We're ahead of us, and it's already started this huge change. And the change is going to mean that people are going to start looking at their carbon footprint. The social license to have a high carbon footprint is going to change. And you want to support something that is predicated on growth? To me, that's irresponsible. And it's certainly not looking at things through a climate change emergency. The next thing I want to talk about is where you spend money on your infrastructure. Stick to your knitting. You know, libraries, pipes that work. Those are the things, I tried to find out whether you have a constitution or something that tells you what a council is absolutely responsible for and what is nice to have. I couldn't find it. If any of you have it, please send it to me or write one, for goodness sake, because you guys keep on going off in all kinds of weird ways that don't make sense to somebody sitting out there looking at our council through a climate change lens. And I think that's all I've got to say. I will leave the rest up to my husband. Thank you.
We divvied this up between us. I guess, again, it's a matter of consistency for me. I've just been poring through the Climate Change Commission's documentation sets and looking at the proposed cuts, the proposed targets for government in the coming periods. And they're quite significant cuts. They're clearly not deep enough, and they're not deep enough in relationship to our commitments in relationship to other countries and the actual deep cuts that are actually necessary. However, at least it's a genuine structure and framework with which to achieve progress. And of course they address the whole area of aeroplane flights and stuff like that. And aeroplanes are very difficult because they're uniquely fossil fuel intensive and intensive use of carbon per passenger. And they don't really have an answer in that report. But as a matter of consistency, why are we presuming that there's going to be endless growth in this area, needing an extension to the airport and increased capacity? So, and earlier Sue actually mentioned the whole thing of there being no satisfactory replacement for carbon fuel for the time being that's actually realistic. I love it when they name something with like sustainable air fuel or whatever it is. They actually name the thing that doesn't exist with desirable properties. It's like calling this thing a seawall. It's marketing and cunning spin at work. The next thing I just wanted to talk about was the physical infrastructure around the airport. Wellington Airport is one of the, dozen or so trickiest airports in the world to get into. It's a short runway, blah, blah, blah. And it's a brutal runway in that if you have an overrun in Christchurch, I'm not too worried. You bust through a fence, maybe go over a road or something, but the plane's going to hang together. Same in Auckland. Wellington, you go off either end of that runway or off to the side, and the plane breaks up, and it's real bad stuff. So it's an airport that is not it's not a nice airport. It's not a good location for an airport. So why not? It just seems ridiculous to try and extend it in the face of that just physical reality. I know you could say that would give it a little bit more leeway, runoff room, but that's not the real story, is it? What we're actually talking about is being able to bring in new classes of heavier and longer runway requiring aircraft. And so that's the real thing here. So there's just a whole thing of suitability and pushing against the very boundaries of the properties of the place that we live in. This tiny little hill surrounded.
Peter, just to say that you will need to wrap up if you don't mind, because we're getting towards the end of your time.
We had 5 minutes each, didn't we? Oh, good. All right. Well, sea level rise and just, you know, Infratil doesn't have Wellington's interests at its heart. It's in the interests of its shareholders. So keep that in mind as well. Thank you. Time goes fast when you're having fun.
It does actually when you're at the podium. Thank you very much. That was fulsome, and I think we got a good sense of where your points were. Right, well, we're actually going to break now for 15 minutes for morning tea. And just a reminder that anyone who's visiting with us, or, you know, of course, you're welcome to partake of a cup of coffee and that I'm going to invite up is Todd Morton from Easy Swim's Swim School. Welcome, Todd.
Good morning. Thank you. Yeah, I'm Todd from Easy Swim School. Just a bit about who we are. I've just got a couple of points to make about lane hire and pool access. So we operate out of Kandala School Pool. We started there in 2006. We also use Tawa School, Johnsonville, Ruarua and Plymouton. A couple of those pools, Ruarua and Kandala, have benefited from the Wellington City Council School Pool Partnership Fund, which we appreciate. We also run a number of school programs out of outdoor school pools and assist around 17 schools to run their school swimming sports every year. We're lucky enough since 2014 to have access to Freiburg Pool on a Sunday. We hire 2 lanes there and run a program for about 7 hours. It's been really beneficial for us. It allows us to progress kids to the big pool and then move them on to swimming clubs. So in those programs, we also run Weet-Bix, sort of pre-Weet-Bix training sessions for kids, and we've just been signed off to deliver and bring back Royal Life-Saving Society type qualifications. So that's the old school bronze medallion, bronze cross, that sort of stuff, which has sort of gone out of fashion. So now the issue we just wanted to raise was from the meeting on February 18th, it's proposed that council lane hire for commercial operators will increase from $16.40 to $30. This is quite an increase for us. And we note that other pool users, the increase is around 5%. Now, for us to go up 83% just seems a bit out of whack. And it's something I'd sort of like the council to have another look at. I was hoping to talk to you a bit more individually about. Yeah, it's a big increase, and businesses had some challenges lately. Minimum wage increases, we've got sick leave doubling coming up, another public holiday, and we just didn't expect to get such a disproportionate increase in our lane hire there. And I just sort of prudent to highlight how it's already a bit of a win-win for private business and the council there. When we have our around 90 kids going in there, based on a 75% attendance rate, that's $240 on the door that the council's getting for no real extra effort, extra cost, $270 in lane hire. So each of these things for a pool budget, it's around 10K each, which is, I think, good money. And pre-COVID, we had around 130 swimmers swimming then, so it was better. So it's working quite well at the moment. And yeah, like I said, just that increase is quite disproportionate to other pool users, and we'd just like that reconsidered. And further, just to my second point, if you're interested in increasing money, we've got some ideas, and think that, you know, another approach to getting more money into the pool budget would be to increase usage. And over the past few years, I've contacted a number of councillors, and you've been very helpful, thank you, just around looking at spaces at councils and council pools that are not heavily used by the public, and wondering, could we have access there? Bit of a win-win. Tawa Council Pool, for example, Saturday afternoon, there's 4 lane swimming lanes. It's not heavily used, in my opinion. We could hire 2 of that, and that's really ideally what we want. If we did a 4-hour stint, we would be able to replicate a similar situation to what we have there at Freiburg. 4 hours, if we got that up to capacity, which could take some time, again, it would be bringing in around $20,000 per annum to the council through door entry and lane hire. It also allows us then to provide those extra services to the community out there. Like I said, we want to do Royal Life-Saving programs, and that's something not currently available by any swim school to the community. That would be available to primary school kids and college kids. So, yeah, that's our points today. We're just that 83% increase is too much. If you reconsider, we'd appreciate that. And I would love to talk to you about other ways to get more kids.
So we do have a question.
Great.
The question is from Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, thanks for that, Todd. That 83% increase in lane hire that you mentioned, I'm assuming you have discussed this with officers, and if so, what was the justification given or explanation given to you?
I haven't. It was only really the question raised by Councillor Condi last meeting. I think it was something along the lines of it's in the public good. That was, I don't know quite what that means.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. That's been very useful for us to hear.
Thank you.
So moving on, we will have Lynn Cadenhead via Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm here representing Wellington City Council's Environmental Reference Group, and I'll be very quick because I've got 4 topics to cover. The first is page 25, money set aside for airport seawalls. Our problem is that it's one of the problems is one line in an operating budget with no explanation that we could find. It's hard to understand exactly what it is, so more explanation is needed for transparency. If the money is for expanding the airport or assisting with an airport runway expansion, it's totally contradictory to Wellington City Council's declaration of a climate emergency. If it is going to involve expanding the airport and involves reclamation and damage to the coastal environment, it's also contradictory to the declaration of an ecological emergency. And I'd like to point out the area between the end of the runway and Moa Point is home to a breeding population of naturally vulnerable banded dotterels. And this population is of significance to Wellington City. So if the money is for an airport extension, we think it should be withdrawn. Second topic is water meters. No money appears to have been set aside to start installing water meters or even to do a more detailed business case analysis. We understand Wellington Water has done a regional business case. We've been told 30% of Wellington's water is lost through leaks from the city's pipes. It's far cheaper in the long run to find these leaks than to build a new reservoir or a new treatment system. And the only efficient way to fix these leaks and find them is through water meters. So we think that some money needs to be put into the system to start the water meter process. Next topic, weed control. There's ongoing money for weed control, but we have noticed that the weeds seem to be getting out of control, and more targeted money is needed for control of problem weeds, especially climbers like old man's beard and banana passion fruit. So we'd like a bit more money in the system for weed control. And finally, water sensitive urban design. Around page 47, it says as part of development planning and major renewal and upgrade work in the city, we also encourage and will adopt as a council implementation of water sensitive urban design solutions to minimise impact of stormwater runoff. And it also says we will be adopting regulatory and non-regulatory measures to increase the uptake of water-sensitive design in new developments. We think water-sensitive urban design is absolutely critical in a growing city, and some money needs to be put in the system for staff time to put something into the new district plan and to ensure that all council projects have water-sensitive urban design. Now, I can stop there?
Yes,
or I
think we do have quite a few questions. So if Vanessa, is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so I think we've got Councillor Foon and Councillor Paul, is that right?
No, sorry.
Oh. Okay, we'll sort that in a minute. Okay, so we've got Councillor Rush.
Just on your last point, I just say I have checked with officers and we have got capacity to implement the sorts of things you're talking about in regard to water-sensitive urban design.
Wonderful.
It's meant to be questions, but not to worry. Are there other questions? Okay, the Mayor.
Lynn, thank you, and thank you for all the work you do. Would you be happy if the water metering conversation is part of the conversation which we are going to have with the community later on this year as part of the government's reform process, where they're thinking about putting, major amalgamating all the water assets, etc., into large organisations, 3 or 4 of them across the country, will have whatever number there will be?
I can't answer on behalf of the reference group because obviously we haven't discussed that exact point, but my answer would be no. You put it in there, and if the government funds it, then that's wonderful. You've got some spare money in your system.
That wasn't quite what I meant. What I meant is that it is almost inevitable that any major organisations like that are going to have to use some form of charging mechanism, water meters being the obvious one.
Sorry, I'm not sure what your question is.
I'm just saying, would you be comfortable that the conversation with the community is part of that wider conversation?
Oh, yes. I think so.
Yep.
But I think it needs to be recognised that water metering is needed if you're going to overcome the leaking system.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. That's very helpful. Thanks for your presentation. So we'll be moving on now to Helene Ritchie.
Kia ora koutou katoa. First of all, I want to thank those councillors who replied to me with intelligent discussion. It was great. Today I'm really asking you to move a very simple and harmless amendment, which would mean a lot to the public, because it would mean that you would be consulting in a legal way, in a fair way, with open minds. The amendment you have before you, it should have been given out, is very clear. It simply asks that the $81.9 million project for the library be clearly and specifically in the long-term plan alongside the $178.7 million project. I want to be very clear that the public have never, ever, this is the first time that the public have been asked within the context, and you yourselves, within the context of the total budget. What we're facing in Wellington is a significant impact from this project and others. And as you know, you will be putting up a rates take of 14% or thereabouts, maybe more, maybe a little bit less. But many individuals, houses, homeowners, residents and so on will be facing a rates increase far greater because of their valuations, and they will be shocked. And they will be shocked with this council. So I stand accusing this council, if it cannot do what I'm suggesting, of having closed minds. In fact, I was quite surprised in some of those intelligent conversations that I had that councillors said, we've made up our minds. If you've made up your minds in relation to the LTP and in relation to this major project, then I am, and many, many others, are very offended. Why are you asking us our view? Why are you consulting with us if you've made up your minds? And I want to say that there is legal precedent in relation to consultation processes which ensure, or must ensure, that you have open minds. And it's very clear that you don't have. You must allow us, the public, to give you your view, our views. So the question that you are putting to us today is, what can we, the public, afford with our rates? That's the simple question, really. Give us a chance to answer that. And as many of you said in your election campaigns or whatever you had, you said you would listen to us. I am brief because I want to give you the opportunity if you want to ask me questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Helene. We do have Councillor Rush. Is there anyone else that would like to ask questions, though, because he's had a fair crack? So I think I will let you have a quick question, Councillor Rush, and then we'll have Councillor
I'm just concerned about, so do you think we should be putting all the options back into the LTP consultation document?
I don't believe that that's appropriate at this stage. I believe that the council, and I'm clear that the council has made an in-principle decision to save the library. So I don't think it's appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Pannett.
So I just did look at the survey results. This option had 6 and 7% respectively in the consultation. Do you accept that there was low public support for this option?
Absolutely not. And I would be very concerned if that is in your document, one. And two, Councillor, you have been one who has been a strong advocate for consultation and for listening to the people. I would suggest that you, as one, should support the amendment and ensure that your colleagues do as well.
Okay, the Mayor.
Yeah, Helene, look, thank you, but mine follows on from Iona's question, because we did do a consultation which was specifically about the options and then said we will put whichever was the preferred option into the long-term plan, which is exactly what we're doing. The conversation now really is, do we do it or not at all? And I think that Wellingtonians have said they want to do that, but we're open-minded to that. But surely we've had the consultation. It was a special consultation.
What is your question, sorry?
Well, my question is, didn't we do a special consultation? We did a survey. We did, we had 1,400 odd submissions, and people were very, very clear that they wanted a resilient option, whether that was a new build or an existing. And we've chosen an option.
That's the question.
The question is, surely haven't we made that decision?
No, because you haven't asked us or yourselves about the impact in relation to the long-term plan. You're involved at the moment in a long-term plan consultation process. You have not made the decision yet.
So
but
Helen,
you believe you have. If you wouldn't mind, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, Helen, if you were going to do that, then surely you put all 5 options back in, which is what Councillor Rush suggested.
I'm here to make this submission.
Yeah, but with all due respect, we have run out of time. So thank you very much for your submission. And I will move on to Parents for Climate, Aotearoa, Alicia Hall, via Zoom.
Kia ora koutou katoa. It's quite amusing. The planes are flying over at the moment, so I may disappear. So I will keep this brief, which is quite ironic given what I'm going to talk about. Thank you for your time today. I wish to speak to the long-term plan, specifically the Wellington Airport loan and the proposed library cuts. We're in the middle of a global pandemic and climate crisis. Before spending $75 million on the airport, we would expect to see risk assessment re the long-term viability and the community impacts. Transport makes up over half of Wellington's emissions, and aviation is a significant chunk of that. It makes a mockery of the Te Atukura plan if we are investing public funds in the airport to expand. We've done surveys that show an overwhelming 98% of parents experience anxiety over climate change and a lack of leadership in this area. Which brings me to the library and our frustration that we have to spend yet again unpaid emotional and mental labour to continuously fight for our kids to be able to walk and cycle safely, to have access to up-to-date libraries, clean air, safer streets, affordable social housing, clean water, active and public transport infrastructure, and for the Wellington City Council to use a long-term climate lens on all their decision-making, including climate resilience. The idea of cutting funding to the library, which is one of the very few equitable spaces in society, is abhorrent. Many of our families heavily rely on libraries, especially now in times of uncertainty. Access to different ideas, perspectives, cultures, new amazing worlds that delight, thrill, excite us, and change us on a fundamental level and open our minds in an increasing polarising world is crucial to our community well-being. You have the social capital to make good decisions, and we would like you to use it. And that's all I have to say today.
Very brief. That was to the point. I would like to ask a question. So, Alicia, you did mention the airport seawall project, and I think we will need some officer advice, but how clear do you think the understanding is about what's meant by that project? It's there as a line item, but do people, in your view, do people understand what it even means?
No, and that is one of the frustrations, is lack of transparency and lack of education on what's going on and what all these projects mean for the community, mean for the airport. Yeah, so it is actually a source of frustration that we have to spend time to go digging for this information that's not transparent.
Okay, thanks for that. Are there other questions? We've got Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you, Alicia. I was wondering, as a local, could you talk a little bit about the community impact of Wellington Airport, or the impact of a runway extension and what that would have on Lyell Bay and the surrounding places?
I can't speak as someone that's from that area, but I do have parents. I talked to one this morning who is even querying why on earth we're expanding when it is in a ridiculous place, and the noise and the air pollution alone. Why aren't we thinking, having the serious conversation about, do we move the airport north and have better train services into the city?
Questions? Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Alicia. I agree that the the information on the seawall is less than adequate. Nevertheless, the timing for this drawdown is right at the end of the long-term plan, so 2 or 3 long-term plans ahead.
Question.
Would you be...
Oh, good.
Would you be comfortable if this were to go through based on the current information relating to seawall, on the basis that councillors will follow up with officers and get more detail in the near future?
I think it needs to be more transparent. This is 75 million, and we're looking at spending that on things that aren't good for us and taking away from libraries and active transport and things like that. This is about our communities, and anything that's come out of COVID has shown how important community involvement is.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'd like to thank you very much, Alicia, and obviously that's been some really useful perspectives there. We'll move on now to Public Service Association, and we've got Alistair Reith, sorry. Oh, all right. We have Maddie Drew. Welcome.
Kia ora.
Maddie.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Maddie Drew and I'm an organiser for the Public Service Association. We're the largest union in New Zealand, representing over 77,000 members, including over 400 of whom who work directly for Wellington City Council. As the union organiser responsible for council staff here, I'm talking every day to people who are working to provide essential services for Wellingtonians and maintain our city's infrastructure. This can be challenging work, but it's incredibly important, and our members care about it very deeply. Because they care so much about the council services they provide, many of them are upset and angry right now. Over the past fortnight, the PSA has held several meetings with our members and delegates, particularly those in libraries, talking about this issue. As politically neutral public servants and employees who may face consequences at work, it's our responsibility to speak out when they cannot, and ensure that the concerns from the grassroots reach the ears of you at the top. They deserve to be listened to, and they're not happy. On behalf of PSA members and their families, I urge you all to vote against privatising our library spaces, and I urge you to vote against cutting the collections budget. These proposals risk causing harm and present dangers that far outweigh their supposed benefits. Right now, Council has financial options and space to consider their options that are unlikely to be available in years to come. This is not the time for cutbacks or yet another failed experiment with public-private partnerships. Wellington's libraries currently have 1.7 million visitors a year and over 1.8 million loans. That's huge. Don't let anyone tell you they're less important in the age of the internet and e-books. For hundreds of thousands of New Zealanders who don't have secure internet access, a library may be the only place they can go online. Whether it's a hard copy or an e-book, a library is a place where anyone can and should be able to access information, education and entertainment, or simply a place to be in the city for free. Our PSA members don't work in libraries just for the paycheck. Library assistants are actually a workforce that's seriously underpaid, and the PSA is currently pushing forward a pay equity claim to try and change that. I expect that I'll be having more conversations with you soon about pay equity, but for now, let's focus on the fact that library staff do this work because they genuinely care about it. Libraries are community centres, places for children, the elderly, migrants, those without much money and those who have nowhere else to go. Cutting the collections budget by 40% over 2 years will reportedly save $2 million. It's not nothing, but in the context of the overall council budget, it's not a significant saving. Is the library really the only place this money can be saved? Is there really no other way to make up that shortfall? We think the cost to the community of reduced library services outweighs any alleged financial benefit, and we do not accept that this is appropriate or necessary place to cut funding. The local government funding agency voted last year to raise the debt cap imposed on affiliated councils to 300% of annual revenue. The Wellington City Council is nowhere near that. The proposed budget increases the debt to revenue ratio to 225%, and we're told that there's no room to go higher. The problem with this argument is that now is a uniquely favourable moment to spend a bit more and take advantage of lower interest rates. If you try to save money in the short term, cut library budgets and start selling assets, you will end up paying more later. There's a long history of this in local authorities around New Zealand, and it's part of why water systems are either collapsing or exploding in so many cities. The PSA in general supports the long-term plan strategic framework for public libraries. It correctly identifies the central role of the library in an age where the ability to access information is crucial. Libraries have social, economic and cultural benefit. The public library is a gateway to these benefits, providing equality of access to all its users and an inclusive service. It has an important role in promoting the free flow of ideas and information in a democratic society. We believe library budget cuts and privatisation are against the spirit of this strategic framework. There have been some objections to the use of the term privatisation. More delicate phrases are preferred, like public-private partnership. Let's talk about that. We have plenty of experience of these partnerships now, and it's time for everyone to admit their benefits are greatly exaggerated. Perhaps they should have stayed in the 90s. We are approaching a post-COVID world and face rapidly evolving and unpredictable needs to respond to climate change and adapt to new technologies. It's almost inevitable in this context that the contract will need to be renegotiated, and there's no guarantee that private companies will be reasonable during the process. Why would they? They're out to make money. And the cost of renegotiation could end up costing Wellington City Council a hefty sum. Let's not allow our library to become the next transmission gully. We saw there a failed attempt at a public-private partnership that will cost taxpayers millions more than originally anticipated due to ongoing disputes and haggling between NZTA and the private...
Maddie, I'll need to ask you to wrap up pretty quickly, if you don't mind.
Right, I thought we had 10 minutes, but...
No.
Okay, PPPs. So one union delegate told us in their view the collections budget is the only healthy part of the budget left. In practice, it supports keeping other services going. So, for example, there's no provision for children's programs in the current library budget. And they're able to do those, deliver all of those groups and so on through this collections budget. So cutting this budget saves the council a small amount of money but will jeopardise valuable services for Wellington families.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you. And I'm sorry if it wasn't clear. It was 5 minutes. We had to fit a lot of people in, so we had to make that. Okay. Right.
Any questions?
Okay. There's a bit of debate about whether it was in the email. It was in the email, apparently. Can I please invite up to? Thank you again. Can I please invite up now Alex Dyer and Jonathan Coppard from Cycle Aware? And just to reiterate that point, it is 5 minutes today because we've had to extend to 90 minutes of public participation and accommodate quite a lot of people who wanted to address us. So, and that has to include questions. Right.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors, and these fine gentlemen behind us who are reminding us of why we're here today. I was quite disappointed zooming into the meeting last week to hear the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, two people who should know what they're talking about, falsely portray the budget being proposed as a 50% improvement when in fact it was a
point of order.
Yeah, I think, Jonathan, we will have to pull you up on that because it's not terribly respectful.
Okay. Well, it concerns us because it brings into question whether this council is able to perform its governance effectively. It shouldn't be on us as activists to come in here and tell you what is in your long-term plans. So, I found that was really, really concerning. There's also a lack of information made available to us. So, for example, last week at the meeting...
Excuse me, Jonathan, but the Mayor does want to make
I'm just putting it's a question, so Jonathan, carry on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You also had information before you that wasn't made available to us before the meeting. For example, this priority list of cycleways. We had to come in and advocate for a budget that we didn't know what contained, and you all had that information before you. It wasn't made available publicly, so that concerned us as well. Having been able to see that now after the fact, it's quite interesting for us to see what was in that priority list and the priority orders. For example, we're concerned that the Newlands cycleways, which have previously been promised, so that's Paparangi, Newlands to Johnsonville, this is a cycle network that would provide cycle access to 2,500 students. So that's Newlands College, Newlands Intermediate, and 4 primary schools in the area. And removing those from your proposal is essentially saying that those children, for 10 more years, will have no safe cycling access to their school. So that's really concerning to us as well. I see that those have been rated as low value for money. I would question what process has been used to come up with that conclusion. There's also other things in there that we weren't aware of beforehand that brought that budget up to $200 million, and Alex will talk a little bit about those.
Kia ora koutou. I wanted to start by just reiterating the concern of the options that were put forward in the long-term plan, how there was a weighting towards a reduced program of works, and then there was an extreme contrast between what's practically like ongoing current investment levels to a massive full program, and we hope that there would have been some more flexibility in between those. A 3.5 that sits somewhere between 120 and 130 million or something like that. It was just it's rigged against us. So we're pleased to see the amendment put forward by Councillor Foon, and that increase needs to it's still focused on years 4 to 10. We'd like that to put into the full 10 years so that starts getting spent straight away. The consultation as well, we're a bit worried that it's a little bit it's definitely unclear what some of that money is being used for. So the likes of Cobham Drive and some of the upcoming cycleways, I say, in inverted commas, for I think it's priority number 5 on your list, and they contain a lot of work that is seawalls, and they're just called cycleway projects, and we're just worried that cycling is getting a bad rep for being more expensive than they should be, when Cobham Drive and Evans Bay might have 10 to 15% of the spend is for people on bicycles, and we're just worried that you're sort of folding in a lot of climate mitigation work into something you shouldn't be, and funding it a bit. There's a bit of a risk of deception there, so just wanted to lay that out. And that's all we have to say. Is there any questions?
Yes, the Mayor has a question.
Yeah, Jonathan, look, thank you for raising the issue, because when we look back actually at the 2018 LTP, the numbers were there. There was some wording in 2 sections of the LTP which said this expenditure was over 10 years. Over 20 years, and then in the budget tables at the back it said over 10 years, so it was actually inconsistent. So thank you for pointing that out, and that is why we said what we said, because we'd read the first bit, we didn't go to the back bit. So there's no more than that.
In response to your question, yeah. I mean, I was able to figure it out at 1 a.m. the night before, on my phone in Golden Bay, and that officers should be providing this information to you correctly if there's a misconception of a long-term plan.
The question is, shouldn't we have got the LTP right in the first place 3 years ago?
Right now I'm focused on you getting this LTP right.
I think that's useful as always. Thank you very much for your passion for this topic and for holding us to account. Right. Okay, so now we have Forest and Bird, actually our last submitters for the morning. Thank you very much. We have Michael and Sophia, I think. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko hui hui mai I tēnei rangi, e mihiana, e mihiana, e mihiana. Good morning all, I'm Michael Byrne Smith and this is Sophia Honey, and we are here today to speak on behalf of Forest and Bird Youth Wellington. As an organisation based up at Victoria University, we connect local rangatahi with environmental projects and opportunities, as well as voicing their concerns on local governance in the Wellington region.
Forest and Bird Youth Wellington opposed the Wellington City Council giving a loan of $75 million for a seawall extension and ask instead for investment in long-term eco-friendly projects. We note the long-term environmental and economic costs of investing in mitigative measures, such as seawalls, rather than preventative measures. Rather than sending an ambulance to the bottom of our climate change cliff, we would prefer to see our council adopting policies that will reduce carbon emissions and avoid sea level change altogether.
Further, we would like to caution against the reliance of carbon-heavy options such as air travel being used as a way of stimulating economic growth. Wellington City Council must not fall into the trap of assuming that increased air traffic will benefit our city economically, particularly in a post-COVID world. With the vast improvements in communications technology, many businesses may not return to in-person meetings and conferences as they did before 2019, and domestic and international travel both change greatly in the coming years. As we look toward the future, Forest and Bird Youth would like to see the Council investigating new, environmentally friendly ways of generating employment, economic stability and growth in our windy capital.
We ask the Council to rule out investing in the expansion of Wellington Airport and extension of its runways, as this is inconsistent with the Council's commitments to reduce carbon emissions under the Zero Carbon Act. Expert advice, including that of the Climate Change Commission, has shown that transport is a crucial area in which we must reduce carbon emissions. We have the technology to make our transport almost carbon neutral in the next 30 years, and we should use this. We want Wellington City Council to take advantage of their credit potential and borrow for climate action projects, rather than investing in their established assets. Interest rates for borrowing are at a historic low, and we want to invest in climate-forward projects such as subsidising public transport.
Less often mentioned, but nonetheless important, are the negative impacts of airport expansion on further efforts to improve our city from both climate and biodiversity perspectives. Increased air traffic will make the suburbs which form the Rongotai electorate less attractive to live in due to the increased road use and noise pollution. This reduces the capacity of the area to intensify in pollution, despite the fact that urban intensification is crucial in reducing our land use, leaving space for nature, and reducing our commuter emissions. We also note that increased air traffic may have unforeseen consequences on the return of biodiversity to Wellington following pest eradication, such as delaying or even blocking the possible return of seabirds to Miramar, risk of airstrike from low-flying keriru and other native land birds, and the destruction of breeding habitat for threatened shorebirds such as toreapango and pohawera.
To our councillors here today, we wish to see you invest in revenue streams that are sustainable and will make us ready for the future. Local government policy has never been more important, and we ask you to carefully consider the points we have raised today when making your decision on the future of Wellington Airport expansion. We are happy to answer any questions that we may have time for.
Thank you. We do have one from Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you so much for coming to talk to us today. I was wondering if you could tell councillors a bit about what the impact of putting a runway extension into the middle of Lyle Bay might do to some of the other ecologically sensitive parts of our coast and what the impact might be.
The area is a known breeding ground for the nationally endangered banded dotterel, and the destruction of their breeding coastal habitat will no doubt impact their local population. We know that the Wellington population of these is extremely significant. There's been a lot of research done by NIWA on the Eastbourne populations to understand their migration trends in the winter months. They are, as I say, endangered and at extreme risk of extinction now. Their numbers are plummeting, so risking any breeding habitat for them is unacceptable. We also know that the south coast is extremely important for dusky dolphins, common dolphins, orca and other marine life, and so expanding and disrupting that habitat, even by the noise pollution created just to build the extension, would actually severely damage their breeding and feeding behaviour.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Rush.
Yeah, thanks very much for coming in today. Look, we're being asked to approve some funding in about 8-9 years' time for a seawall. Could you please give me your thoughts on whether building or strengthening a seawall in Lyle Bay is a sensible thing to do?
In the 1980s, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher, was asked to raise all of the docks in the United Kingdom to prepare for sea level changes. They did so, despite the fact that only 2 members of Cabinet at the time supported it. Margaret Thatcher was known for getting what she wanted. And they are certainly reaping the rewards of that at this stage. So yes, there are benefits from analysing whether a seawall would be necessary to mitigate climate change. But that doesn't mean that we should do it just because we can, and it certainly doesn't mean that we should do it if it's going to cause significant damage to the local ecosystem.
Thank you. That's well argued, and we thank you for your point of view and for coming in today.
Thank you very much.
Right. All right. We will move now. I think we can have a 5-minute break in a stretch. Just before you all disperse though, just to make it clear, it is 5 minutes. And after that, we are actually going to have a little bit of a chance to have some officer advice resulting from some of the things we've heard and some of the things that are in front of us to debate and discuss. And then we'll move to introducing, the Mayor will introduce our main paper. Thank you. Do we have to vote on that, or is it just, no, we just reconvene the meeting. Okay. My second question is in relation to the seawall. Now, it's being described as an extension. And I guess I'd just like clarification as to whether the rebuild of the seawall is basically in the same place or whether it's likely to be pushing out further into the marine environment. And I guess that is a question for our Chief Infrastructure Officer, potentially.
Deputy Mayor, I think it may in fact be a question for the airport.
I see.
What we do know is that you are making provision currently for a loan to the airport to do the works that are necessary to ensure the seawall does its job in an increasingly storm-oriented environment.
We can't rule out that it's actually an increase in the diameter or the thickness or the something or other of, or the extent of the current wall with the information we have right now.
You could be specific about your investment to only be used for that purpose, would be the safest way to do it.
But to be only to be used to rebuild the current footprint of the wall, or to be used to rebuild the wall bigger?
So you wouldn't want to tie them into through our resolution, not let them build a seawall that's functioning for the future, but you can be explicit that you don't want it to support the runway extension.
Thank you. Are there any other questions relating just to the things we heard from submissions today? Councillor Paul.
It's not to do, well, it is to do with what some of the submitters said, but it's not. Yeah, cool.
How are you going?
That email from the Chief Executive, the Chair of Wellington International Airport Limited, can we have some legal advice on whether the contents of that email can be shared with the public or tabled at this meeting?
Yes, I don't think the Chair would send anything to all councillors that couldn't be made public, but we will check with him and get legal advice.
Thank you. And was there anything else, Councillor Pennant?
Thank you, Sarah. I guess I just want to ask around some process questions, because it seems that the chair of the airport has a different understanding from yourself and the CEO. I also would just like to understand some more around the timeline. I've asked you quite a number of times, but I just really need to be sure that this is not the runway extension in another form. And I also want to ask again why we are subsidising passengers by offering them a low-cost loan instead of, we could use the money for housing, for example. Why the airport?
So the second part of your question is for you to answer. That's your decision as governors, how you want to make those investment decisions. The first part of your question is the airport obviously still want the extension to go ahead. That's their plan. What we want to support from our investment perspective is our decision. And the Chief Executive and I, after conversations with both the Chair and the Chief Executive and their CFO, have agreed that we would propose supporting just the seawall renewal because of the information they gave us about the integrity of the runway and how that is the current runway and how that is supported by the seawall. And that they were going to do that project as part of the runway project originally. That was always the plan. But if the runway doesn't happen, that seawall still has to happen.
Thank you. I have Councillor Young and then Councillor Fitzsimons. And Councillor Day.
So, so if we didn't approve the $75 million loan, how would that affect, or would it affect or dilute our shareholding in the airport and our potential dividends?
If I had a crystal ball, the potential is that less people choose to fly to Wellington because it's more expensive, and that absolutely would have a direct correlation to our dividend. But I don't know what the impact would be.
But the actual decision on the loan, directly, forgetting the longer term effects, forgetting the ripple effects, the actual effect of saying, for example, we're not going to lend you that money, would they then say, well, we need to go somewhere else, so we need you to forego some of your shareholding, or they?
I don't think they could ask us to forego any of our shareholding, but it would show a lack of investor and shareholder confidence in their plans.
Can I just add to the Chief Financial Officer's comment there? I'm not sure everybody understands the relationship between the loan and the way in which the lending fees are calculated under the regulation, and that's actually the core reason why they have asked for this support. Can you explain that, Sarah?
Yes, in simple terms, this investment is recouped through lending fees, and therefore it is a direct cost to passengers landing there. It's not something that they would just pay back over time through profit. Is that the clarification you were looking for? Sorry.
And the reason that they would be asking us to make the loan is because we can borrow at a much lower rate. Therefore, the cost is lower, ultimately, to the end user, the passengers.
At a lower rate and over a longer term.
Okay, Councillor Fitzsimons. I'll put him on.
Yeah. Since we're into it now, given the $10 million already invested in the runway extension, do we and/or the airport company need to write this off if we're no longer funding the runway extension? Because that's the advice I had from a senior executive at the airport a couple of years ago. If we took out our runway extension, that we'd actually, in accounting terms, need to write off the investment that's occurred so far as a loss.
Wellington City Council would not, because it's that was a grant from us to them, but Wellington Airport Limited would likely have to, yes.
No, hang on. So there's no financial impact on the council from the airport having to write off the $10 million, you're saying? Even though we're...
Just
yeah.
double check with me. No. It was a grant. The only thing might be if it impacts future dividends.
So that's what I mean. That we would have, I assume, if they write off the 10 million, we would lose like $3 million of a dividend, or a third of what, if the dividend was 10, it would be 3, say.
Potentially.
Okay.
Guarantee that maths exactly.
Okay, and what and when would the council need to spend on seawalls if if the airport wasn't involved in it? What's our kind of plan for that, given that some of the advice we got is that these seawalls are protect roads?
They are not our seawalls, so we wouldn't have to, but if our roads were being impacted, then we would probably choose to. So I'm looking at our Chief Infrastructure Officer, and we would have to come back to you with that information around how we would approach that in the future if we were to do the work.
So hang on, so it says here the works are now becoming critical to ensure the existing runway is protected, which also protect our road and stormwater assets. Is that correct or not?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it does. Okay, so when would we have to do it anyway?
The cost is... Do it here, mate.
So the cost to remediate the seawalls is only a council cost when it supports our assets. So when it's adjacent to our roads, it's our cost. Otherwise, it falls to the other asset owner or the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Mm-hmm. So the investment in those seawalls is within our existing programmes.
Yeah, so I want to know how much and when, because is this actually giving us a better deal or not?
I'll have to take that on notice, Councillor, and come back to
Okay. And I just want to know, has there been council officers kind of negotiating this with the airport this year, and why weren't we given more briefing about this?
I think, if I understand the question correctly, yes, we have, in forming our advice to you for this long-term plan, communicated with the airport chief executive.
Okay, I think that's we need to move on. So thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. Councillor Day.
So just following on from what Councillor Fitzsimons said, I can see everyone's struggling with this. And for something so significant, I am surprised we haven't had a briefing. But also, I'm just wondering from what those last questions. So we could be doing this loan, but they could also come and ask us to pay for it as well, pay for our part. Is that correct? So we could end up doing the loan and then having to pay for our portion of the work.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, the airport has not asked for a grant. They have asked for a loan.
But because it's years 7 to 10, there's still possibility they could come and ask us and say, well, because it's partly your asset, you're going to, it's affecting your stuff, you're going to have to do it.
I'll ask the Chief Infrastructure Officer to comment on that.
No, there's no undertaking for us to fund the seawall that supports their assets. And in this development plan, there's none of our assets within the airport.
But we've got assets between the airport and the seawall. Because we've got stormwater, haven't we? And road. And road, so we will...
Yep. Okay, I'll have to take this on notice.
Yeah.
Look, I think my final word on that would be what we know now is the airport is asking for a loan, not a grant.
Yeah.
And of course, every 3 years, the council reviews its long-term plan, and it is always possible that a future council will have a different view, but that would just be speculation.
Yeah. Just also a question about the costs, because I think that's the thing that's caught people's attention, is that the cost for this is really quite close to the cost for an extension, which is a bit that's probably caught people out and been confusing, because 75 million for a seawall versus 90 million for an extension makes it feel like it's pretty close to that.
Okay, I see Sarah Hay is there to respond to that.
So the cost, as we know through our Cycleway project around those areas, the costs of seawalls are increasing. I would imagine that if you put a new seawall out into the sea, which this is not to fund, that would cost similar to what you would need to do for renewing a seawall. But we know that costs of seawalls are increasing from the own work we've been doing with our cycleways.
I think that the thing to add to that is, as the CFO said earlier on, if you are concerned that this cost provided for in the budget is somehow hiding an intention to also fund the runway, which I assure you it is not, you can explicitly in your decision today rule out any possibility that any of this funding is actually for the runway extension, and you can make it explicit that it is simply for the seawall.
Okay, so Councillor Paul.
So, with could you just tell me how much a difference it would be in an increase in landing fees between if we were to give the finance or if it was sought externally? Do you have an indicative price difference?
In the Q&As.
Could you just, for the public record, for them to know how much of a difference it would be?
So I don't know what their cost of capital is, and I don't know the term of the loan that they could get the loan over. So
okay.
I would be assuming that an indicative difference might be, did I put $3 to $5 or something for them versus $1 something for us? But that has to come with a whole bunch of caveats.
Okay, thank you. And my other question was, why wasn't this, if it's for a seawall, why wasn't this budget line put in with the other kind of coastal operations? Why is it put under economic development?
Because it's not our seawall.
Okay.
It's the airport.
Okay.
So I have a couple of questions. I did put myself on the speaking list. After me is Rush, Pennant, Young and Calvert. What's the problem? Well, I want to know, because the airport does a lot of activities which are attributable to its landing fees. What's the difference about this asset that we should, in terms of the argument about the economics and the benefit to its passengers? I mean, they do a lot of activities that raise the landing fee. Why are we so concerned about this activity raising the landing fee?
Andy, is that, sorry, through you, Chair. Mayor, is that something you want to talk to?
Okay, there isn't an easy answer. Maybe it's a debate.
This specific part of the project is around protecting an existing asset. This isn't some of their other projects around expansion, a new terminal. We don't necessarily have an interest in that. We have an interest in protecting an existing asset of the airport, of which we're a 34% shareholder.
And my other question is, this is quite a way out still, so is there anything to stop us considering this in a future LTP when we've had a little bit more idea about the actual parameters of what's intended?
As for any activity in the LTP, just because it's included in the LTP doesn't mean that it is necessarily approved. We would still have to come to council with a business case and a specific paper resolving to do the work or to provide the loan. So no, there's nothing stopping you from.
But I guess my question is, if we didn't have that 70 million in here right now, there wouldn't be anything to stop us in 3 years' time recognising that it was a legitimate thing to have in there.
Or would there be any commercial loss? That was going to be my last question, yeah.
Okay. We may need to move on.
But Sarah, I will try and answer that one, because I think we did get the indication that it does make it more difficult for the airport to do the planning work that it needs to do, with some confidence that it's part of the way there. So I think if you didn't, then it would send a signal which might be a difficult one.
Okay. Councillor
Sorry, did we get a question on whether there's commercial loss from the point you made, Councillor Free? Because I thought it was quite an important point.
You could roll it into mine.
Our assumption is that there would be. Could they wait for 3 years not knowing whether they have to write off a previous investment or not? I don't think so. So our advice is that there could be commercial loss, but we would have to check with the airport.
Okay. Councillor Rush, are you...
Yep. So just two questions, I suppose, and going to the topical one about deferring. I mean, the letter from the chair does ask us to either approve or defer. And so is there any reason why this has to be in this LTP today? Can we just take it out?
It's similar to Councillor Fitzsimon's question.
Yeah.
That is your choice. You can take it out if you want. You could defer. You could, but I think there would be implications to both the relationship and potentially commercially for the airport if we take it out.
Supplement from Jenny.
All right, it's just a clarification. We can't defer the decision today about what we're going to do about what line item funding is in the airport, because I think that was what the chair of Wellington Airport was asking us to do, was to defer the decision. So. But we have to make a decision about the LTP today.
Through the chair, that is correct. Either you approve what's in the budget today or you resolve something else. We can't.
Okay.
Sorry, I had another one. Sorry, Sarah. Tell me, what else would we spend this money on if we weren't supporting the airport? Because it seems to me that we're acting as the Bank of Wellington City Council, and this is a private sector entity, can stand on its own feet. Would we have a home for $75 million in years 7 to 10?
Through the new chair, there is nothing in the plan at the moment that sits over the 225 headroom limit. So that doesn't mean that you can't make decisions to do things in those out years.
Insulate houses, that sort of thing.
It's not. Yeah, it's not taking money from anything at this point.
All right. Councillor Pennant, Councillor Young, Councillor Calvert, and I think we will need to wrap up on this topic.
Just to clarify from Councillor Rush's one, so there's nothing to stop us from borrowing the money to a housing provider who would then pay us a small bit of interest back so that we could build some more houses.
Through the chair, there is nothing stopping you doing that, but at this point in time, based on your current projected capital program, that wouldn't have to be an either or in those out years.
Yeah, so interesting. And also, just given this was brought to us really late, did you do an analysis of how it impacted on Te Atakura?
Through the chair, I have not done an analysis on how that impacts on Te Atakura.
All right, thank you. Councillor Young.
So just following on from various comments about the relationship with Wellington Airport, International Airport, and the Mayor's comment about sending signals, and thinking about my own views on things like behaving honourably and goodwill, I'm just wondering, and maybe this is one for Claire, sorry to drop you in it, but I'm just wondering how much Wellington Airport is one of the major sponsors of cultural events, community events, arts events. And I'm just thinking that if we say we're not going to do this alone, they may not feel so enthusiastic about funding. I mean, they are the main sponsor, I think. Do we have any idea of how much they put into those events? Right, but that's not as technical as you normally are.
Through the chair, I don't currently have information,
Yeah.
but we can find that out. I don't have the total
Sure.
to hand, so we can find
I
that
can
out.
probably find out too. I just yeah, I'll
Okay.
send a text.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And obviously, capital city, and it's good to have an airport that functions well. Just given that it's in there just with one line of information, is it intending to be a bit more information put into the consultation document about the proposal?
Through you, Madam Chair, not in the consultation document. We could add information because at the moment it's not something that we've thought about a bunch of options on, but we could put it into the SSPs.
Right, okay, thank you. And given that I know once we sign off on this draft, it then gets audited by Audit New Zealand, and they're normally looking for information to justify the spending that we put into our budgets. So from what you know, are you comfortable that they would accept a line in the in our operational expenditure in years 7 to 10 or 7 to 9, with sort of essentially we've just got a small amount of detail?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's not too dissimilar to what was in the last LTP, especially if we update the SSP and that was audited.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, report.
There is one more, that's Councillor Condi.
Just a quick follow-up on that. In terms of this, the size of this investment and looking at the consultation document, because the consultation document we have to focus on a few that are key material issues. That's what the auditor gives us direction to. Even though it's $75 million is a lot of money, is it material to this LTP given that it's in the out years?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, I don't believe so.
Okay, look, I've just had some advice from our DEM services, and in fact we do need to ask the questions now, but we need to ask them in a way that doesn't refer to the amendments. So if we've got questions about things that are coming, excuse me, but I've just had the advice from DEM services that that's the way to do it. That is the correct process. So I will not allow any further questioning apart from what's in this question time. So if you have questions, they need to be asked now. Of everything, but don't refer specifically to amendments. Try and make your questions quite general. So I have one, and it is a process one. It's about the consultation document, and I would like some advice about removing options from a consultation document. That's, yeah, and I think, I'm not sure who's going to answer that. And is that actually, are we allowed to?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, it would probably be helpful to know which options you are referring to. But I can say in general, your obligation, your legislative obligation with the consultation document for the long-term plan is to set out all of the principal options that might apply to the question you are posing to your community. And you need to maintain an open mind when you include those principal options. So you are absolutely entitled, for example, today to change your mind about a preferred option, but it would be a matter that an auditor would look at as to whether a council has included all of the principal options that a community may wish to have the opportunity to comment on.
What would the risks be if we only had one option when we might have previously had a lot more options?
So first of all, you would not be able to put out one option only, because in that situation, the auditor would tell you that that's not possible. You certainly need more than one option in order to undertake what is called real consultation, unless there is legitimately only one principal option, which is very unlikely.
Excuse me, Chair, I don't know how we do this, but I'd like to formally request an adjournment because I am quite uncomfortable that what process we've just launched into is not what we had all agreed to previously, and I understand that you've just recently received advice. But it does feel very unfair, and it's making me feel quite uncomfortable.
We'll have.
No, I just want to request an adjournment.
We will adjourn. We will adjourn.
Yeah.
Thank you. I declare the meeting reconvened. We've actually just had some other advice now, which says, in fact, we can do what we initially proposed to do. So I'm sorry about that. I was getting a mix of opinions on the right way forward. We are then, that being the case, we're actually going to let the Mayor introduce his paper. So I'll now invite Mayor Foster to introduce the main paper.
Okay.
Thank you.
Look, thank you. It's good to get to this stage. I'm hoping we can get through much more efficiently than we did the other day. And I think the process that we've been through in trying to amalgamate a lot of, take on board a lot of your amendments into the substantive, will hopefully make that a lot easier. But can I be very plain that I'm putting these in, that these are not my last minute amendments, please, this time. So please don't misrepresent them. So look, councillors, first thing to say is this is a document for consultation. It's not the final. So, and I think the question you just had asked of you is that, we've got some statutory obligations here. Actually, it was interesting, Hilary Beatson said that why would we have a mind if we weren't willing to change it? And I think actually that's a really important part, because that's what consultation's all about, that we go with a set of options and we listen to what our community's got to say and why they say things, and then we make up our mind at the end of it. Now, what I'm hearing sometimes is that we shouldn't put options out because people don't like those options. That's wrong, and that's not a democratic process either. We've got to be able to allow people, because goodness me, we know that our community has diverse views on virtually everything. When we went out in the library, we had a real diversity of views and we did a really good engagement there, and that was fantastic. And that's what we should allow. We should trust our public to give us the feedback that they want. We should give them good information, accurate information, truthful information, and allow them to come back to us. And we've also had quite a lot of advice during this training about our statutory responsibilities to put out options and to keep an open mind. I wanted to start really by saying a big thank you to the officers. This is an enormous amount of work. It's being done in real time. We've still been moving around amendments and things like that, right, and this time it's not my amendments, but it's your amendments, but, right, in the last literally few minutes, there's been work and some of the numbers have been moving, right the way through, because when you change some numbers, it changes what the, what the results look like. What I want to do is to start by saying, so often we spend all our time in these long-term plan debates or budget debates, we focus on the amendments and we ignore the substance of the budget. So I'm going to start by focusing on the substance of the budget, because that's where we're spending $600 million, and we should focus on that and say that's the important bit, and then we can have the focus around the edges as well. So what I'm going to do is talk about the big picture and then deal with the amendments, or some of the amendments which I'm moving on your collective behalf. So big picture, the budget is really about trying to keep the rates at and I'm going to put it this way, a more or less tolerable level. 14% is a high number. It's a big number. And higher, we started with a number which ended up in the public arena, 23% towards the end of last year. We're in a better place than that, but 14% is still a big number. That we keep debt within a prudent maximum level, and I'll talk a little bit about that, and that we invest in the critical infrastructure that our city is crying out for. So quickly dealing with the debt levels first, I think this budget is set against the most challenging environment I think council's ever faced. Obviously we've got COVID, we've got water pipes breaking, and there's been a lot of focus on that. We must address sludge treatment with urgency, because we've obviously got a limited amount of space in our landfill. If we deal with the sludge issue, then we can make a more modest increase in the scale of the landfill rather than a larger one, because ultimately it's not our rubbish that's going in there, it's our community's rubbish that's going in there. We need to be able to provide them with the tools to reduce that amount. Earthquakes have damaged some of our buildings. They've probably damaged some of our pipes as well. We're in this building because of earthquake damage to the CAB. We have also got the risk to life investment that we need to make in our library. If it hadn't been for the Kaikoura earthquake, I don't think we will be having the debate about the library, because we'd have carried on with it. We wouldn't have seen the buildings at Centreport collapse, and therefore we wouldn't be investing in the library. So earthquake's big impact. It's also why we're funding the 3 interim libraries and Te Pātika warehouse as well. All of those things are earthquake related. Insurance is also earthquake related. It's a bigger issue in Wellington than it is in any other part of the country. And I think we all know that it's not only an issue for our community, it's also an issue for us as a council, that our insurance bills have gone up, and we're also now we can't actually get insurance for some things, and we're having to include in our borrowing capacity $350 million just in case there's an event. And we also are the biggest social housing landlord outside of Housing New Zealand and the Christchurch CHIP. And we've got a major funding issue there as well, which we know about. That's $400 million of essentially unaffordable investment and an operating deficit, and we're having to work very hard with government to try and find a solution to that. And then, of course, we've also got Let's Get Wellington Moving, and the investment that we need to make in that. We've only invested $220 million so far in the budget as it is, and anything else needs to be accommodated above that 225% we're talking about. So all of these reasons are reasons we must keep headroom. And we've also got to make sure that we provide for the capacity for infrastructure needed to support the housing growth that I think we all want. We also need to make sure that we provide for headroom for renewals on the assets that we're building at the moment and that we're planning to build in this LTP. So there's an enormous number of things that we need to make sure that we don't go and really blow the debt ceiling. And it was interesting hearing from Bernard Hickey, but I'm not sure whether he's aware of all of those issues because those are really important context for our position. We are in a different position than other councils are. Each council is unique, and I think it's really important. I'd have loved to have a long economic conversation about this. I'm sure, Jenny, you would have done too, but obviously we didn't have time for doing that. But we need to allow for the things that we know about. We also need to allow for the things that we don't know about. I mean, for example, another COVID lockdown would affect our revenue streams again, and that immediately affects that debt ceiling. Second thing is rates. Look, I have always been conscious of rates because it is us taking other people's money and using it. Now, we've got to make sure that when we use their money, we're using it really, really wisely. And because that's money they've worked hard for, they've saved hard for, they've invested hard for, businesses work hard for. So we've got to be really careful with their money. And 14% is a big impost. There was one particular email that we got recently which sort of said, you know, somebody sort of crying out, hey, this is going to hurt, this is going to be a real challenge, and they won't be alone. We have had advice that 5% of household income is pretty much the maximum we should be going to, as whether that's an average or in total. But the reality is, if you look at the trajectory we're on, we're probably going to be closer to 6% by the end of the 10 years, which means that we are taking more from our community than we really should be over that time. So we've got to do some work. And I guess the frustration that I sometimes have with these processes is our officers work really, really hard to get the numbers down. I usually traditionally try and get the numbers down as well. This time we've actually got some things out of the budget to try and get them down, and then council tends to turn around and actually put things back in again, which is a really challenging process. So my appeal to you today, but also as we go forward, not just for this year, but over a period of time, to try and engage constructively, to try and look for places we can make some savings, because I think we owe our community that. What are we delivering in this budget? Well, first of all, our people and our media have been crying out for investment in the three waters. It was interesting, again, I'm going to use Hilary Beatson's comment that a plaque on a sewage pipe isn't very sexy, and possibly that's part of our problem. That's why, maybe that's one of the reasons why, maybe it's because it's out of sight, out of mind, that's one of the reasons why not enough money has been put into pipes. But this is the first time, and this is a really big deal, this is the first time in which probably a council has ever, in this city, fully funded the renewals on its three waters assets. So the rate that they depreciate at is the rate that we will be funding the renewals at. And that was a key finding of the Mayoral Task Force on the three waters last year. What it means is that Wellington Water, instead of doing reactive work and fixing things when they break, is going to be able to do a proactive plan for the network, and that is something which they are really keenly working on. That they are doing the condition assessment, and we will get a lot more of that to see where the investment needs to go, which pipes are in good state, which pipes are not in such good state. We already have a plan for the critical central city wastewater rising main network, so that will be a more resilient network, and it will also provide for the growth in the central city better than it does at the moment. And of course, just down the road, we've got the work being done on Whitmore Street and Bowen Street, which is both a resilience and a growth piece of investment, which is being done proactively. So all of these are really, really important things. The budget also includes continuing to invest in our major projects. So Takina, which is going really, really well. The Town Hall, which is going really well. I think some of you visited there again recently. It's a really complicated project, but we've got a really great relationship with Naylor Love. The St James, which I think we're all looking forward to opening over this coming summer. And Aotearoa, which is the city's biggest water reservoir, which is underway. And again, that's about a resilient and growing city. Together, those projects, those four projects, are $400 million, of which $200 million is being spent over the next 2 years. So that's why we've got this peak in our investment program, because we've got those big projects and they are all being invested in, and we're paying for them, obviously, particularly over the next 2 years. To the library, which obviously is another key component of this budget. Now, there's been a lot of talk about privatisation. That is not true. It is quite clearly not true. It was interesting. I'm going to use Hilary Beatson again to say that there were some places where lying is more heinous than murder. So we've got to make sure that we get the information which is clear and accurate. That's why I'm using her words. And she talked about disinformation, and that's a thing which we've seen so often in Trump's America. So we've got to make sure that the information which is out in our community is fair and accurate. One of my favourite sayings is that a lie is halfway around the world while truth is still tying up her bootlaces, which I've used in many, many times. But all I'm saying is, to lay it on, we need to make sure that the information which is out in our community is fair, accurate and right. So there were two options which were proposed. One was a financing option, which basically said whoever's constructing it pays for it up front, and then we pay them back in years 3 and 4 when we're over the hump of our debt ceiling, and we then pay the latter end of the project. That would have been more expensive, but it would have got us through the debt hump. The other option was a partnering option, and that really was about whether we needed to own the office space, not the library, not the community space, but the office space. And now my question is really whether it matters who owns the office space. Some people think it does, some people think it doesn't, but it may or may not be occupied by council anyway, because it'd be quite expensive space. The reason for doing all of those, of course, was to keep us under the debt cap while not delaying the redevelopment and reopening of our library. And look, I think, councillors, what would be really great is if we start focusing on what this library will do. because it's going to be much better for Tanako Civic Square. It's going to engage so well with the square and with the surrounding streets. And I think it's really exciting to start listening to the staff and the work that is being done in the terms of the fit out and what we can deliver inside the library building. So I think it's going to be brilliant, and I'm looking forward to that conversation with our community. I want to pick up my former colleague's comment in public participation here today about the options. Now, to me, the Chief Executive has given us very clear advice. We did go out to our community. We did an extensive public consultation on which option they wanted. We listened, and we said, the community said to us they want a resilient option. I think she is trying to revisit that people want a non-resilient option. I think our community has very, very clearly said they want something that's going to stand up if we've got an earthquake. And look, if you put $30 million into it and that was all you were doing, you might go, that's worth the risk. That if an earthquake might damage the building and it be irredeemable. But when you're putting, that option was all the fit out, all the services, etc., it becomes a $90 million option. I think that is irresponsible to then put that kind of level of investment at risk. And I think we've got to do it once and do it right. And that is what we're proposing to do. Now, the other point I want to make, and this is what helps me immensely in this particular discussion, is that we've had QS advice, and the QS advice is, in fact, it helps us. It's a good news, bad news one. But it's actually going to take us a little bit longer to do the job. And in taking us a little bit longer to do the job, it gets us a little bit over the hump. And it takes out $48 million in 22-23, and 23-24 it takes out $60 million. So that helps us in delivering the project on time and on budget. Now, what I want to do now is to go through the amendments that I wanted to talk to, and there were a few of them just briefly. Okay, yep. A few of them just briefly. First of all, there is the CapEx. So number 17 I'll go to first, which is the CapEx in the library. So I've listened, I've heard, and I'm going to say, right, we'll take that on board and we'll put that money back in. The 18, I know, thank you. I know, Councillor Day, you've got an amendment. I thought it was a reasonable trajectory to say we'll put in $1 million, because we've effectively got very little at the moment for Māori partnerships, that we're moving to $1 million anyway, which was where we started.
A little bit little.
Sorry?
We're moving to a little bit little, are we?
Okay.
Hey, just one at a time, please.
And so then it's $1 million, which is in this year, which is the first time, and then $2 million in the following years. So I know that there's an amendment which will come, and you can vote either way, but at least I'm saying stake in the ground, we're investing more in Māori partnerships. 19 is predator-free, and you've heard the presentation there. Look, I am convinced by this. This is, for me, it's a world-leading project. It's not something that anybody else is doing remotely in the same way we're doing. Waiheke Island might be doing something, but we are a major urban area, and to do something, if we can pull this off, the work that's been done in Miramar, I think, is spectacular, and they're so close, so close. I'm really looking forward to hearing that the last rat's gone. But this is something which hasn't been done before. We've done it before. When we did Zealandia, people said, you're mad, you can't do this sort of thing. We did it, and it's fantastic. And this really is about saying, let's do the job a bit quicker, 7 years rather than 10, and I think you heard the presentation this morning. It's an efficient way of doing it. And the other thing to mention on that is talking to both the current and previous Ministers of Conservation, and they have chipped in a significant amount of money from Jobs for Nature. I'd like to see them chip in some more to help support the weed work that we're doing as well. But what they wanted to know is this is not about them substituting their money for ours. And I said, no, this is about us doing more, but we want your help to do even more. So this is about partnership, and we are only putting in 15% of the overall cost. That's the cash cost of predator-free. And of course, then there's a massive community involvement in this, which goodness only knows what that's worth, but it'll be enormous. I wanted just to touch base briefly on 22, which is the Chinese Garden Society, and I want to apologise to the Chinese Garden Society. I have apologised to them in ringing a couple of their representatives anyway. I should have let them know that was in there. That was because we were doing everything in such a rushed way. That didn't happen. And I said, look, I want to have a conversation with them, and I'm really keen to do that, and that's what this says. Our officers have quite clearly said to us that $6.5 million was a drop in the bucket in terms of what we need to invest in Frank Kitts Park. If we do the work, they're talking about $40 million, which clearly we don't have at the moment. And we also need to understand where the Chinese community is at in terms of their fundraising too. The cost of the Chinese garden looks at around $10 million at the moment. and that looks like there's a gap, a fairly sizable gap there too. So we need to understand those things, and officers are working on on giving us some information in the not too distant future about Frank Kitts Park as a whole. I think pretty much the final one I wanted to touch on is two more to go, I think, is the airport. Now, I was quite clear, and it was something I said during the election because that has been raised, that I don't support gifting the airport money for an airport runway extension. I don't think that's stacked up, and I don't think that's a good investment. This is quite different in many ways, but we need to understand how different it is, and I think that's a fair question for all of us to ask. This is about a loan, and we would actually make some money on it. So there have been a number of people who said, hey, you could put this money into something else. Now, yeah, but only if there's something else, and I only made a suggestion, what about a housing investment? And I'm interested in having that conversation about housing investment, which is, again, got to be something that washes its own face. But this is money which we would actually say, look, we give you that, and we're actually making more than it costs us to borrow. And that would need to be something that's part of that. So it's a different proposition. We know the seawall is vulnerable. We know that there are, those big concrete ACMONs which are getting damaged because they're relatively, they're small. What they want to do is put bigger ACMONs in to be more robust. It's clearly necessary for the airport. It's clearly necessary for our road. It's clearly necessary for stormwater. I suspect it's necessary for Lyell Bay. But I think what I've got in the amendment is that we need to understand this better about what it's all about. And we also need to be clear, and that's what 25 is about, that the seawall investment which we're proposing is about the seawall renewal and not about the runway extension. So we need to understand that better. And I think, I suspect we'll also need to understand the consenting environment too. So I hope that the amendment gives you some comfort that we're going to have a public conversation. As I said, we put it out there, we have the conversation, and then we decide at the end of June we keep it in there or we don't keep it in there. And I think that's the right way to do it. And the final one I wanted to mention was 27, which is inner city parks. And you'll recall that I asked about inner city parks, and I was told, well, yep, yes, there's something in for the things which we're doing at the moment, but there'll be some investment in years 11 to 30. When we got the spreadsheet on Friday evening, it was what was in for years 11 to 30 was 0, 0, 0, 0. So that kind of didn't cut the mustard. And what we know is that as we've been doing the consultation on the spatial plan, that our community, quite rightly in the inner city, and also the people that come into the inner city, have been saying you need to invest in inner city green space to support that growth. The purpose of putting some indicative funding in here, and it is indicative funding, we don't know exactly where we will have a park or how much. We know some that we've got our eye on. We don't know where the rest will be. We don't know exactly what they're going to cost, what they're going to cost to develop. But what we do know is that if we don't put this indication in now, then the growth that occurs between now and when we do put it in will get away scot-free in terms of paying for those parks. So it makes sense to put the money in now, and so that growth pays for that growth rather than that it is paid for by debt and by ratepayers who wouldn't otherwise necessarily need it. So I am pleased to move the motion. I look forward to the debate and hope it's a fairly efficient discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Foster, and I will be seconding, but I'm going to reserve my right. Now, I think we were going to break for lunch at 12:30, but do we want to begin an amendment? I think it'll be helpful to keep going for just a little bit longer.
I was just going to say, are we going to have any questions related to the things at this point that the Mayor has moved?
Can we do them during the lunch break?
Okay, I just wanted to raise, maybe you could just speak to it for me, which is just the recommendation 23, that there was a slight change to Appendix 1 overnight.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep. So the slight change to Appendix 1 I think you're referring to is in relation to the option around the Island Bay Cycleway for the medium option, which said it was it's a $6 million in year 4 to 10 rather than year 1 to 3, and that's again related to the keeping us under the debt cap. No, in years 1 to 3. Yes? Cool. Right, thank you. Okay. Good reminder.
Questions do need to be done in public because we are in the process. So, by all means, informal chats, but if you've really got serious questions, they need to be in public. Okay, Councillor Condi.
So I'd just like some officer advice on Recommendation 17, reinstating the library materials collection budget, which I think we're all very excited about. But the reason that I voted the way that I did last time we discussed this was because I was told we needed to do it to keep ourselves under the 225 debt limit. So I guess I would like advice now about if we're doing this, are we still going to remain under the 225 debt limit?
That will be the CFO, if you don't mind. It was about the library collection, and if we follow this recommendation, will we still be under the 225 debt revenue ratio? Oh, okay. The Mayor actually has the numbers at his fingertips, if that's helpful.
Look, the advice I've been given is that in year 21-22, with the library plus books and Kandala pool, which is suggested to be in 23-24, it's 226%, so it's 1% over. In year 22-23, it's 234%, and then in year 23-24, it's 228.
Can we be provided with that?
Mayor, can I just clarify, though, I think the figures you are quoting are not simply related to the decision number 17.
It's including the library.
Yeah, so the answer, this is in fact a very small part of your overall capital expenditure. I believe that on its own does not push you over the 225%.
It's a library. I hope that answers your question sufficiently. Are there any other questions on this? Because when we come back from lunch, it would be quite nice to actually get into some of the process around the debate and other amendments. So are there any other questions?
Just can we have those figures?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Councillor Rush?
Do we thereafter, from year 4 onwards, return to 225, do we?
The numbers I've got here are 224, 224, 223 for the next 3 years. So,
so the answer is yes. Okay. Councillor Day.
My question's in regards to the Chinese garden amendment. So that means that we will be continuing on with conversations with the Chinese Garden Society about building the Chinese garden. Okay, so so this is basically committing us to continuing on that pathway and. Yes.
Right. Okay. Any others? Right.
Sorry, can you just, those figures you just read out, was that years 1 to 3 or 3 to 6?
Numbers I've got here, if I read them out, 226, year 1.
It's year 1.
234, year 2. 228, year 3. 224, 224, 223. That's the first 6.
Okay. We will adjourn for lunch. We will be back here, please, at 1 o'clock sharp. I've got beginnings of a speaking list, and the first up is actually Councillor Fitzsimons. Who's not here? She is now. Oh,
Thank you very much. Can we just get my amendment up on the screen? Our amendment. The amendment. Cool. Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by genuinely acknowledging the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for the revised resolution we saw today seeking a temporary increase to the debt ceiling so that we can get the Central Library strengthened and open without the need for partnering or privatisation. And also that I'm pleased to see the commitment to restoring the cut.
Councillor Fitzsimons, just because we are trying to keep a streamlined process, are you speaking to the main motion as well? No, just the amendment, right? So we need to get to the point, if you don't mind.
Well, I was busy thanking you, but I will move on. This is welcome, and it provides some reassurance to the authors and publishers and academics, librarians, artists and others who have raised genuine concerns about possible sale of the building. Now, this amendment today is really about saying that we will completely remove the partnering option for the Central Library from the consultation document, and I will go into a wee bit of the reasons why we're seeking this, but I want to start by being very clear with councillors around the table. This is not consistent with officer advice, and I've had very clear advice from officers that they do not agree with this resolution. They say, and they may well give it to you themselves, but I want to be really transparent and open that I have had that advice. The 30, yeah, not 31. They've said that it shouldn't be removed because Section 93 of the Local Government Act requires councils to show all principal options for addressing how it can be funded, and that in the course of the decision-making process we should be looking to identify all reasonable practical options for the achievement of the decision. And I accept that that is the officer advice and that it's well-meaning and genuine. But what I would say to councillors is that it's our decision to make, and we can make decisions in opposition to officer advice. That's the whole point of having elected councillors, not officers that govern this city. So I just want to be really clear that that is the officer advice. They've even gone as far as saying that it could result in a qualified audit. I think these risks are overstated myself, and we are obviously having a debate on it. So I just want to be really, really upfront that that is the views of officers. And on that, I just want to also note that this qualified audit concern, I think, is overstated, because we originally started out back in July by committing to it being in council ownership. That was a resolution moved by Councillor Day and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. That was then included in the consultation document that we ran under a special consultative procedure, and we ran that special consultative procedure under the Local Government Act because we wanted to be able to get on with making the decision in the long-term plan. The sale of part of the library building was alarming to many. I'm really asking you to show your commitment to the library as an important free public space of knowledge and take privatisation off the table. We do see in this draft long-term plan a record investment in pipes, in our water infrastructure, and important investment in climate change, in cycleways. But privatising or consulting on a possible option of privatising the library is, in my view, a distraction that will cause more unnecessary worry, stress and concern, and huge amounts of energy from those Wellingtonians who oppose this. So really it's about trying to draw a line under this discussion about privatisation or partnering for the Central Library building, consistent with our the new proposed preferred option, and really show Wellingtonians that we're committed to the Central Library remaining a council building as soon as it's strengthened and opened. And I ask for your support.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Fitzsimons?
Councillor Day, Councillor Young, kindly offered to second it.
Councillor Young, do you wish to speak now?
just to say I am very pleased to second this. This has been a very interesting exercise for me because, as you know, I changed my position on it. I'm very pleased I changed my position because the tenor of the emails I received has also changed, and that's always good. But I think this is absolutely the right thing to do. I mean, I have no problem with public-private partnerships. I think they're great, but not for the library. So Councillor Fitzsimmons has said everything else, so it's fine. I have great pleasure in seconding it and hope that you will support us, irrespective of officer advice.
Councillor Condi.
Can we ask for officer advice now?
Yes.
So,
yes.
I think, Councillor Fitzsimons, you've said it's our decision to make, and I guess my question to officers is, what are the risks that we're taking on if we decide to approve this amendment?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, and you're right, it is your decision to make, and the officer advice is offering no opinion on the value or otherwise of any option. But in keeping with what I said this morning, and as Councillor Fitzsimons has already said, under the legislation, you are required to put forward the principal options for any given proposal. Last week, the Council voted to make this option its principal preferred option. I think it would be difficult to argue that this week it's no longer a principal option. And I would also simply say you would need to consider whether this appears to be closing the opportunity for people in the community to have their own say about that option. In other words, the maintenance of an open mind. Those are the risks. I'm certainly not going to speak on behalf of an auditor and whether or not our consultation document might be qualified as a result. It is always possible that in process, if anyone decided to challenge a council decision, the basis is only ever on process under the law. Thank you.
Do you have anything further you'd like to ask? Right. Councillor Day. Okay. Yeah. Are there any other questions? No? Good, we'll go. Malcolm. Okay, right. Councillor Day, I'll put the other people down as I see your hands.
Thank you. So I do support both of these amendments. I think that particularly in regards to 30, it might be seen as a principal option, but it was a last-minute principal option with no detailed information. So it was very hard for people, and I think that's why we've ended up with a situation where people have changed the way that are going to change the way they voted, because there just wasn't enough information at the time. People really didn't understand it and didn't have time to necessarily know what those implications would be. When we talk about the public-private ownership option, and we've heard people today say through public participation that Transmission Gully is one that we could look at for how well that goes. And so one of the reasons that this was put to us by the Mayor was that it would speed things up. Well, in the case of Transmission Gully, it definitely hasn't sped things up. We're still waiting. And so my opinion is that actually it's not, the information that we were given at the time wasn't well formed, so it's not necessarily helpful to have it in the consultation document at this point because of that lack of information. And so just with regards to the fact that there was a suggestion about having private ownership of the office space, I think what we've failed to do there, and also we've talked about in other places in the city that we need, is factoring in population growth. This library suits us at the moment size-wise, but within 5-10 years in a city population growth, we may need more floor space in the library. And so then we end up in a situation where we have a private owner who says, yeah, I'll sell you a floor of the library for a huge amount of money because I know that you've got no other option, this is your library. So I think what we do is we actually pass the can down the road for the future councils to have to figure out how to sort that one out when they're then stuck in a public-private partnership with part of a library and they need more. And I would say, hearing the Mayor talking about the inner city park options around looking at growth, I would say we need to consider the library as our inner city park-like space where people can go and spend time, and so we do need to factor in population growth. So really happy to support both, and particularly 31. I think, you know, we really want to make sure that Te Ngako can be the best civic centre for our city, so we need to show our confidence and our support of that area and do the best we can to make it a really vibrant space. And I'd just like to acknowledge and thank Councillor Fitzsimons for her unwavering support of our central library. I definitely did not want to see people having to chain themselves to our library to let us know that we were going down the wrong track. So thank you for helping us avoid that, which would be quite a distressing situation for us all. Thank you.
Okay, we've had the 3 people speaking in favour. Do we have anyone who wants to speak against this? Councillor Condi. Okay.
Thank you. I think, you know, this is a really difficult issue, and I understand that a lot of people in the community do feel really, really strongly about this and about the library. I do have some concerns that some people in our community don't actually understand the details of what's being put in front of them. When we talk about privatisation of the library building, that people then assume that we will not own the building, that the part of the building the library is in, which is not the correct information in terms of what this proposal entails. If you want to talk about privatisation of office space, I'm right there with you. That's perfectly accurate, an accurate description. But we're talking about co-ownership of the library building. I think if we're looking at how the question before us is not about whether that's a good idea or not, it's about whether we should even consult on that idea. And I just get very uncomfortable when we talk about not wanting to go to our community to hear from them and hear what they want to say. I feel like we had the exact same debate when we did the consultative procedure about the library. When we talked about you know, we all sat around this table and I seconded Councillor Calvert's amendment that the preferred option should be to demolish the building. And a number of councillors said, nobody will support that. I don't know anybody who will support that. And I have to admit, I didn't think it would get that much support. I thought maybe 15 or 20% of Wellingtonians would come back and say, yep, demolish. Actually, it was closer to 40. So I get very concerned when we sit at this table and we assume that we know what people in the city already think. I think we definitely know what some people think. We've certainly got a section of the community who've been very vocal about their opinion on that, and I take that very seriously. But I also think there are a great deal of people in the city we haven't heard from about how to fund this project and who would be open to this option. And I feel like taking it off the table does them a disservice. I also think that we've had very strong officer advice here about following due process and about the risks involved in removing this option from the consultation document. This is an audited document. You know, we do have obligations under the Local Government Act. It's very clear about what can and can't and what has to be in this document. And I think by removing this, we are potentially breaching those obligations and our obligations under the Local Government Act, which I take very seriously. I think we are opening ourselves up to legal risk of judicial review, not only from a group such as the Taxpayers Union, who might be concerned about making sure we're being prudent with ratepayers' money, but also from a developer who might be quite interested in the option of buying the upper floors of the library, if that were an option that could be put to the people of Wellington. So I do take this very seriously. I do find it unusual that, you know, Councillor Fitzsimons, you wrote to the Office of the Auditor General to talk about your concerns about the process when we had this meeting 2 weeks ago, concerns which I share. About the process that was followed when we led to the meeting that we had discussing CapEx 2 weeks ago. But now you're coming to this table and saying we're getting strong officer advice, this isn't the right process, but that's all right. We don't have to listen to the officer advice. We can do what we want. And I find that quite hypocritical. I think if we care about good process at the last meeting, we care about good process at this meeting too. And that's my view on this, is that I think leaving it in the document is the proper process. And that is what we should follow. As much as you might be frustrated that the Mayor's process was not ideal and put this on the table when maybe it shouldn't have been, I also don't think that two wrongs don't make a right. In this case, we are where we are, and I think it's important that from here on out we follow proper processes very carefully, and officers have given us very strong guidance about what the proper processes are in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. Councillor Sparrow.
Thank you. I agree with most, if not all, of what Councillor Condi has just said, because my understanding is that this is just, it's an option. We're talking about going to consultation, and if there is overwhelming opposition at that point from the community, we have a duty to listen. Councillor Young, just a short while ago, used the wording, and I wrote it down at the time, so I'm not misquoting. She talked about a public-private partnership for the library. Well, my understanding is that...
I said I'm in principle in favour of public-private partnerships. I did not say for the library.
Well, I wrote down your wording at the time. It'd be interesting to play it back.
I think this is, we need to move on.
Right. Well, there is a misunderstanding out there that we're talking about a public-private partnership for the library. And my understanding is that it's just for the remainder of the library building, the portion that will not be used for library purposes. So my view is that we should go out to the community and ask for their views on it. As Councillor Condi said, we've heard from a certain number already, but that may or may not be representative of the wider community. We have a duty to ask the wider community what they think on this, and then we can act accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we discussed this last week, I was in favour of partnering because in my mind, partnering is extremely broad, and to my thinking, having a cafeteria, share space and rent space to create a revenue stream, which could be capitalised into a lump sum and help facilitate early works on the library seemed like a good idea. I was never in my mind comfortable that we would split ownership of the building. I think as you work through that idea, you will find that there are a lot of hoops and constraints that have been already mentioned, and would actually, I was pretty confident that that would turn out to be rejected in time. Nevertheless, there are a whole range of different ways in which we can involve the private sector. Again, though, in my view, given the cost of borrowing at the moment, they inevitably result in us paying more money.
Councillor Rush, this is about the amendment to take off. Okay, all right, I just want
to... So, in any event, like Councillor Sparrow, I think, though, that the public deserve to be asked, and that and that we are then duty bound to listen. What I would say, though, is that on Friday last week, I woke to find words of privatisation and austerity being used. And in fact, I contacted one of my colleagues to ask where in the paper did this come from, because I didn't see it. In my view, it's dog whistle politics, and it's been quite unfortunate that it's led to some difficult conversations, although very positive ones in the end. So I also am not in favour of the amendment at 31. I think that the heart of the city moves around, and I don't think we should legislate for it at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. So that's actually 3 against now. Is there anyone further who would like to speak for, or shall we put this to the vote? Okay, Councillor Pennant, and then... Yeah. Okay.
I thought I would just speak as someone who sat around the table for a while, because with great respect to the officers, I really appreciate the advice and I think it's helpful. But we do not follow it all the time. That is not true. So, Mayor Foster, you will remember we were told that the court ruling on the Curtis Street development wasn't safe around consultation. We actually kicked back against that advice at that point, that it was quite easy to action, and we did do that. So I think what I've heard from staff is that there might be some risk, but there's no prohibition. And if it was true, every time we do something with a council asset, we should say we should sell it. And we do not do that, actually. That has not been the long practice of our council. I just like also, just from a planning point of view, I don't agree that we should be talking about selling off 2 of the floors, because we haven't even done the basic planning for what's going in the library. I have aspirations for children's space, also for space for young people, and I'm sure many other people do too. So why would you be saying that you're going to do that before you've actually figured out what you're going to do? You know, like, it is a very, very important building. So I think that's important. The other thing is that the consultation, if you look at the question, you can say none of these options. Question 7. So if you want privatisation, or sorry, partnering approach, try not to be inflammatory, you can actually say that, as you can whenever you go out for consultation. I do think the ghost of legal review is very, very slight. I'm sorry, I just don't take that someone is going to make that much effort over the library. I think most Wellingtonians kind of think that libraries are public spaces, and that's pretty clear. I'll just finish off by saying I won't vote against 31, Councillor Fitzsimons, but really, we do need a longer-term discussion about the future of the square, just before it, becomes rather flooded. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill. Oh, sorry, Councillor Paul.
Kia ora koutou. So, I just wanted to thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for all of your work in respect to this kaupapa, and I don't think I've received this amount of distressed emails and messages on any issue as much as we have around the prospect of what was proposed at the meeting on the 18th of February. So I think, and this is in line with why I'll be moving my amendment later on the airport, but I think when you have such a strong reaction from the community, we have an obligation to be really clear with them about what our intentions are, and I think that it is very confusing about what it is we're trying to achieve with this building. And I also think we're almost insulting the community by implying that they don't know what's going on here. Yes, councillors go out and make statements. Yes, they make comments, and yes, that contributes to the narrative. But they can read the minutes, they can watch the meeting, they can hear what the mayor has proposed. And I think that we have a really educated population, in that they can discern that they believe that this is privatisation, and we follow what they say, and we're not here in our ivory towers telling them that they don't understand what we're talking about. So, for me, I can't accept it being an option in the papers, and some of the reluctance with which the mayor spoke with in his opening speech doesn't give me the clarity and the certainty that I think our community needs right now from us in the face of all of the different crises that we're facing. So I think they need clarity, and that this is a really strong way that we can indicate to them that yes, we have heard your concerns. No, we will not be privatising the library, and we're not interested in that, and we will keep it in public in the people's hands. So I will be supporting this, and I hope that we'll just trust our community a little bit more and actually respect that they aren't stupid.
Councillor O'Neill, did you have your hand up to speak? Yes.
Thank you, councillors. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to quickly talk in support of this amendment to remove that option from our consultation. I'm doing this for a couple of reasons. I believe that we've had a really clear indication from the council and its intention, and also the community and its intention to keep this building and its occupants entirely within public ownership. We have committed to Wellingtonians we will not do this to them. We did that about 6 months ago, and we've also had further discussions here today to try and demonstrate that. Our workers deserve to be listened to, and they are not happy. And this time for cutbacks, nor is it the time for another experiment, and I'm quoting someone, nor is this the time for another failed public-private partnership experiment. And I worry that including this in the consultation papers continues the narrative that encourages people to pit essential public goods against other essential public goods. I believe, as Councillor Paul has just stated, that the community does know what it wants and has demonstrated it to us a number of times. It's been really, really clear for me from the start and in the beginning, and I'd just like to say on the second part of the amendment, we've also heard from small business, we've heard from Wellington NZ, we've heard from musicians and wonderful, passionate people wanting to continue to keep Te Ngākau the heart of our community, and I do believe that a heart doesn't shift around, a heart can't be capitalised on. It's there, and it's what our community tells us, and it's certainly something that was strongly reflected in our last big consultation that we did on the library. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. So again, we've had 3 in favour. Does anyone want to speak against? I think we've got Councillor Calvert. The Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge that obviously there's a lot of passion around this, and I know a number of my colleagues have been very keen that to make sure that the library does stay fully in community ownership. But I think we're dealing with a very difficult situation here, and if we look at it, the total cost is $180 million. And in recent times, probably only in the really last month, we've really understood what our true financial situation is for a city going forward. And we're looking at a 14+% rates increase for this year, probably likely around about 10% next year. And also as part of this, also increasing our debt, but that's been factored in. I think we should go out to the public and seek their views, because I've also had a lot of feedback that people want to have a say about what the options are. And this is about consultation, so we're not making a final decision here. So we do need to put it out there with the right information around it. And look, I appreciate that if people really wanted to understand what was going on, they could have listened to a 9-hour meeting or read a 200-page council papers, but I doubt whether they would have been awake at the end of it. So all the information that they are getting is from the media. And with all due respect to to the people from the media here, sometimes there is an emphasis on what's reported and how it's reported. So I think it's important, as far as our consultation document is concerned, that we provide a balanced view and of the information, and leave it for the public to have a say. And on number 31, I'm very comfortable with the first part, but to include the main Wellington City Council premises. Look, I know that based here, the commercial rate to host council offices here is less than it would be around Tanakwa Civic Square. So I think we need to, and even if that's not the case, I think we need to, because I see some people making comments, we need to have good information in front of us. So we do need to make a prudent decision going forward. So we shouldn't lock ourselves in around the use of commercial office space.
Thank you. I think, can we please be quite brief, because I'm going to, I have put myself on the speaking list. But I will try and be really, really brief. I think it's really important that we actually go out to consultation properly, and I don't think that just taking options off the table when we've prepared our consultation document, it had, I think it was 3 or 4 options. We indicated a preferred one. We've put another one out there, and we now got a different preferred option. But I think to take them all off the table is the wrong thing to do. I'm so clear about that in my own mind. I understand the passion from the people who've argued to do this, but I don't think it's actually the right thing to do. I think it shows a lack of confidence. You know, if you guys are really confident, or if we collectively are really confident we've understood the public, and the public would like us to try and build this building all by council, completely by council, then why are we afraid to actually hear that? Why are we reluctant to go and test that and see what comes back? And to me, that is actually failing democracy, not to be prepared to hear. And you can interpret what you hear. You can take on board bits and pieces of it to form a conclusion. It's not a numbers game, it's actually an information game, and I don't know why we're scared collectively of having that information. About 31, I'll support it, but I think it is tying us up a little bit. But my consolation is we're only saying the main part. I think that's flexible enough that we're not binding a future council completely, because we may not be able to bring all of council, obviously, back into Civic Square. It's a very big organisation, but to bring the bits that are important to people back into the public realm of Civic Square, I think would be ideal. That's me. And next up was actually the Mayor. And
just
Councillor Matthews.
very briefly, look, I've heard a bit, even in this debate, about privatising the library. So, you know, we're continuing the misrepresentation of what was actually ever proposed. So we've got to be very careful about what we do, because if people are getting upset about it, it's because we've misrepresented it collectively, individually, and that's not what we should be doing. Our responsibility is to make sure, and that's our legal responsibility under the Local Government Act, that we provide fair, accurate information about the options. And that is what we need to do, and I'm scared that is not happening. I just want to echo what the Deputy Mayor has said. It is, for me, a case of what are you afraid of? If you think that our community is going to say something, let them say it. But you've got to allow for minority views to be able to have a view on the things which they might believe, because there are some risks here. We've had very clear advice from our management. I know that I've asked the same question from our lawyers. I've asked the same question from our auditor. I know we had Councillor Fitzsimons, you went and sent something to the OAG. Do you want you risk that somebody else will do the same thing, that somebody will send something to the OAG and say, hey, was this done the right way? But the real risk here is that somebody actually has a go at this. And they might not have a go at it because they're even interested in the library. They might have a go at it on the basis that they will say, Council, you have some obligations to us as a community to put credible options in front of us, not to take them off the table, because to me that is an offence against democracy, and it's an offence against the general intent of what the local government, in fact I think the Local Government Act says that, not general intent, but actually it says you must put in place in front of people the credible options, you must put in front of people the reasons for and against them, the information, and give them the opportunity to respond. This will be not doing that, and I think that is quite the wrong thing to do. Whatever we think, and we have changed our preferred option, the substantive change is our preferred option, I just say to you, be confident in our community, let them give us the feedback, and if you are right, won't be a problem. But it's exactly as Councillor Condi said, I was surprised by the number of people who said to us, actually we'd prefer a new building than the existing building. I was very surprised by that, but they did. We allowed them that option. We did that exactly the right way, and we should have confidence to do it again.
So I do have two more, Councillor Matthews and Councillor Wolfe.
Kia ora koutou. I'd like to start with a definition of privatisation, which I googled, and it says the transfer of ownership, property or business from the government to the private sector is termed privatisation. So definitely we are looking...
Point of order. It's point of misrepresentation, because we're not talking about privatisation of the library, and you are making that more generic. We were talking about office.
I didn't actually use the word library.
No, but people
I'm
have.
actually going to uphold the Mayor, because I think he is correct. It is part of what's been confusing for people. But anyway, carry on, Councillor Matthews.
The definition I have just given is a definition of partial privatisation of the library building. And I should note, actually, that the motion that we discussed the other week didn't mention anything about office space. It didn't mention anything about percentage of building. It didn't have any numbers. So actually, I was going, as you would have as a councillor, Mayor, on the basis of the decision that we made, not the interpretation of it.
Point of order again, and I quite clearly explained exactly what the options were when I introduced the paper on the 18th. Exactly. So you should have heard it then.
I heard what you said, but I was talking about what the motion said, which was the decision that was made, which mentioned nothing about office space, proportion of a building, numbers, and I would say, actually, you talk about credible options, that what you presented to us was not a credible
Councillor
option.
Matthews, I think this is getting a little bit personal. Can we just lower the tone a little bit?
There's nothing personal about it, actually.
Okay.
I'm talking about
let's just
our public library.
Talk about the topic. Now, we're going to carry on.
I've not made any personal comment about anybody. I'm talking about the decisions that we made. So this option was actually not on the table in the months of discussion that we had over the library and about the long-term plan. It only came on the table via a late-night email and on the last week. So actually, I don't think that we can create good process out of a bad process. For my mind, this was a poor decision, poorly made. And actually...
Point of order again. I'm sorry, you're misrepresenting. Now you're misrepresenting our staff, because that was clearly mentioned to us in a workshop.
No, it wasn't.
And you were telling the council that it was a poor decision last week. That's not very nice.
Portfolio leader. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not scared.
Excuse me, Councillor Matthews, you need to withdraw those comments that when you said the staff were providing. I don't know, I can't remember exactly, sorry. What were they? Somebody's got an objection.
One was misrepresenting the process we've been through and the staff advice in this case.
Did we, sorry, I do not recall any in-depth discussion in any way of privatisation.
No one mentioned privatisation.
Anyway, keep going. Keep talking.
Or public sale, because we ruled it out with, no.
Matthews, can you just lower the tone a little bit? Because it is getting people upset. Can you just please just...
Well, I'm sorry, but I am also upset. And it's not the job of councillors to police each other's tone, actually. That's not part of our standing orders. I've not said anything offensive about anybody. And I guess I want to come back to why I don't want to have this as an option in this paper, because it is upsetting, it's divisive, and I think like many members of the community, with all of the problems and issues that we have to face in Wellington, do not want to be distracted by a fight for something that we already have. And I think that's the message that we've got very strongly from the community over the last few weeks. And I would also note that not only is it upsetting and divisive in the community and undermining potentially already some sort of shaky trust in us, that it also has the potential to be divisive amongst this group. That we shouldn't proceed with an option that actually we say we don't want to favour, that the community is very upset by, when it's not really an option. Kia ora.
Thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Wolfe.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I will be voting against the amendment. I think that all options should remain on the table, and I don't want to see the city missing an opportunity. I base that around the commercial reality of what the library, the building, could return to the city, and that if we limit the options on the table, we may not ever realise or be able to understand if there was a business out there or philanthropy that had something that was compatible with the actual library itself. That piece of land, it is really, really important to the city, you know, and if for some reason down the track we had to sell it, and perhaps this may be a time that the third and fourth floors may be needed to gain some revenue for the city, I think that opportunity should be availed to our community. Now, there's members of the community that haven't spoken yet, that haven't said, haven't had a say, and this is a consultation document. It's purely consultation. Limiting our opportunities is not what the city would want us to do. Oh, I'll just ask on 31. I just ask Councillor Fitzsimons if she would mind being a little bit more flexible and just removing that main Wellington City Council premise returning, because again, there may be opportunities that are, we just limit our opportunities again there is a likelihood that we will go back there, but there may not. It may be more prudent to do something else.
Yeah, should we take it out? I mean, to be honest, this resolution's actually already been passed by this council, so I really didn't mean that, but to go back in, I should have properly read it, but I'm fine with it. It's already been passed. I just wanted it to be reflected in the consultation document, given what's happening with Mob and Cab and the library, because it's already decided, but it sort of got forgotten.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm actually going to suggest we put this to the vote. We've had plenty of discussion. Right of reply.
Cool. Well, thank you all for. Should we take it out? Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy to. Well, I know we'll leave it now. We've moved and seconded it. We'll just leave it. Yep. I mean, it's been passed already. Well, thank you everybody for your input to this, and I just want to very briefly pick up on some of the points that people have made. I just want to thank Councillor Day for her point about population growth and flexibility that we can get from the building. Councillor Condi, I absolutely respect the comments that you've made, and I don't expect you to support this. You have consistently not been in favour of retaining council ownership, and I guess I would say we did have exactly the same debate about public ownership back in July. So I do think that there is legal risk. There's always legal risk. There's litigation risk in every single decision we make, and that's always the case. That's the case with everything. I think that legal risk is low, and I think even if we did face a litigation on this, that we'd be likely to win it. But I think it's very interesting how pernicious privatisation is. We ruled it out on the 21st of July, but it came back with no mandate, and we consulted on the basis that it was ruled out. And I think, Councillor Pannett, your point about it's a bit premature to have this debate because we haven't even worked out what's going to be in the library. We know that we want capital E in there. And I also agree with your point about if people are so desperate to raise it, there is no problem with them raising it anyway. Councillor Paul, I thank you for the comments that you made, and I think your amendment is sort of the same, in that what we're asking people to do is send a message of your values with this amendment. And councillors who said, what are you scared of? I'm not scared of anything. What I don't want to do is put people like authors, publishers, artists to an unnecessary massive energy in opposing this through consultation. So what I'm scared of is wasting the time of Wellingtonians who will rightly be very worried, particularly after the Mayor's speech, that actually, even though it's a preferred option, privatisation is still somehow sitting there in the background. So I'm not scared of that the public are going to come and support it. I'm scared that we're going to waste people's time and put them to unnecessary stress and concern and worry. And I just think we should rule it out on that basis. Councillor Matthews, I just want to thank you for your speech. Despite the constant interruptions and objections, the comments that you made were very important. And the constant interruptions and objections, to me, make the need for this resolution even stronger. Because what we can do through this resolution is rule out privatisation of the library and just get on with strengthening it and opening it and having an exciting discussion about what's going to go in it and how it's going to change our city. So thank you. I ask for your support.
We will now vote. Yes. We can. So we will vote on 30. That is carried, and we will now vote on 31. And that is also carried. Right, thank you. Now move, I think it is Councillor Paul that's next on the speaking list.
All right, kia ora koutou, right, get on with this, eh? First of all, could I please table the email that councillors received this morning from the Chair of Wellington Airport? I've forwarded it to you.
Do I believe that the advice was that it's possible?
Yeah, yep. Cool. All right.
You can.
Thank you. Yes. I'll quickly speak to the substantive. Thank you to the officers for putting together this consultation document. Well, would you rather I come back later and do another 5 minutes, or would you rather I just say my comments now? Okay, cool. Okay. All right. I'll just do my amendment. Okay. So, in light of this email that I've now tabled so that the public can read it and kind of take that into consideration with some of the advice that we've received this morning, I think we are still very unclear about what this funding is for, and I think it's a significant amount of money to expect ratepayers to dish out without any clarification about what it's for. And I'm very concerned that it could still go towards the runway extension. Going back to Tim's email this morning, it gave some useful history in how the council has signalled their support for the runway extension. And this was back in 2014, and I think, it's fair enough that we've made that decision in the past, but I think we know a lot more now, and we understand climate change a lot more now. We've signed up nationally to international conventions, and we've made commitments to reducing our emissions as a city and as a country, and I think with this information, we don't know it all. It's not certain, as Councillor Rush always reminds us, but I think we have enough information to know what the responsible thing to do is. So, in the case that it is a seawall, if all the funding was for it to be a seawall, I still have a fundamental problem with the fact that we're using public money to protect an activity that just continues to contribute to the problem in the first place, which is sea level rise. And I just think that out of, we're one of two shareholders in the airport, and I don't think we're the ones that are in the position to be giving out this finance. So, my amendment is that the main amendment that I'll speak to this morning is asking that we remove the $75 million loan to the airport in years 7 to 9. And in the case that it is the runway extension, you heard everything that was said this morning. We did declare a climate emergency. Some people said, it's virtue signalling and it means nothing. You're right. If we support this work to continue, then you're absolutely right. It means nothing because we're not going to put the actions behind it. And there's that quote that says, "Don't tell me what your values are. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what your values are." So we need to be going back to what I just said about the library, this amendment debate we just had before. I think it's really important that we're really clear with the community about our priorities and we're true to their calls that we take climate action seriously.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
I'm not finished yet.
Oh, sorry, I thought you had.
Sorry, no. I'm just trying to be very clear and careful with what I say, because we're all being careful today. I don't want us to be the laughingstock council who commits to something and declares an emergency and doesn't take it seriously. So, and I think my problem is that the airport are clearly undertaking a very aggressive agenda of growth at the moment in terms of the expansion proposal and in terms of the runway extension, which is obviously still being canvassed. And I think the reality is that we're living in a COVID world right now, and that really the realistic thing to do is to scale it back. Ratepayers have already made up for the underwrite that we've provided them with. They have already made up for the dividend that we will not get this year, that we may not get in full in the following years. So I think we just need to tone it back and to indicate to the community that we're going to be responsible. We're not going to give them the money right now, and we would wait to seek further information on what this funding will be for, because again, it's a significant contribution. And just because it's in the out years doesn't mean it doesn't matter, because we saw the response from the Chinese garden community who were concerned about funding that was 7 years out. So with that, I ask us all to think about, the future and, the increasing pressure that any further extension or expansion to the airport will put on our existing infrastructure, and am open to your debate and hearing it.
Cool. Right, so do you have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll reserve my right to speak, please.
Okay, so we'll open it up to debate. Who would like to speak? I think I had Councillor Pannett. Rush.
Well, I do love a little bit of irony, and this one is a particularly good one, that we are being asked to loan money to adapt to climate change at the same time we are causing it, as Councillor Paul has pointed out. And I guess, look, I'm not being critical, but the process has been a little bit unusual, that we got this line of OPEX late on Friday night with no assessment, no analysis, no alignment, as we heard with Te Atakura, and I think that's a little bit problematic. The most thing which has exercised me is the fact that we are going to be subsidising passengers to fly into Wellington, causing some climate issues. That is basically akin to subsidising people to park and to throw rubbish out. And this council has actually long observed that principle of polluter pays. And we certainly do pollute when we fly, we know that. So asking people to pay maybe $5 more extra is not what I would consider an unreasonable amount of money. And in fact, it is just that they do, or we do, because of the pollution that we are causing. So it is disappointing that we, again, have the argument that we need to do this for economic development. And that's why I've been quite bullish about, when we talk about the economy, that we talk about an environmentally sustainable one, because I know this argument always comes up We have to do something for the economy at the expense of the environment, and guess what wins? It is always the economy, which is why we are in the mess that we are right now, with Code Red being issued by the UN on climate change and how close we are to catastrophe, and that has to be taken seriously. When I raised the climate and ecological emergency in 2019, I did not give people an out. I did not say, oh, well, maybe, if you want to do a cheap flight, you can do that. Or, let's chuck out more rubbish. And, of course, as Al Gore famously said, climate change is an inconvenient truth. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about an inconvenience of paying a few bucks extra to deal with climate change. And I don't accept there's much of an equity argument here because generally it would be people more well off who are flying rather than people on the lowest incomes. And as I've said before, there are other ways of addressing those issues around equity when we are dealing with climate issues. And just the last point I'd like to make, I'd really like to thank the officer for giving clear advice. We can do something else with this money. And so just because it's all been really rushed, I have agreed with my colleagues that I won't be putting up any random amendments to do something with that money. But there will be time before June to consider this issue in far more depth. And it would definitely be my view that things like housing and climate mitigation would be a far better use of very valuable ratepayers' money. The airport are expert in accessing finance. So it has been very peculiar that they have come here for a cheap loan. And thank you, Councillor Rush, for just making that point with your private sector background, just saying why would they have the right to access to cheap finance? What is the actual justification? And again, we haven't had any advice on that point. So I think we need to take a strong, clear and uncompromising stance. If you believe in climate change and that it is a catastrophe for our planet, then this is a very simple vote to make. You vote yes to Councillor Paul's amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Councillor Pennant, I tend to agree. Having studied the theory of state participation in my master, the fact is, though, that it is right for the state to invest in things that the private sector do not find attractive. And over the years, that is what's happened, whether it be Vogel buying the trains, putting the trains in, the power stations were all funded because the private sector wouldn't do it. And then until a point when it actually became lucrative, and then the assets get sold, and mucho disruption about that. But actually, that's the right thing to do: liquidate the money and put it into something else. As a consequence, I am distinctly uncomfortable with state funding going into something which could be very easily financed by the private sector. I would point out, though, that if it's only $5 per passenger, it's going to make no difference to the climate because the passengers will still come. Nevertheless, that all said, I have spoken to officers and spoken with the representatives from the airport. And whilst I am still lacking clarity around how this all fits together, I do recognise that we are a long way away from this being crystallised, and that I will trust officers at this point on the basis that we will get better information as to how this loan has come about, what are the terms, and what are the other options. What is this displacing? Because the big infrastructure projects that are of the future that need to be funded by the state are low carbon ones. They are the ones that the private sector are not funding, and as I've submitted to the Productivity Commission, they are the ones that the state agency should be taking a lead on.
Okay, I'll speak because I've got him first before the rest of you, but I put you on the list. I do find this very strange. It's not our asset. It's not our Wellington City Council asset. It's actually partners and our asset. But they have a lot of assets they have to fix. They had a fire station they upgraded. They had, a tarmac, and all of that is part of what they have to do to maintain the airport, as is this. So what's different about this, I have to ask? And if we're coming at it from the argument that it's saving on airport landing fees for passengers, well then wouldn't we rush in the Bank of the Wild airport and actually fund a whole lot more if it's such a good idea? And if it is such a good idea for passengers, then are we actually getting enough interest back? Because there was some argument that we were going to make money off this, but if it's a good deal for passengers, are we as City Council actually getting a good enough deal? And none of this is actually sitting with me very coherently. And then I have to ask myself, I haven't had a clear answer about whether this is a replacement of the wall or whether this is actually an extension that might help an extension, which I've always been really opposed to, totally, always consistently opposed to. So I just think, and another thing I ask myself is this is happening in the 7-year time frame, so actually there's another LTP to come before we need to make this decision. So should we actually be finding out a whole lot more information? And this is not a trivial amount of money. We've been talking about the headroom. We've been talking about how difficult it is and how we need to keep headroom for things, shocks in the future, things we don't know about. And all of a sudden, whoa, it seems we can just put $75 million of our headroom into the airport to do something when they can actually raise money themselves. So I have to say, it's just not making sense to me, and I just can't support it. Did have some other people, Day and Wolf and...
Oh, you said that very well, Deputy Mayor Free. I agree with your comments about headroom. It seems strange we're giving it away when we're being told it's our big problem for everything else. So, yeah, I know it's out in years 7 to 10, but I want to see us thinking very carefully about the things we have to deliver for the city that no one else can do. I just want to acknowledge the leadership of Councillor Pannett last triennium with the climate and ecological emergency. I very willingly agreed to support that. It is no longer, what did that person say before? It's not a, I can't remember, a worry. It's not a climate and ecological worry, it's an emergency. Concern, it's an emergency, and you know, just seeing the number of young people that came out to tell us that we needed to do things, and even today, just the diversity of people that came and spoke to us and told us we need to take it seriously. I think it's time that actually we do start to make some of these decisions that are a bit hard. Last triennium, I did support keeping the airport extension in the long-term plan, but that was because I knew it was way out, and I was trying to gauge how I felt about that, and obviously learning more, as Councillor Paul said, about the impacts of climate change. But as Hilary Beaton said to us this morning, why have a mind if you can't change it? I'm proving that I am changing my mind on this, and that I've observed recently the number of things, just been more mindful of the number of things that we have around us and that we do to make our lives easier and more convenient. And we do it with all sorts of things, packaging, you know, individual things that we do that make it possible for us to fit more into our lives. But the problem is that this has come at the cost of the environment, and I'd say air travel is one of those. We do need to get to the point in New Zealand we can travel nationally by train and by other means, and I think we need to be looking at supporting the government to improve our rail travel so people could actually get on a train and go to Auckland, and then if they do need to go internationally, then that's a better option. So we have to have some lifestyle change, make some decisions to challenge ourselves and to give the time to do that. And I also want to acknowledge that things have changed with COVID as well, and that this will impact on how our airport will be used for quite some time. And actually, that's a good opportunity for us to change our behaviour. And so I'm also just looking at and hearing the questions today. I feel like it's time to say time out on this one and get more information. If we genuinely need to, as a council, upgrade our own infrastructure, totally happy to do that. But as others and Councillor Rush have said, we don't necessarily have to be the solution for the airport to be able to do what they need to do. And I would have appreciated more information earlier to be able to make a better informed decision today. I think that's probably enough for now, so thank you.
Okay, we've had a few speaking against. Is anyone going to speak for this? The other way round. Yeah, Councillor Wolf.
I'd just like to remind people that this is a consultation document. It gives people the opportunity to speak one way or the other. Also, I'm laying it out there, having a family member that passed away in an aviation accident, it's all about safety, safety, safety. And irrespective of this is 7 years away, it takes some time to plan for something like this. I also want you to be very aware as to the power of the South Coast. Sea level rise is really real. I'm the person around this table that has spent the most time at the end of that runway or on that South Coast. I have physically seen big, huge infrastructure move as the result of waves. Tidal surge is a reality, and it's not going to get any better in the next wee while. In the long term, hopefully it will, and we'll contribute to that. In 2013, roads were folded over on our South Coast. Property was damaged, and there was a big effect on our bottom line, our council's bottom line, our people's lives as well. So, I'm saying safety, safety, safety again. I just also want to just in the last point that I make, and the people from Forest and Bird were very good in talking about the banded dotterel. The banded dotterel wouldn't be at the end of the runway without the airport's assistance. Dotterels are protected in that type of environment. They're a very resilient little bird. They're not resilient out at Eastbourne where there are cats and rats and all those sort of things, but at the airport there aren't those beings around. And I think also, they've adapted over a period of time and in other sorts of infrastructure areas. So don't be sold on the fact that we're going to be damaging a dotterel community. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But yeah, it won't. I've seen that they're resident at other airports as well. They'll go to a different place and then they'll come back. Really?
Aeroplanes. They want to be aeroplanes.
No, I'm telling you, if you've studied it and you've studied that bird life, there are certain birds that will adapt to us being around, and I think that's worth knowing. And we should acknowledge the work that the airport has done in predator-free as well, because I think that they've done a remarkable job in helping to protect our environment in the eastern suburbs. But overall, I'm just going to come back to the one point that I started with: safety, safety, safety.
Thank you. Now, anyone else? Calvert and Councillor Fitzsimons.
Okay, look, I know there's a number of members here, and we haven't even touched on the Begonia House. But I will leave that for Councillor Paul in her right of reply, or Councillor O'Neill if she wants to talk about that with a bit more detail. So I won't go into that, but I'm probably reluctant to add anything extra onto our budget already. But just on the loan to Wellington Airport, and I think we don't know exactly what it's going to be for, but we do know it's going to be used for helping with the seawalls, and that is it's something that we need both as a city and also for the airport. And really, at the end of the day, we are a capital city, and if we don't have a functioning, safe and quality airport, what are we going to we might as well give up our capital status now. So look, I understand about the climate change, and we certainly have signed up to an action plan, but I don't believe the action plan included getting rid of the airport. So we have it, and we've got to keep it strong. And I think we need to send a signal. We've got to get a bit more information from Wellington Airport, and I'm sure that will come. We need to put some information in the consultation document, but as per the library, we need to get this information out here, because I don't think we heard a diversity of views before in public participation. We heard one side. And so we do need to make sure that we hear from as many people as we can, because I know when I talk to people, they do value having an airport, and they would actually seriously like the airport runway extension in place just to make landing safer now. So,
can we move to put this to the vote, because we have got a lot of things? Okay, it doesn't seem that we can. Okay, in that case, we'll carry on. We've got Councillor Fitzsimons, Councillor Young and Councillor Condi.
I will aim to be brief. I have struggled a bit with this because I actually believe that the council should own the whole of the airport and that it's an absolutely critical strategic asset and the electricity network while we're at it. And that does mean acting as a responsible shareholder, but I was quite influenced by the comments from Generation Zero about don't make it cheap debt, given the climate change implications. I'm also very confused because we had the chair of the airport board emailing us saying it's for a runway extension as well as a seawall, but our officers in the resolution say it's not. So on this basis, I'll support Councillor Paul's amendment at this stage. I am really concerned that we don't have enough information, and we have our mayor obviously as the director of the airport, and it's a role he's done for some time, and I have no reason to believe that he's been anything but an effective director and acted consistently with the Companies Act. But I do think this whole debate raises the issue about whether it's appropriate for elected councillors to be in those positions as commercial directors, given the duties under the Companies Act to the company. I think it's a little bit different with CCOs, but I think in a way today's debate and this whole matter does bring that up as something that we should consider in the future. But I just want to thank Councillor Paul as well for the other aspects around the Begonia House and the Aotearoa Lab and Nursery, because I was very worried that while we were looking to fix water infrastructure, we're actually moving and the problems into other areas, and I recognise that this amendment is an attempt to address that, and I think it's very welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So thank you. So I have the advantage of remembering what the airport was like when it was under council ownership, and that when the terminal was an old de Havilland hangar from the Second World War. And let me tell you that city councils are not good airport operators. What? We have really benefited from the partial privatisation of the airport, and Wellington Airport have been incredibly good Wellingtonians. They have been heroes to Wellington. So I mean, I have the arts and events and culture and God knows what else portfolios, and they have been enormous donors to Cuba Duper, to the Jazz Festival, to community events, to community awards. They have been outstanding. I've been trying to get the figures, and I think I've got them thanks to one of our executive leadership team who texted them to me. So it's about $1 million a year they give straight to arts events, and plus another $2 million which they put towards getting on with their neighbours, and that helps with things like noise. And when I had the people this morning complaining what it's like to live in the eastern suburbs, I don't believe there's anyone alive today who has moved to the eastern suburbs before there was an airport. I mean, the big airport opened in about 1958, but there'd been an airport there since before the Second World War. So maybe they've got some vision problems. So let me stick my glass on so I can see my other points. We absolutely need our airport. We are the most southerly, if you do Trivial Pursuits, we are the most southerly capital in the world. We are incredibly remote. I have a sort of personal vested interest. It's 19,000 kilometres to London, where my only grandson is. You're not going to catch me on a sailing ship going to London because I don't think they have Zoom on sailing ships. But I would just say, you know, they have been our partners, the Wellington Airport. I do find the way this has come to us mystifying. I agree with you. It's very cluttered. Andy, the Mayor, I do think you've let us down. We could have had a much more detailed briefing so we actually all knew exactly what we were voting on.
Point of order, you're assuming that I knew about it beforehand too.
Well, you are a director of the company, Your Worship.
What's the wink?
What's the wink? Not as good as a wink, and a wink is a we'll leave on for that one. Anyway, so I would just say, Thank you. They pay $4 million apparently in rates. I'm surprised it's as little, and in good years an $11 million dividend. But the point is, we need to work with our partners, not stick it to them. And I think this is sticking it to them. When they have done their best to help Wellington, they've been outstanding, and I think we should be working with them and trying to sort this out, going out to consultation, but not cutting them off now. And you know, that's just crazy. And that's the only part of this amendment that I wish to speak to. What?
Good, because we need to
Just say one other thing. I don't know anything about banded dotterels, but I think they're birds. But I've had some hilarious text messages about the way that only Councillor Wolf could combine banded dotterels with all the various other things in his amazing speech.
Okay, lovely.
Felony.
All right, moving on. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I take quite the opposite position to Councillor Fitzsimons, where this is a moment where I think I would be quite pleased not to be a shareholder in the airport at all. And you know, I think it's lovely that draw people's attention to page 30 of the consultation document, where the option is to divest ourselves from our shares in the airport. Because I think we do have a duty as a responsible shareholder to them. And I think as a responsible shareholder, to pull this out of the budget or basically less than 24 hours notice is not fair to them. It's not acting in good faith. I think that we deserve to give them a chance at least to hear from them before we take it out of the budget. I just wanted to raise one comment. There was sorry, Deputy Mayor Free, you talked about this, that we shouldn't just be able to put this into the budget. But, you know, if we're clear actually what it is this was a line item for, yes, the airport extension, which councillors don't support, I don't support. And officers went back to them and said, okay, so we don't have support for the airport extension, so, you know, what are we going to do with that money? And they said, well, we still are going to need, even if we don't do the extension, we are going to need to repair the seawall. And I have every belief that our officers are certainly have been acting in good faith on our behalf in those conversations. I want to come to a point that Sue Boyd made when she was here in public participation. She said that an airport staff member, and I just going off of her report, said to her that once you've done the seawall, you might as well go on and do the whole extension. And that's obviously something that concerns a lot of the councillors here who do oppose the extension of the airport runway. And that's why I think I want to be able to hear from the shareholders, and I want to be able to ask them about that comment and hear what they have to say about it. But I think as a responsible shareholder, we do need to act in good faith and give them the chance to do that. So while I don't think I'm not going to be supporting this amendment, I am glad that 25 and 26 are in there, because I think it gives more direction. That was part of the Mayor's substantive that says that that if the loan goes ahead, it would solely be used for the purpose of a seawall and not a runway extension. And that number 26 that says we will agree to have a public workshop during the consultation period. Because people came to us today and said they wanted more explanation and that they wanted transparency. I think lots of councillors today have said they wanted more explanation and transparency. And I think this gives us a chance to not stick it to our partner and show that we are being a responsible shareholder, but also put them on notice to say that we want to have a serious conversation about this. You know, there certainly are people in the community who have come to us who are very concerned about it. And we want to know what this is, you know, what this is all about, and exactly whether this is something we want to keep in our budget, because debt headroom is valuable. Right, that's what we're going to be talking about this a lot. Debt headroom is valuable, and this is $75 million of debt that we wouldn't be able to use on something else. Now, it would give us a return on that investment, but still, it would be $75 million worth of debt headroom we couldn't use for something else. So, you know, I guess this is me saying, while I'm not going to be supporting this amendment, I'm reassured by 25 and 26 giving us more, that we'll have more explanation before we make our final decision, that explanation will happen in public so that other people will be able to hear it and comment on it during the consultation period. And it's only on that basis that I'll be voting against Councillor Paul's amendment. But, you know, definitely going to be coming back to this one again in June, right?
I'm going to suggest we go to Terry. Terry, do you want your second as...
Begonia House at Otari.
Oh.
Because, well, it's up there and I forgot to talk about it, which is just to say that based on looking at it, the funding that you're asking for keeps us under the 225 debt limit, which has always been my thing, and I'm happy to go out to consultation about it on that basis.
Right, thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Excellent, thank you, councillors. I will start off with the two projects that are pretty squarely within my portfolios, and then I'll go on to talk about the airport expansion and talk about the ecological impacts there, or rather the airport seawall. So the first project is the upgrade of Begonia House. And just a little bit of background, so that's the house that we've got at Botanical Gardens. There were 1.4 million visitors to Wellington Botanic Garden in the last year. This is only slightly less than the average number of visitors to Te Papa, significantly more than other council attractions such as Wellington Zoo and Zealandia. It is a really awesome key part of our green infrastructure, and as a lot of the councillors who have sat on this table a bit longer than me, that you'll know that they have a really awesome dedicated group of Friends of Botanic Gardens, and we also have a really awesome PSR team that put on a range of awesome events for our community, and those upgrades are pretty key and pretty important there. Both of the two upgrades I'm talking about illustrate that the facilities there are currently not up to standard and have put people at risk. They're at end of asset life. I had a bit more there, but I believe I've deleted the paragraph. So, development of Aotearoa Wilton Lab and Nursery. Aotearoa is accredited as a garden of international significance and delivers significant research to conservation outcomes that have international, national, regional and local significance. The nursery and lab are no longer fit for purpose, as outlined in the councillor Q&As, and the proposal is to develop and load the capacity to carry out this conservation and research work, and continuing on as well. We have two really awesome standout things in Wellington, and I firmly believe that our number one seller is our green infrastructure and our events management, and that's why I'm really excited to have both of these projects in there. Both of these projects align with Wellington City Council's strategic decision. It is something we've had in the plans for a very long time, so I'm not plucking this out of thin air, and as we may have seen, councillors over the last few days, we've also been contacted by a lot of community groups who really strongly believe in these. With that, I will move on to why I'm also incredibly privileged and happy to second this amendment to make sure that to remove the $75 million loan to Wellington Airport in years 7 to 9 from our long-term plan. I've got 3 reasons for this. 1, we must take time to poise and properly execute the divestment of harmful climate-emitting productions. Wellington City Council is a world leader. We are world leading for our own Te Atakura policy, and I firmly believe that if we do not comply and follow through in every avenue possible, that we're going against our own promises. By 2030, we need a significant 45% reduction in carbon. Aviation forms a significant contribution of our own footprint in Wellington, and as we all know, dealing with Let's Get Wellington Moving, transport is the city's largest emitter. I've received comments from a few people over the last few days that have stated supporting the airport to extend their runway in the name of a seawall protection is creating a white elephant of infrastructure. I don't want us to be complacent stakeholders and aggressively intent on an expansion when we haven't had the proper consultative and in-depth business case brought to this triennium. We can't say that the city will be built for future young people and then back an airport expansion or a seawall, or regardless of other details coming to this table. We still don't know for sure where this money is going. It is also a significant amount of headroom that we could be using on mitigation, not adaptation. To Councillor Wolf's points, tidal surge is a real reality. My community out in Lyle Bay and other homes in Owhiro Bay have seen that very harsh reality just over the last year. We know that tidal surge and extreme weather events are increased by climate change in our city, and that's why, again, I like to question why we are placing $75 million into adaptation when mitigation measures lie on the table as well. Lastly, I would like to talk about the ecological crisis. This here is a photo of the little banded dotterel, the very topical, popular little bird. They have a number of really essential spots around Wellington, including, as you've mentioned, on Eastbourne Beach as well, but Lyle Bay is one of their homes as well. Our own ecological assessment report tells us that biological resources and the values of Lyle Bay and its coastline may be potentially irreversibly impacted by the construction and reclamation of a runway extension. A key point that I found in the report is that a creation of a rock dike or any other filling of the reclamation will result in a complete loss of intertidal and substantial habitat for an area across Lyle Bay Beach, and is one of the major impacts of a runway extension project. The habitat loss will include a soft bottom and reef habitats, and most of the biota associated with these habitats will be lost. That is not a middle of the road. That is not a we'll be right, mate. We can just translocate them. It is significantly changing the natural seabed of Lyell Bay. It is significantly and irreversibly changing the habitats of our own communities of little lizards, everything down from plankton to invertebrates to little dotterels, has been mentioned in this report as well. And I'd really like to understate that it's not as easy as just moving one thing around, because we have a really awesome and dense coastal marine life as well. Lastly, I would just like to finish in conclusion that for a lot of these amendments here today, we've been really lucky to talk about the high significance and the high value to Wellington City. I believe that we should not have $75 million in our own long-term plan because of the high significance of that investment, the high ambiguity, and the high impact and potential impact that this could cause without knowing the full and depth of the intentions of the airport and how they wish to spend this money. Lastly, there's been quite a lot of talk about how councillors and us as a stakeholder don't have a full understanding of what this line in our budget means, and we've tried to seek extra advice as well. But it's also really clear to me that the ratepayers fully don't know where this money is going, and I think we owe it to our ratepayers to be as transparent and informed as possible when we're talking about $75 million, and that ambiguity is a very large risk to me. So for that, I'm hoping that we can pull that out of the report. I would also like to remind councillors that this was only proposed from years 7 to 9, so there's still another long-term plan. If you feel like you have more information in the future, then I would encourage you to look at putting that back in the budget. But at this time, I do not think we have enough information.
All right, thank you. And you're fine. Okay, well then let's. Oh, you are going to.
I'll try my best to be brief, but there are some things that were said that I just can't let slip by.
So,
yeah,
where you go?
I got you.
Where you go?
I'll be as quick as I can. I just really thought it was important to thank you, Councillor Pennant, for all of the work that you've done to make this possible and make it less of a fight around the table, and acknowledge the many years that you fought for our climate by yourself. And I think that, the really important thing is, the really important thing is that if we don't hold these big institutions to account, then the responsibility really will fall onto everyday individual people in the form of parking charges increasing, in the form of, rubbish bags getting more expensive. So really it's like, would you rather that a big institution with access to finance and other avenues to access finance and with massive profits, would you rather that they deal with responding to climate change, or would you rather that all Wellingtonians suffer because they're not doing that? And Councillor Calvert, I hope you got the answers you were seeking around Begonia House, and I agree, yes, the capital city absolutely must have an airport somewhere in the region, I totally agree, but I think the placement of it is something that we're going to have to address sooner or later, because the area that it's in is extremely vulnerable to sea level rise. So, if it is as important as, we all talk about it being, then we need to have a really good conversation about that. And also, Councillor Condi, I think you said, but feel free to point of order me, that this was only given 24 hours notice, and in terms of the airport only being given 24 hours notice, but I did signal as early as Friday evening that I would be moving an amendment, and whether that gets passed on or not, yes, cool, thank you. And yeah, thank you so much, Councillor O'Neill, for all of your work, and it's really awesome to have you supporting this. I just want to, like the Mayor apologising for the Chinese garden today, I wanted to apologise to Begonia House, the Friends of the Botanic Gardens, for my vote last time and not fully understanding the implications of that vote. So, we've reinstated that, made a few adjustments to make sure that it stays below our debt ceiling, so that's good. And to the Mayor, I just want to say that I think the conversation today has set a really clear indicator to you that we would hope that when you go back into those meetings that you are really conveying the voices and concerns and opinions of your team around the table, that we really do want the airport to be taking climate change seriously, and that we want to have a conversation and we need more information. So yeah, thanks. Looking forward to the vote.
Cool. Right. Well, after that very healthy debate, let's vote.
Separately?
Oh, yes, we will need to take them separately. So we will first vote on 10.
10 and 11, yeah. Take 10A and 11A together.
Yeah, 10A and 11A go together, so we'll do those two. What does this mean? Oh, okay. Not entirely sure. Do we need them?
Yeah, no, just go for it.
Okay, those are procedural ones, and apparently they are a good idea. So, if you can believe me, I don't know if you can trust me at all. Well, nobody's really talked about them in debate. That's the thing. No, well, yeah. Okay, how are we done? Okay, that's unanimous. Right, we will now move to 32, which is about removing the 75 million loan. And that passes. Then the next one is the upgrade of the Begonia House. Well, no, I think we should do them separately. Sorry. Upgrade of the Begonia House. That's right. It's exactly right. You are right. Okay, so that Councillor Wolf. Good, that's passed. And now we have the development of a Tari Wilton Lab and Nursery. This isn't OPEX. Well, remembering, Mr. Mayor, we're going out for consultation, so the community can tell us. Good. I would. I think we do need to keep going because the Mayor actually needs to leave at 3. Is that still the case? We have had quite a few breaks.
What, I don't even know what time it is because I can't see.
Okay, we're going to try and do a couple of little ones.
So 90 minutes is like last time we had a break.
Okay, we'll try and do a quick one, shall we? Let's try and do Ms. Councillor Rush's aotearoa.
All right.
Yep. Otherwise, we're never going to get home.
So, colleagues, last week we had some debate about getting the Hutupara Park started, and I was pleased to get support for that from around the table. I, at the time, hadn't realised that there was actually some headroom left in the budget in the outer years, years 4 through to 10. And as a consequence, missed the opportunity, I suppose, to provide funding for not just to get the project started, but at some point over the next 10 years to finish it. So this amendment is to rectify that oversight. I am told, I guess, that the headroom in the budget from 4 to 10 is probably available, staying within our debt to revenue ratios at some point. I'm also aware that Councillor Day has already brought an amendment. Not yet. Is planning on bringing an amendment in regards to parking, which would provide a $1 million revenue stream in year 1, which I'm told from the CFO could be rolled through to year 4 and capitalised, and funds would be available. So as a consequence, it can be funded within current debt revenue ratios, and it's certainly well supported by the community, not just in Lyell Bay. and we just talking about the airport, weren't we? But actually all through the region actually. So folks come from the hut on the train actually to surf out there, and this will be a facility that will serve them and as well as the wider community. I think Councillor Pannett's going to do the honours.
Okay, I'm going to ask for some officer advice because this has come to us awfully late in the piece, whereas the Begonia House and the other thing we put back in were actually in the program originally. This is quite a big investment on something quite new, and you have to ask how it stacks up. In my mind, you really do have to ask how it stacks up with some of the other things we're not doing. And how also, so I'm just wondering if we could have some advice about some of the fundability of it.
Would you like it from me?
Well, you did sort of have some ideas about how it would be
Advice
funded.
on the park is probably more appropriate from Claire.
Okay,
I
right.
wonder if she's online. So just to be really clear around the funding.
Aha, she's coming.
Oh, perfect. What you're referring to in year one is that $1 million worth of parking revenue that is not being consumed by Councillor Day's amendment to come. No, we're not talking about it. That is OPEX. So the only way that it could offset a capital cost in year 4 or 5 is that if you paid down debt. Would be my advice, but you'd have to resolve to do that. You have to resolve to pay down debt to create the headroom, or you could just decouple it from that and request to have it in the out years as a capital.
I think it's from year to 10 anyway, 4 to 10. Does that work? That works.
And through the chair, I'll pass over to Chief Operating Officer to talk about.
Yeah, so just for me, it's a question about priorities, and has this ever been considered as a priority, or where would it sit? That sort of question.
Well, through the chair, this is a relatively new initiative. I know there's been conversations with the community, and PSR have been part of those discussions. There's $100,000 currently to contribute to this, and you resolved 2 weeks ago to add an additional $300,000, which was to be used to help scope the project and do some initial work. In terms of the overall project, the work that's being done now will provide you with the information on what the definitive cost would be to deliver the community's proposal. So I can't give you an answer today as what the final cost would be. I think what Councillor Rush is trying to do is provide a substantive contribution over and above the $300,000 that you passed recently, but I can't give you a project plan because that work hasn't been done.
Okay, are there any other questions about it, or is that it from... Okay, I am going to suggest we take a break before we come back and launch into the debate, because I think Councillor Conti made a valid point that we've been going for about 90 minutes. So is there anyone who wants to speak, or should we just put it to the vote? Okay, we do. Are you prepared to forego the break? And I think we need the break. 10 minutes, please, and we'll be back here at 1:45. Well, I think it's standing orders. That's right. 10 minutes. We've been going for 90 minutes. Say that you should have a break in 10 minutes. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Day.
It's hard to pick up a debate partway through, but I think my point really was just around the questions that were asked about Council's planning and investment and where this fits. And I just wanted to make the point that Council has already earmarked $100,000 to support this project, which suggests that there is some level of commitment to this project. And in that process, people in the community have put a lot of their own personal time and expertise into this project. So I think it's important that we do get behind it and support it. And I think it will provide a really lovely, unique space for the community, but as Councillor Rush said, for more than just the local community as well. Many people go to Lyell Bay from all around the city, and it's a beautiful spot, and I really love the way that they're looking at this being an inclusive space. It's nice for us to have a space where intergenerationally people can go and spend time there, see the sea, and just enjoy that space as a community space to come together. So very, very happy to support it. And thank you, Councillor Rush, for actually looking to see that there is some headroom in those out years to be able to do this, because I think it's fantastic. So thank you. Definitely support.
Thank you. And Councillor Calvert.
Hi. Look, I can't support this. I appreciate the sentiment to it, and it might well be a valuable asset later on down the track. But I think we need to do that community facilities review, and also the work needs to be undertaken first. And there's still many more years to go before any funding would kick in. So I suppose in similar sentiment to some of the comments made about the seawall renewals, that this probably applies to this. So happy to consider it later on, but not for this time round.
Thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, it was so lovely to have the community group who were working on this project come and talk to us recently, and the passion that they've got for the project is really inspiring. My concern here is that this is potentially not fair on every other worthy community project that's out there that might have been going for years, because we're looking at this review that Councillor Calvert just mentioned, we're looking at to review all the community facilities and parks through the spatial plan to make sure that we've got the community facilities and green spaces and other things that we need to support density. And that means that there are potentially other communities that have got projects that have been on the list longer than this, who are waiting for the results of that review to see where their project is going to land. So it's not that I think this is a lovely project, it's really great, but I don't think this is the right process. It feels like queue jumping to me. And, while I absolutely commend everybody who came to talk to us about this project and how important it is to them, I know that there must be many, many tens of 50 more of projects around the city that equally have community groups who are equally passionate, who we also need to look at that and prioritise across all of those projects at the same time.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
I just wanted to briefly pick up on those points and commend Councillor Rush for this. When I came in as councillor in 2017, I was the community facilities portfolio holder, and they told me that a review of community facilities then was imminent. So my experience around this table is don't wait for reviews, just do things that you want to see happen. And the reality is that things happen when communities build relationships with councillors and councillors become champions of projects, and that is a legitimate way for things to get onto this table. And look, if there are other community groups out there who've got projects, I strongly encourage them to get in touch with their local ward councillors, and they too might see these them come to fruition like this.
I want to speak briefly because it is in my ward. I do commend Councillor Rush for his enthusiasm, and I know he's worked well with this community. And I was, on balance, really pleased to see the 300,000 extra, because I think that's a really good start. But I think that this is a community where historically they've been able to access funding through grants, community grants and other ways. And I have to take my ward hat off a little bit and put my city hat on and ask whether, in actual fact, this is the very best use of $1 million when you look around the whole city. And probably my community won't thank me for this, but I think I will have to really actually vote against it. So, anybody else who... Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly to thank Councillor Rush for your advocacy in this area. I know that this group of people have been working for a really long time, and Lyell Bay has done a great deal of work building community, building resilience. We've had interest from Predator-Free Wellington, interest from all the retail centre down there. We've had After School Dads Club and a range of other awesome initiatives, as well as bringing a lot of children into the mix, and that for me is why this is a strong standout project, is because often when we see things coming up for social and recreation spaces, we've got a whole bunch of adults telling kids about how to use a particular kind of recreation space, and this is what I love about this project, is that it's put young people at the centre of it. They're engaging with Rongotai College, they're engaging with the other schools in the area, and so I'm really, really happy to support this project. Also to note that this is quite standout for Lyell Bay, because we do have citywide in housing and recreation facilities a really large deficit in accessible infrastructure, and Lyell Bay's been a pretty awesome community wrapping around people like Michelle and Elijah, and I would really love to see this come through in the plans, and to sort of, I'm pretty comfortable with that setting a precedent and sending a message to the community that everybody is involved and everybody's welcome, and that we can do things in partnership with school children, and we can do things in partnership with other people down in Lyell Bay as well, and I know that they'll be really excited. So I'll be voting to support this amendment. Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Oh, sorry. I wish. Okay, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, and yes, thank you, Councillor Rush, for this one. Someone said earlier today that the heart of the city can move, and actually I think a big part of our heart of our city has become down at Lyell Bay. There's a huge business community down there, some of big box, which I don't love, but then tacked onto that are a whole lot of local businesses, and it is a destination. And actually, let's think, when you have people come to Wellington, where do you take them? Zealandia, Ori Bay City, and Lyell Bay in my case. And Taua, kia ora. So, this is random. It feels a little bit, I agree, the process isn't one that we've been, going through, and I do think we need to look at all our infrastructure, but I do think the example of how this community has worked together, got businesses on board, it's a really good example, and I would like to see Wellington City Council support that, so that we can see more examples of this, which in the long run will be better for the council.
Okay, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak, or shall we put this one to the vote? Okay, it looks like right of reply. And a seconder. Did the seconder want to speak to this?
Councillor Pannett?
I think Councillor Pannett did, actually. Oh, okay. All right. Right of reply, Councillor Rush?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So thank you, colleagues. I understand that the Mayor does this, so Diane. First I've heard of a community facilities review, and thank you very much, Councillor Fitzsimons, for warning me that it's probably never going to come. You mentioned there is a parallel here to the seawall, and exactly what I said about investment by the public sector in private sector activities applies also, though that public sector money should be going to public sector things. And it would be ironic if the airport would fund this project, but they won't. It's very much a community project that should be funded by the public purse. I acknowledge that perhaps this project may have seemed to have accelerated up the project list. I'm reliably informed that this was captivated by the prior mayor. In fact, I know that because he told me. And he in his inimicable way reached out broadly to many of you around the table here today, and the public in Lyell Bay and more broadly are actually responsible for this being pushed up the queue. I think it was your deputy mayor who talked about that this was that she wished to put her city hat on, but gave no other examples of projects that you would actually prefer. And actually, Councillor Calvert, who was going to let the Kandala pool lapse out of this LTP, I believe, presumably was encouraged by my comments to say, get it in there, Diane, and I'm pleased to see that it has arrived back into the LTP.
Just a point of order, I just want to correct something there. No, it wasn't anything you said.
What did you say? We had a conversation and I said, put it back in, and it went back in. So whether it was my responsibility...
Can we just move on?
Anyway.
Nice try.
You know, I think Councillor O'Neill summed it up, really. I mean, this has had widespread community buy-in. They have gone to the disabilities folk, they've gone to mana whenua, they have engaged with their businesses, and a whole range of different folks. It's a very diverse group. It's not just the Lowell Bay surfing dads. And this is how we should be getting community projects on the radar. I think they should be rewarded by this council, and as a consequence, I move that you accept this amendment.
Thank you for that, and we'll put it to the vote.
I need Twitter for photos.
Narrowly, it's narrowly passed.
Me in the left wing.
Right.
Next, I go after.
Next, we will have.
Thank you, colleagues.
Maybe we can have Councillor Sparrow's toilets. Oh, we'll do some sort of smaller ones. Right. Okay, would you like to?
Yes, thank you. In due course, Cyrus. All right. Okay, well, I was very reluctant to bring this as an amendment in a time when we do need to be fiscally prudent, and to raise it at the last minute is, for me, I must admit, a cardinal sin, and for that I do apologise. This is actually a serious issue because this is effectively what we're asking Linden residents to do. The matter of a public toilet in Linden was first brought to this council in 2015, according to my records, and has been constantly rebuffed. I'm told it's not a priority. I would suggest it is to people who get caught short in Linden. It's apparently not uncommon for people to do their business around the back of the Linden Community Centre or even at the nearby railway station, which is what I was told in conversation with an elderly resident last night, and she was talking about observation rather than personal experience. In 2018, this council agreed to $300,000 for a public toilet in Evans Bay, primarily, as I understand it, or understood it at the time, for the benefit of freedom campers. And I opposed that decision then because I could not in good conscience vote for that, whilst we were continuing to tell our own ratepayers that the needs of freedom campers, and are they not meant to be self-contained, were more important than the needs of Linden residents. The Linden Community Centre has toilets that members of the public can use. They are open fewer than 28 hours a week. Public toilets are generally open from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. That information is readily available on the council website, as I checked last night. So that's 98 hours a week. It's the extra 70 hours a week that I am concerned about for the elderly who have brought this request to me more than any other single issue in my time on council. For people at the Linden Shopping Centre, the nearby railway station, users of the nearby playground, the local dog exercise area, etc. I'm requesting this funding for year 4 of the long-term plan, and I'd ideally like to see it in year 1 or 2, but at least the first step will be taken if we agree to it for year 4. That'll be 2024-25, just 10 years after the first requests were made. So I just hope that some of our more elderly our more elderly residents can hold on that long. Thank you.
Good. Who's seconding it for you? Councillor Wolfe, would you like to speak now?
Yes, this area of Linden is a little gem, and it has not been favoured by us in the past as to what it should. And what Councillor Sparrow is looking for is something that is a necessity item, not a luxury item. It's really important. It's a small amount. It's in year 4. I think Councillor Sparrow, if we could get it into year 1 or 2, we should, but it's in the year 4 at the moment. This is a lower decile area, and it's really, really important that we support such areas. So, yeah, I wholeheartedly support you in what you're trying to achieve, and also for coming back to us, because I think that's important as well.
Okay, Councillor Day, and then I am wondering if we can quite quickly vote on this one. I'm sure we all know. Okay, and Councillor Condi. Okay, Councillor Day and Councillor.
So I want to thank Councillor Sparrow for bringing this up. He actually showed me this morning our list from last training for the LTP and the things that we were asking from the Northern Ward, and this was one of the ones on the list. And most of the other ones I think we've had some success with, or things are on the way. But this one it was one of the early ones that came to me last training. I think opening the community centre up again has relieved some of the issue. But it's not entirely that way, because Councillor Sparrow has spoken about the elderly community, but actually the other part of the community is our young people. And having been at the playground next to the community centre in the weekends after the work hours, children often don't make it home if they tell you they need to go to the toilet right now. So I think it is important that we look at our older and our young people with regards to this initiative. And this is a community that has had very little council investment over a very, very long period of time. So Councillor Wolfe, you are right. I want to acknowledge and thank Council for opening the Linden Community Centre and for resourcing it really well. It's now a community centre which has people coming and going all the time. We have a kai kitchen on a Friday lunchtime where often the room is full, and it's really, really lovely, the diversity of people there. But we do need to make sure that we look around the community and we see what is needed. And I think sometimes we look at things geographically, but we don't look at the social challenges that people in an area may have. And in this particular area, a lot of people are on foot, so it's not like you can just jump in the car and you're home in 2 minutes to go to the toilet. You quite likely are walking home, and then that is much harder, as Malcolm says, for elderly people. That's not often particularly pleasant at all. So I think it's important that we do put this in there. Like Councillor Wolfe says, I'd love to see it happening now, but I think it's important that we have it in there to keep this conversation live, because, yeah, as Malcolm says, this community does get overlooked, and it needs to keep coming to the forefront. And it is a community that won't necessarily generate a petition like other communities have, which means we need to look out for it as a community of representatives. So definitely really plead that you support this one.
Okay, and Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I guess I would just like to say I think it is, now that the community centre is open, it has made a big difference for people in Linden to be able to get to the public toilets. And I think from my colleagues who've been here in the previous triennium, you heard a lot more about public toilets in Linden. I haven't heard so much since I've been here, because the whole time I've been here, that community centre has been open and operating, and those public toilets have been available. I think, it's really important that we know that the nearest public toilets from that community centre, if it is closed at the time, there are public toilets within 800 metres at the Grassleys Reserve, which are open from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m, as Councillor Sparrow correctly identified our typical opening hours. And I think, that there is, again, a great need for public toilets around the city in a lot of places. And I know that, again, this is a budget that's under a lot of pressure in Park, Sport and Rec, and where they've had to prioritise very carefully. So I do continue to have the same concerns here about queue jumping and what the priority is for this compared to other communities. That said, because this is just a consultation document, I am going to support it to go in, but that's this is me flagging that I would like to have more conversations with the people from Park, Sport and Rec. There may be other places in the city where actually this is a higher priority, and fundamentally it's just one of my principles that when we're going to spend money, we need to make sure we are prioritising, we're giving everybody a fair shot, and that we know that we're going that we're looking at all of the options on the table at the same time, and not just cherry picking the ones that happen to be here at the time.
Okay, is everyone happy that we just vote on this now? Okay, do you want to write a reply? Councillor Barrow, would you like your right to reply? Okay, right, we will vote. Is passed. So there you go. Right. So we will go now, I think, to your amendment, Councillor Day. Is that the last one, isn't it? I'm not sure, to be honest.
I te rangatira ka nui te mahi ki a koutou I tēnei rā. He manako te kaura I kore ai. That is a whakatauki which translates to saying wishing for the crayfish won't bring it. So councillors, my amendment today is asking you to all show your support for improving the way that we work with and for Māori. That whakatauki really stands to remind us that we need to take deliberate actions and to resource them as well. I'd like to acknowledge and thank our CE, Barbara Makiro, for her bold step in appointing Karepa, our Head of Māori Strategic Relations. That was a really encouraging step for the city, a really big step for the city. We've never had such a bold step that shows that the city's serious about improving the way that we work with Māori. So it's our job now, around this table as leaders, to back that decision and provide the resources so that this job can be done well. So the officers have done their part, and it's now our part to say that this is an important priority for this city. So prior to today, from councillors, I've had some questions about what this will cover. Now, as you all know, Karepa joined our council partway through the LTP process at the end of last year, which is a fairly tall ask for someone to come in and work out what's happening at council, who's doing what, and then come up with a plan. And he's actually done incredibly well because he presented us with a plan. I feel like it was only last week, but time is just a bit weird. It was very recently anyway. A really clear strategic overview of Māori outcomes. And it was really well received around the table. Councillors were really positive and gave some really good constructive feedback. And I think what he did really assure us is that he's working really hard to get more detailed information around what that could look like, but we do need to make sure that we build that in consultation with Māori. So actually this is a really good time to indicate our support for this, because it means when we go out to the community, and we have heard that there's going to be some specific engagement, Papitia Marae with iwi, but also with Mātāwaka, with other Māori people in the city, to get feedback on what are the important things that, that are there at the moment, and my amendment does start to give a little bit of direction there. So I think what I'd say is I actually just want to respond to the fact that Mayor Foster put his amendment in, but it didn't have the same figures on it that I have. And I guess, Mayor Foster, I acknowledge that you're wanting to make some gains in there, but I guess the underlying message that I feel is that at that value, it makes it hard to have success, and what we're doing is again asking Māori to wait, and I guess the wait has been quite long. It's hard to do the work without the resources, and so it's a small team. As I said the other day, you only have to be up where they sit for a few minutes, and you see people traipsing past asking lots of pātai about, how would you say this? Can you translate this for me? We need to talk to Ngāti Toa, Te Aotearoa. Can you help us with that? There's a lot of just really quite simple questions at this stage, and our staff have been doing quite a lot of training to upskill themselves into tiriti, which means that there's a real groundswell of excitement amongst staff to learn and to do better, but that puts huge pressure on the team that is supporting that, and I think it's really important that we gear them up to be able to do the best that they can, and they really, really want to. And so Karepa has said that at this level, he feels they'll be able to do it, and the reason that it's not $3 million for the first year, it's $2 million for the first year, is that they need a little bit of time to be able to get some resource in the team, and then they'll be ready to fly. So he's used to, I guess, investing in this area and knows a lot of people and brings a lot of expertise. So we do need to give the resource, but he needs some time to build that, which is why it's not $3 million from the first year. So we've done a lot of, over the past, of doing things to our Māori partners over the years. We go to them and we tell them how we think they need to be engaging with us, but we're really changing the way that we work, and the staff have been working really hard to engage with iwi early, but one of the things that does is it means that we need to build capacity within the iwi to be able to do that and be at the table to start those plans, because at the end of the day, if we're going to them and saying we've got Let's Get Wellington moving, what do you want to do? We need to be having that conversation right at the beginning so that they can build capacity, and we don't want to be just always the kind of reactive mode. And I guess the important thing to see this is that this investment is actually catching up. If I could put forward what the equivalent for a population size of what Auckland is doing, it would be a lot higher than this. Now, we don't have a Māori statutory board, sadly, and I would love it if our central government politicians would maybe change that for us in the future so that we can, but that has a huge financial impact, and in some ways, if we can do this well, we might be able to show there's another way of doing it as well that doesn't have the same structural need of support around it, and we can find our own way of doing that, but we do need to invest the money in it. So at this stage, the money will be to cover, we've got 3 strategies at the moment. We've got He Waka Eke Noa, Effectiveness for Māori, the Te Taurapa strategy, and Te Tuihu, the Te Reo Māori policy. And so there's a lot of things already in those strategies that we haven't really been able to dig into because we just haven't had the funding to be able to resource people to do that. So I guess in a broad state, the sort of things that we'll be covering with this funding would be like heritage preservation, but also telling stories. As I read Rebecca Kittle's fantastic article in the Don Post talking about how the history of the city pre-European, and Deputy Mayor Free, you articulated that really well yesterday with our colleagues about the fact that we don't really know much about that and we don't see it, and it's just sitting right here underneath us to learn. So it's a good opportunity there. Economic development, we've got some amazing Māori businesses in Wellington that could do with some support, and some that are probably ready to get going, and we could look at how we can support them. Obviously, Te Reo Māori revitalisation, but one of the really big things that we need to do is to build internal capability, and obviously we have a call centre, we've got our community services team, we've got all of these teams that are quite well resourced, and we've got a team at council that at the moment don't have that same resource, and that's partly just the history of where we come from. But this is our opportunity to make a bold step and say that we really believe that we're going in the right direction. And Mayor Foster, you said you wanted to do a little bit. Well, it's not just a little bit that we've already got put there, but I want to do a little bit more because I think it's really important that we do show serious support, and that means that when people engage with us, they feel that we're being genuine. So I would like to thank Councillor Condi for supporting my amendment and seconding it, and I hope that you'll all support it. Kia ora.
Actually, I do need to move a motion to extend the meeting in 10 minutes' time. So that, yeah, I don't think so. So if the seconder wants to have their say, do they? But do bear in mind, if you haven't finished in 10 minutes, I'll stand up and make you stop.
I'm pretty sure I'll be able to finish within 10 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Day. This is the one moment where during this meeting where I will be wholeheartedly in favour of spending more money, and I want to explain a little bit of why that is, and why I think that this is the one area where I do support that, and it's that strong partnerships with mana whenua is one of our priority objectives in our long-term plan, and that means it's a priority for these 3 years. And it's one of those things that we talk a lot about as being really, really important, and we've put it there as a priority objective because we want to signal that we think it's really, really important. But we do actually have to make sure that we can fund delivering on that as well. And one of the things that the objective says, I've got it in front of me, is upholding te tiriti o Waitangi, weaving te reo Māori and te ao Māori into the social, environmental, economic development of our city, and restore the city's connection with Papatūānuku. And it's great, that acknowledges that what we need to do with mana whenua cuts across everything that we do. We have to weave it into everything that we do. But sometimes that can be taken as therefore the money's in that budget over there. You know, there'll be a bit of money for the urban development project in the urban development budget. There'll be a bit of money for that transport project in that transport budget. And I think if we actually want to be able to weave te reo and te ao Māori through the city and achieve those objectives, we have to fund the capacity and capability within the organisation to support that. And probably the way that I've had most interaction with Karepa's team has been through the Regs Committee, where we've been doing naming of streets. And that is, even that, which is such a simple, minor thing, the amount of time that we've needed from that team to support us through, getting better at bringing in Te Reo Māori names into street names, it's been significant. You can see the significant time they've had to spend with us. Even when everybody's all on board. We're all enthusiastic, we're trying to do the work, but it still takes a lot of their time, and we need to make sure that they've got the funding to do that. I'm really excited and looking forward to the work coming back from officers about representation and Māori representation. But I think Mayor Foster, the $1 million that is currently in the budget for that first year, basically will only fund that representation. It won't go much further than actually, I think, what our objectives are around and our aspirations are around representation. And I think I don't think it's a great situation to bring these people into the room and to the table and then say we're really glad to have you here, but there's no money to do anything else. So I think that this is an area where we need to make sure that we have enough funding to build that capacity and capability. The organisation is showing great commitment, and there's lots of enthusiasm, and in fact that's what you see about how overstretched that team is. It's because it's a success story, and that's why I think it's really important that we start at $2 million, which will give more funding for them to look at hiring staff who can support across the organisation, whether that might be a translator or some other staff that would be able to help us potentially deliver efficiencies. And then give some time for the rest of that strategy work to happen. Karepa's presentation to us was fantastic. Everybody was really pleased with the work that he was doing. This gives some time for that work to continue to develop, and then there's some funding there for us to actually make progress. So I think it's a really, really important area, and we look forward to your support.
Okay, we can probably take one more speaker before we stand and move them. Meeting. I'm just going to do it. I don't think we're going to be finished in 15 minutes, so I'm going to move that we go beyond the 6 hours. Do I have a seconder? Okay, thank you, Councillor Day. Would we like to vote on that? You can. It's a little bit like the debt cap. You don't have to actually go to the next 6 hours. You don't have to use it all. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. All right, well, it's unanimous. We just love this stuff. Okay. Right, moving back into our process. Who would like to speak to this? We're speaking to Jill's amendment, which is... Okay. Should we just put it? Oh, okay. Councillor Rush, did you want to speak?
Yeah, thanks. So, I have to say, I've been very concerned around directionally how this is all moving around. As a person who's worked on the front lines of the justice system and seeing the broken homes, the gangs, the violence, the drugs, and the young lads going into prison on an intergenerational basis, both Pākehā, but more disproportionately Māori, I have got a lot of sympathy for doing whatever we can to stop that cycle and break it. I have also been, and as a consequence, whatever I do will not be lip service in this area. I am struggling somewhat to see where is the definition around how money will be spent over this period. I have had a conversation or several conversations with the head of Māori partnerships and have got a lot of comfort and confidence in him, and certainly think that although I don't know exactly where this is going, he also is not a lip service man. I would like to be very close to what's going on in this space. I probably bring a different perspective, but I think that if we can do anything to break those cycles, we should.
Anyone else? Okay, 3 in favour. Let's put it to the vote.
Got a right of reply?
Yes, sorry, right of reply.
And it is really important they do a right of reply, because at the beginning I also forgot to acknowledge the amazing Nikki, Karu, Renee and Anna for the work that they have done over the many years working in a space where it has been constrained financially, and creating the most amazing Te Reo Māori strategy or policy which we can really fly with under this sort of investment. But I just want to acknowledge them because they have worked with passion and they are always here to support us, and we're only 15 of the people that they support. I know that around the council that they have provided a lot of support to other people. So I think it's really important that we do take that moment to acknowledge them. And I do again want to acknowledge the mahi of Karepa coming in and working with that team and continuing to support them to do the amazing work they're doing. And also at the beginning I didn't acknowledge that some under that priority objective, like Councillor Condi said, that there is money earmarked at this point to be doing some work in Te Taio and with Te Mana o Te Wai. So there are so many places that this money could be spent. It is going to be spread very carefully, and you're exactly right, Councillor Rush. It will be being spent very carefully and very well and efficiently. And there is definitely opportunity in there to do some things with regards to youth, because as we know, Māori youth are overrepresented in many of our stats that we wouldn't want to see. So it's really good that you bring that empathy with you and that thinking around making that change. But yeah, otherwise, I'm just really grateful for everybody's support, and yeah, we've got some exciting times ahead. Kia ora.
Let's vote. All right. Whoa. Kia ora. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's that's lovely. Yeah, good on you. Good on you. Yeah, well, so, yeah, last one, is it? Yeah, second to last one, maybe. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. So I have two amendments that are kindly being seconded by Councillor Foon. So the first one, I want to talk just briefly about the Wadestown Community Centre. People may not know, they might not have been there, that it's a building that the community recognises is not really fit for the purpose, that it's kind of tucked away, it's quite inaccessible, and they've talked for a long time in the community about wanting to do something on the site of a Wadestown library. However, they were somewhat shocked to see that a motion to sell the Wadestown Community Centre was going to be in this long-term plan. So I do think officers have maybe seized on the fact that the community doesn't think that this building is great, and it's maybe not used as well as it could be, as an opportunity to get some money. But the problem is this community has a real stake in having facilities that they can use, and they really want to continue to be able to do that. They're patient, they're not necessarily asking for something to happen very quickly. They want something on the side of the library which meets the council policy objectives of bundling services together. And I have gone with officer wording which is very vague about what that might be. So it's not a commitment, and I, probably against my own judgment where I would have been more specific, I've tried to take that advice and go for something that's very general so we can talk with the community and come back with a recommendation about that. They have, the community has contributed to that centre over the years, including with a fit out, I believe. So I think it would be unfortunate if we were to sell without a commitment to doing more in that community, and especially when they weren't part of this conversation about the plan for Wadestown. I guess just to quickly, I know that we've talked about a network review of community facilities, but this is not that. This is a sale, and so if there's not the, I would as well have been just as happy to take the sale off the table, but given I've taken officer advice about what to do and suggest that this is the way forward to retain this facility in the community. So yeah. And so my second, and I'm happy to answer any questions and we'll come back in the right of reply. The second one is about living wage. And you saw the community group here this morning. First of all, I want to say I'm extremely happy that we are maintaining our living wage accredited employer status as part of this plan, and I want to thank you all for continuing to support that. It's really embedded into the organisation of Wellington City Council now, and so I'm really happy that that is continuing. But as Gina Lockyer told us this morning, that many of us, 10 of us, pledged to commit to being champions of the living wage and work towards creating a living wage city. And so the fund that this proposes, $300,000 per annum, I've worked with officers. It's not an officer-supported recommendation, but Meredith Blacklow, I'd like to thank her for all of her support on the living wage. We came up with this as a mechanism that we can use to keep that faith with that commitment to show leadership to create a living wage city. So the idea is that through the grants committee, events organisers will be able to apply to have some of their, and with all the other criteria that we use, we check, people's bank accounts, and, we're pretty thorough, the process that we use with grants to ensure that the funding is necessary and that will be going to support industries that are particularly hit post-COVID. So our events people, hospitality, security, and also artists who do struggle to pay fairly, but they want to. And I know that some of you met with Barbarian Productions and talked with them about, they want to do more. So the idea is, this isn't about subsidising people to pay. It's about opening the door for the living wage, giving some experience to both employers, event organisers about how they do it. It's been done with the London Olympics, so I'm pretty sure that we can manage, the sort of events that we have in Wellington. To support getting employers to find out about what the living wage is, their staff to find out about what the living wage is, connect and raise the profile of the living wage in our city. I think that pretty much covers it. It's not a huge amount of money. It is covered. We did do some motions at the last meeting that worked out the revenue for this. So in terms of the coupon parking, I know it's not directly linked, but this is just one way that we can support and lead on a living wage, and particularly to assist some of those industries that are hit post-COVID.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I'm just checking because the wording here is just a tad different, and I'm just making sure we've got the wording. I personally like your new wording better because I think it offers that flexibility you were doing. But just to confirm that, because there's been some discussion, can we just have perhaps a little bit of advice about the wording? Or are you happy with it? Oh, all right. Yeah.
Through the chair, sorry, Councillor Matthews, it's very hard doing it so far away. I was just, hi, I was just making sure, because last night when we talked this through with you, you were wanting to make sure it identified community facilities within the local community, and I just wanted to check that because in the Q&A, that's what we inserted for you, and this is different, and I'm just making sure you're comfortable.
I came back, you missed my reply where I said no, I would take your wise advice and leave things as general as possible, so to leave options open.
I missed that.
And certainly I think this is, from my point of view, I'm happier to support this in actual fact. But I just want to make sure that we had got it all I's dotted and T's crossed. Okay, so your seconder is Councillor Foon. Councillor Foon, do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. And actually, I think it's been acknowledged today how much champions of things make such a difference. And you can see how easy it is for things and ideas and ideals to fall down if you don't have someone holding it. So thank you so much for your mahi here. So just particularly talking to the living wage on that one, I can't comment on Wadestown Community Centre, but that looks really good. But I do also want to highlight that we are planning for growth and that you know, we might need to start turning things toward that in the up and coming future. So the living wage, I must say, when I first saw Councillor Matthews' amendment, I wasn't sure, but then when I talked to you last night and I understood the concept behind it, I am very pleased to support this today. Just to acknowledge those in our city that actually do the mahi to make our city work. And actually that equity is the next biggest challenge, you know, with climate change. And Councillor Paul and I heard the other day that, you know, even amongst environmentalists, that the equity issue is not a climate issue. And actually it is. And so what we are really doing when we are enabling the living wage is to enable those that maybe don't have a choice around taking that journey at the moment. That is a way of helping them to do that. So this is actually a small gesture of enabling the willing, and I'm a big believer in enabling the willing, of coming forward and getting living wage on the table and getting it out there amongst our community. I just want to talk about London. I was really inspired by the City of London being a living wage city, because they have recognised that by doing that they are championing all of those that are working hard in their city to make it work. And so I see a parallel opportunity we've got here to make Wellington difference. We have led in this space, and I'm keen to see that continue. So thank you, Councillor Matthews, for bringing this today.
Thank you, Councillor Foon. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I'm going to support number 37. For those who don't know, the current community centre is hardly used now. It used to have a children's creche in it, but that was no longer viable, so that's no longer used for that. And if anybody's ever been to that building, it's up a rather steep road and then up some rather steep steps, and anybody with any sort of mobility issues would find it very difficult to get in there. And it's tired, and it does need work doing to it, but given the accessibility issues on it, it makes perfect sense to sell it, and then put the proceeds back into the community. I think as part of this, though, we do need to look at the type of space required by the community. They do have 2 local church halls which are available, and perhaps underutilised. So we need to look at that aspect there. But I do know that there's certainly room probably to extend the library, and where the library sits on a village green, having space there to improve the access around that and make that green space a bit more usable for everyone. And also Wadestown, it is a bit of a through road at times, and it certainly needs some traffic calming work done in it, because it does have a 30k speed zone, but nothing that helps drivers to understand that. So I'm very happy to support this. I won't be supporting 38. I think adding extra money onto our grants budget already, again, without taking a holistic approach, we're already putting a lot of money into the living wage, into the events that we're doing. And you know, one of the challenges we have as a council is making sure that we are trying to balance our budget, but also being fair to all community groups. And I believe we're already putting enough resources into this area.
Anyone else who'd like to speak? Councillor Conti.
just to really quickly thank Councillor Matthews for bringing the amendment around Wadestown, because I think it's really important when we're looking to divest a community asset, which we're going to have to look at doing more as we come up towards our debt limit, that we can tell that community a story, that it's about we're divesting to reinvest. I think, it's trying to divest assets is difficult anyway. Nobody wants to, they feel a loss, and that's legitimate. So it's really important that that we're able to tell a coherent story about what you get in return. And I think this is a really good step in that direction, so that we can actually have a conversation with the community about how these things fit together. And it's the sort of thing that as we go forward and are having to look more at divestment, I think it's the approach that I would like to see taken in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Condi, Councillor Rush, and then Councillor Day. Then I think we might put it to the vote.
Yeah, happy enough with 37. I continue to struggle, I'm afraid, with the living wage movement. We mentioned events, folks, so being on the Board of Trustees of the Stadium, I'm familiar with those activities and operations, as well as the base and reserve, and have family who are called in to work at those events. And I believe the living wage, I was just trying to find it, is calculated by estimating what's needed for a family of 1.5 or so children, and neither one of these family members have any children, and are both 18, and consequently they are having a bit of a giraffe, as we call it, in terms of being paid a wage, and yet there will be people who have got 3 children. So for me, I've said before, it's very blunt. I also think it presumably does not take account of where you live, and if it does, then it probably provides a distortion or removes an incentive to move to somewhere else that might result in better outcomes. Nevertheless, I do respect your championing of it, Councillor Matthews. I would also point out that I think the Grants Committee is the right place to decide where funds are allocated, for example, to community law groups, to Women's Refuge, all those very worthy places, and I would say that that's probably the best place for these grants to be allocated, so I won't be supporting.
Right, Councillor Day.
I'd also like to thank Councillor Matthews for bringing both these amendments. I think it's important that communities hear that we're listening to them, and I want to thank you for responding to the concerns of the Wadestown community and bringing that amendment. I think it's really powerful to give community voice that ability to be able to be heard here, so thank you. With regards to the living wage, I definitely committed to supporting Wellington to be a living wage city through being a city councillor. And yes, we might already be putting quite a lot of money into the living wage, but there's always places that we can reach and influence, and we need to keep aspiring to do more. I have a good friend who works in the theatre industry, and I've been told of the number of times that performances have happened at Circa where people are walking away with $40 in their hand after doing the performances because of the costs of having to hire the space, and the amount of hours that they put into it is amazing. So I think what we're also doing through this is we're highlighting to the community, so the people who go and watch it, that this is really challenging for the people who work in these areas, and that we need to be willing to, I guess if we enjoy it, pay what we should be paying for it. And so it's important that council's setting the bar a bit higher so that people can be empowered to pay their people who are working for them well. And this is a really great thing to be able to do through the Grants Committee, and I look forward to being able to hear from people who are wanting to do that and encouraging them to do so, because it is really challenging, but what we're saying is definitely give it a go. And just to Councillor Rush, your response about the living wage being a blunt tool, you could look at it like that, but then you could also look at it as for 18-year-olds, there's the opportunity for them to have a little bit of money in reserve to save, or to be able to pay for the ridiculous rent that they have to pay for, but also to be able to save and pay for some university fees or whatever they need to be saving for in the future. I always think life is back to front, that we start off with no money and we spend out all of our young early years when we've got the time and energy to be able to enjoy the best bits of the world, we're just scrimping, and so I would hope that actually the living wage has has an impact on young people seeing that they can take on other opportunities because they are just getting a little bit more. My daughter started a job, she's 16, started a job, and she was paid the subsidy during COVID, and she got quite excited about that and saved about $300 or $400, and it's gone into a savings account, and she's been talking about what she wants to do with it when she gets a bit older. So these are the things we have to help our young people know, is that you can save, and that being paid a fair wage means that you can save for the future as well, and not just be seeing it all go down the rent hole. But so I think that it's not blunt. I think it's basically saying that the cost of living's gone up and people need to be covered for that.
All right. Would you like a right of reply?
Very briefly. Very briefly. I just wanted to acknowledge the residents' associations from Wadestown, Greg Highland from Highland Park, and maybe that's not his name. I've got it wrong. Yes, and Brendan Tracy from the Wadestown Residents Association, who I met with both of them last week, or had conversations, and so I'm really pleased to be able to support them through this resolution re Wadestown Community Centre. And I also, thank you to those points made, especially about the living wage. You can argue sort of the national kind of rate versus a local rate, that it does take into account 1.5 salaries with two children. However, it changes lives, and anybody who moves, those of us who will know the story of Ibrahim Omer, who started as a university cleaner and within 5 years is now an MP, that this tool does change lives, and through this fund we will be able to support more employers. Even during COVID, the whole of the finance industry has come on board, and many great Wellington businesses, and I wanted to continue to support them alongside our procurement policy to take the living wage out into the community. Thank you.
Lovely. Right, let's vote. Separately, we will do them separately. So 30, of course I know. Okay, so 37. Iona did. Right, done. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's passed. And now for 38.
We're not, it's one of the few areas that's not growing. I know.
Oh, yeah, Andy. For us. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2. That is passed narrowly. All right. Well, we are ready to return the substantive. So look, we have now all those things that we've agreed or not agreed have been added in to the substantive. I'm going to have my seconders. Okay, I'm going to just have quickly my right of my seconder's speech, and really all I want to say is, thank goodness we've got here. But also, thank you to the Mayor, who in the last couple of days has really sought to understand a lot more about where we all sit, and particularly we worked so hard on the iwi, on the Māori representation, the increased funding, and to see you come on board with that at the last minute was actually a highlight for the meeting for me. Yeah, because I think for me personally, that's one of the most exciting things, is actually that extra funding that we're giving to that important work. And I think it'll be transformational. I think we will definitely be on the right side of history with funding it. And I think that we will see real transformation in our city, and it will be good for us in every respect, for the environment, for the social side of things, and also actually for the economy. I think it's a really good way of differentiating a city and making it special. So I look forward to seeing what Karipa and his team can deliver. There's so much to say, and it's already all been said, so that was really the only extra thing I wanted to add as a seconder. Is there anyone else who wishes to say anything? And please, I know it's very late, so short and sweet is good.
Will be short. Look, I just wanted to say publicly that we have had a rather torrid couple of weeks, but it really isn't a particularly accurate representation, and I think I'd just like to give a big shout out to colleagues for what's been a really good debate today. Sometimes it's been a bit tricky, but we've made lots of good decisions. Mayor Foster, good on you. Instead of the Dom calling you, saying you've done a U-turn, you just listened and you changed your mind, and that's great. And people should be able to do that. And I really appreciate the leadership that you have shown in trying to bring all these amendments together. We did have lots of amendments, but we got through them. Deputy Mayor Free for really working hard to bring us all together. So I think that's awesome. And you know, to staff who probably got 4 hours sleep last night, to my colleagues, you know, like, my goodness, yes, we do debate, but actually no one ever writes National and Green Party representatives agree on water and waste and you know, no, because it's not a headline, but actually it does happen. We do lots of collaboration, and I'm really pleased to be able to collaborate on all sorts of things. So I just want to make just a couple of points. I think everyone got something out of this budget, but I do feel that there are multi-billion-dollar holes in it, which is why I was quite strong on the funding tools issue, because clearly rates are not going to cut it. You know, we can't just keep sticking them up 14%. We hear the feedback that it's not affordable. So there are lots of other tools, and we do need to be looking at them. So hopefully I'll just keep working with officers. I'm sure other colleagues will do the same, just to see how we can raise some more cash to do the things that we really have to do. And I am unapologetically a local government nerd. I believe that councils are important. We've had some flack, but actually we do lots of really important work in our community, and that I believe in owning assets. Which is why it has been of concern that we are seeking partnerships in, so to speak, in Civic Square, which is why I put that amendment through. No one picked it up. Mob will have a public use according to this vote today, which is really important. I'm worried about selling off or putting social housing into CHP, and the water issues I've commented on. I am concerned. Councils are important. They meet the comprehensive needs of everyone in their community. We can always do better, but that is our job, and I will defend that. The infrastructure strategy, calling again, definitely all nerds. We need to, look, there's a great start that's been made, but we really do need to pull it apart. There are lots of issues which need to be covered to make sure that we can be really confident that we are being good stewards of our infrastructure. This plan is required to be written for 30 years, and I think we've got some space to do. Waste is not mentioned, for example. We haven't adequately looked at the climate adaptation work which we need to do, which will be extremely expensive, hence the focus on funding tools. Housing needs more of an emphasis as well. So there's lots. So I hope that people will join me in having a really great session looking at infrastructure. And waste, just last call out. Thank you, Councillor Foon, for your great leadership. It wasn't debated today, but my goodness, I'm so pleased I got rid of the public place recycling funding because it wasn't producing enough value, and we're going to get some money into organics, which is going to be absolutely fantastic for the city over the long term. So thanks, everyone. It's been really good, and everyone deserves a beer and a good weekend off, actually, because we worked really, really hard, all of us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Foon.
I'd actually so love not to speak, but now is the moment. So I actually also want to thank you, Mayor Foster, for listening and being and working with us as a team. And it's been a really great process this time. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Free, for really getting us to work together as well, and it's shown. So thank you. And yes, what a day. Wow, I'm too scared to think about the great things that have come out of the meeting today. But I can't not let you all know that the Sustainable Food Network Action Plan is also coming through as part of the long-term plan. Now, this plan was set as part of Wellington's resilience strategy in 2017. And so that is just going to be coming to life on the 1st of July 2021 during my time. So I'm pretty excited. And I think the thing that can save us all is food. Councillor Young. And so that is something we all participate in, and seeing Wellington as a foodie capital, which we know we are, and by even looking, thank you for bringing the amendment, Mayor Foster, on reviewing the way we use our berms and easements to see that Wellington could possibly be, I'm going to say, a free food capital. But while you might think that your greenie councillor is overnight turned into green thumbs and a foodie, but actually it's more about that we have an opportunity for a circular system here. Because to grow food we need good soil, and to get good soil we need compost, and to make compost you need organic green food waste. And it just so happens we're dumping 338 tonnes a week in the landfill. So I think that this is the big opportunity to see mint growing from our berms. Hope you're all enjoying that today. And that actually, where's my book? Councillor Matthews and I are reading this book, Happy City, at the moment, and I think every councillor should read it. The more we see green things, particularly gardens and nature, makes us happier. And if we are going to be living closer, it is the magic ingredient to making that work. So thank you all for your, kia ora, what was that? Oh, yeah, cool. So, yeah. So thank you all for your support. And yes, it does require changes of thinking and the reverse way. So it is interesting that the community team is actually bringing this amendment today. But actually, it's going to be closing up a full system. So, yes, thank you all. And I'm really looking forward to the beer afterwards, but I don't know if Tom's shouting anymore because we went way over time.
In the interests of moving on, we've actually had at least three people speaking for this. So unless there's anyone who wants to speak against it. Oh. All right, Jenny, we have to follow process, Jenny.
Thank you. To start with, just Mayor Foster, for your right of reply, just a couple of little
intending to do one.
Well, technical questions then, or process questions. 15C, it says that the debt to revenue ratio will stand and council will be consistent by policy by 2023-24, but I think it's actually 24-25 based on the information we were sent earlier today. 24-25. So if somebody can check 15C and just make sure that's accurate.
Yeah, check.
And the other question I had was just around 25 and 26, given that the item has been taken out of the budget, whether they need to stay in there.
25
I'll leave that
goes,
to you.
26 we can still talk to them anytime we feel like.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get those before I got distracted. And then I do want to talk about, because I do want to take 13 separately, and I do want to talk about that. I think it's the idea of having an option to breach our debt limit temporarily makes me uncomfortable, but it is a genuine option that we have in front of us and that our community should be able to consider. So I'm totally supportive of it being included in the consultation document, but I cannot vote to support it being the preferred option. I'm really concerned that it sets a dangerous precedent for us to temporarily breach our debt limit. my point of view, you breach your debt limit when you have a genuine crisis, like a natural disaster. To be breaching our debt limit in this case, I think, is a dangerous precedent. I also just think that from this point of view, it's almost like we're just setting our debt limit slightly above how much we want to spend. And when you do that, it means you don't really have a debt limit. The debt limit is supposed to be there to force us to be prudent and take care of our residents' money. And I think that that by exceeding the debt limit in this case, we're not necessarily doing that. I acknowledge we're going to have a great conversation during consultation about whether the debt limit's at the right place. And Bernard Hickey was here to kick that off, and that's fantastic. But I can't support that being the preferred option going out. I just wanted to quickly say a couple of other things. One is that I think the sludge project is actually really exciting. Of the things that we haven't talked about today, the fact that we're using the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, which is a new tool where we're talking about funding tools, Councillor Pennant. This is a new funding tool that the central government had provided to us, and we're trying to use it to deliver this sludge minimisation project, which I think is really exciting. And it was great to see the officers and councillors working together to make that happen. And it's such an important project to unlock anything else we want to do about waste minimisation. As I've been learning in the first 18 months on the job, is if we can't really do much there until we deal with our sludge problem. And finally, Councillor Pennant, on the finance and infrastructure strategy, I will be nerding out with you on that. Looking forward to it. I think when we were getting a briefing earlier that somebody might have said that, oh, you probably haven't read the finance and infrastructure strategy yet, but actually it was the first thing that I read. I think having been on the Three Waters Task Force, I've come to appreciate very strongly how important all of that asset management is, and to make sure that our finance and infrastructure strategy is in very good stead. So I think there's a little bit more work to do there, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck into that with councillors and with staff. Thank you.
Does anyone else need to speak? Oh my gosh, we're opening the floodgates. All right, Rush, Young, and yep, Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And
colleagues, for me, council's core business is W's, water, waste, and roads. And whilst the headlines have been taken by the library and airport, this budget really is about water. And as portfolio lead for water, I'm flattered and thrilled that you have backed me and backed Wellington Water, backed Tom and the CEO, and given us the budget that we need to undertake what needs to be done. And I will be following the progress of Wellington Water very, very closely in order that we get good value for money. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Young.
So just very briefly, I will be voting for this to go out to consultation, but if you think I agree with all these things, you're out of your minds. But I will put that on hold and for another day.
Good on you. Right, so we have Calvert, and that was Councillor Calvert, and that was sorry, shorthand on my. Everybody's got shorthand. Nobody's got councillor down on my piece of paper.
Surprisingly, I'm in line with Councillor Young. Yes, there's an awful lot going out for consultation, and I think we need to give people an opportunity to have a say. Just a shame that they weren't allowed to have a say on a couple of other things in this formal process. But I just want to call out that we've added an awful lot in. I really had hoped that we could keep. We could have looked at ways of finding things to take out, but we didn't. We just either looked at increasing charges, like wanting to put up weekend parking by $2 an hour, not just 50 cents like some of them, and that going out for consultation. So I hope that is called out. We still have got a $400 million hole to fix our social housing. In 18 months, it's not going to be financially sustainable in the current way. So we need to find a way and how that's funded. Hopefully the government will finally come to the party on income-related rents, but who knows? I think somebody talked about the sludge management thing, and hopefully, yes, we can get that under a special funding vehicle. But if we don't, what's going to happen. We know insurance costs are continually rising, which is another reason why we did need to keep a little bit of headroom. And we certainly have not allowed, again, there's any funds there for any growth, to support growth in our city. And we know in particular around the northern area of our city and Johnsonville, it's ripe for development, and it's certainly going to need more funds coming in. So another reason why we need to keep some more headroom above the 225%. So look, I'm happy for this go out for consultation, but I do worry in a couple of months' time, is that are we really going to make those hard decisions that we need to make?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Day and Councillor Fitzsimons.
Kia ora. I just want to start by thanking Councillor Fitzsimons for bringing the work on the rates deferral option, because like others I do share the concern about the rates increase, and I guess I do wish we'd had a little bit more of a kōrero during the process up to this day, talking about rates, borrowing, debt to rates ratio, and our thoughts about economic theories, because actually Bernard Hickey, a few of us got the opportunity to speak to him the other day, and it was really interesting. I learned a lot.
Councillor Day, is that the next paper by any chance, the rates paper? We haven't yet got another
I'm just
paper.
talking about 225%.
Okay, rightio.
No. But so the reality is that he shared with us about how we sort of stuck into this, it's last century thinking really about debt and the percentage of rates increases and that sort of thing, and how we're limiting what we're doing, and that, as he said today, the government, the Reserve Bank are looking at buying lots of bonds so that we can do more of the things that we need to. So I do wish that we'd had more of a chance to talk about that and to think about whether we can challenge our thinking on that. Councillor Calvert, you're right, we have added lots of things in today, but for many of us this has been our only way to do so, and actually you did do that today with Kandala Pool, which I fully support, but the reality is there hasn't really been any other opportunity for us to add some of those things in, and that's just part of the process. And I do want to challenge some of my colleagues who keep talking about adding things in and the costs and everything. You can end up being at risk of seeing the cost of everything and the value of nothing. That lots of these things, actually the values to the communities are deeply felt, and we saw that when we tried to, or when things were cut out only 2 weeks ago. So it's really important that we that we do listen to the community, and I, as I say, I do share the concerns about the rates, but there are solutions and we need to be looking at those. Councillor Foon, thanks for the greenery today. I've been using the mint to keep my brain focused. It's very nice, so you can do that again. But yes, I do support what you're saying about looking at creative ways of using our spaces, our berms and our easements around the city, and saw an interesting comment from someone recently saying we should look at them as spaces for children and other opportunities for people to use those spaces. And the thing I noticed when we went for that visit to Mount Vic to look at the garden up there was that the compost becomes a bumping space where people see each other and have a good conversation. So we need to look at those spaces in our communities as being places for people. Just wanted to reflect on the comments from our cycleway advocates who spoke today, and reflect that it would be good that we think about how we communicate about cycleways, because I agree that people think cycleways cost millions and millions of dollars, but actually we're putting a lot of it into seawalls and resilience, so we do definitely need to think about that. Yep, I think that's enough. Pass on to someone else, thanks.
I think we do need to, we've had 3 people, we have another whole paper to consider, so I'm going to suggest that we put this to the vote, unless there's anyone who actually wants to speak against it. No, but it's taking too long, and we are going over matters which we have actually covered. So I am going to ask that we put this to the vote, unless there's anyone who actually wants to speak against it.
Put a procedural motion down.
Okay,
can you please keep it quick because we are getting towards the end of allocated time.
I do just want to briefly say and refer to a quote from Gough Whitlam, which talks about how a Conservative government survives by essentially dampening expectations and subduing hopes. And I just want to, like Councillors Young and Calvert, want to make it clear that I'm not happy with many of the things in this as well. we might be doing everything possible to fix water infrastructure, which I 100% support, but we're creating other problems by taking a band-aid approach to many of the problems the city faces. This city needs visionary investment in climate change, in Courtney Place, in the waterfront, in assets and in housing and in many other ways. I'm not comfortable with the debt ceiling as it is. I think we should be borrowing much more to create the city of the future that we want. So while I'm happy to support this to go out to consultation, I too want to put you all on notice that I'm not happy that this is the long-term plan that Wellington needs at this stage.
Thank you. Right. Let's put this to the vote. I believe that the Mayor doesn't need a right of reply because he just wants to get the process done. So let's vote. Now, there was a request to take 13 separately. Are there any? 13 was not accepting a debt, temporary debt breach. And 16, I think, was similar, wasn't it? What's 16? Okay. Somebody else has asked to take 16 separately. Councillor Foon. All right, let's vote on 13 and 16 and then the rest. 13 is agreeing about that the library proposal would be, oh no. Okay. Okay, if everyone can see it there. We're taking 13 now. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, people. We will now move to 16. Oh, that was passed. We'll move to 16. Okay, we will vote on 16. And that is carried. And we will vote on everything else. This is everything else. Okay, and that was unanimous. Right, so without further ado, we're going to move on to our next paper, our last paper. Do you want to introduce it, Mayor Foster? Mayor Foster needs to leave the meeting. Is there someone who would like, I will, yes, thank you.
Because it's got a finance aspect to it. I wasn't expecting to introduce this, but look, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The recommendations are there. I'm not going to go through them all, but yeah, but if there's any questions, I'll address those in the right of reply. And somebody's seconding?
Right, is there any debate? Councillor Fitzsimons.
Sorry, I did ask for this report and I'm really pleased that it's come. Just want to be clear that I wasn't expecting it to be a maximum of $500. I was meaning it to be that potentially the whole of the rates bill for that rating year for a person. So I just want to, we're at the end of the meeting, but that was what I was seeking to do. But we can deal with that in consultation, but I just wanted to make that point in debate.
Not asking a question, you're just making that point in debate. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this paper? Well, I don't need to have a seconder's speech, but do you want to write a reply, Councillor Calvert?
Just very briefly, look, I acknowledge Councillor Fitzsimon's comments and I do support them, and I think that's probably something that we need to, given that I don't know what the average rates bill for Wellington City is, but it would be anything between probably $4,000 to $5,000 a year. So,
well, in that case, maybe we should fix it now.
I don't know, because it just seems, even for me, it does seem a bit low.
Yeah.
And
should we make it up to the
I think at this point,
Maybe we should get
we
some
don't
officer
have
advice.
Don't have officer advice. I think we go out, but I think we just need to sort of have a think about
If
this.
we think that, let's put it on.
Well, I don't want to do that without understanding the financial impact. That's for me. But I just want to acknowledge that I think what you're saying.
maybe the consultation materials could have a question about that.
Could we, maybe as a suggestion is that maybe we could just work on this after this and to go, because I know the Mayor and Chief Executive have an opportunity. I'm just trying to find a solution.
Yeah.
And because it's still got to come to Council by the end of March to the final sign-off, so maybe we can just work through that, yeah. Is that all right?
Can we just hear a little bit of advice from you, Sarah, about this plan?
Sarah, do you want to just up at the podium, just give a little bit of context specifically around the $500 limit?
Yeah, so if I can say in the first place, the rates postponement policy still exists. So we made some changes to that to make it more accessible. So for anyone wishing to postpone their full value of rates, that option is still there through the rates postponement. This was an additional remission, I suppose, part of the conversation that we had, or that was had at this table as part of the last meeting, was around the difficulty for low-income families to pay their rates. So this was an addition to the rates rebate, and the $500 is lower than the government rebate, but seemed like a reasonable amount to put across the rest of the ratepayer base because the remission is spread. So that results in an $11 addition to the rest of the residential ratepayer base's rates bill in this year, for example. So we can, you can choose to make that a larger value, but obviously that will then impact everybody else's rates across that A1 category.
What I'm going to suggest is that I wonder whether we should take number 9 separately, but we haven't, if ever anybody feels uncomfortable with it, just trying to get the process right, but to enable this to be audited and us to finally sign off.
Happy to do either, just so everyone's clear, the difference between the remission and the postponement. So we're saying that the full value of a postponement, you could still postpone your total value of your rates. This is just the remission. And it's in addition to what the government remits. Yeah.
We leave it then. You will leave it and, okay. Right. Is there any further debate on this, or shall we? Oh, that was the right of reply. So we will vote. Okay, and that concludes the business of the meeting. So, but just a minute, because we need to stand, and I'd just like again to thank Cyrus.
Well done.
And the many officers who've been here for long hours too, just waiting, poised, ready to give us advice. Thank you. And
especially Sarah Hay
on the papers at the last minute. So, oh, that's okay. Well, I'm relieved we've got here. Right. So let's stand and say the karakia to close the meeting. Una here. Una here. Una here.